Translator born to be. This was a nether beast above the nether passage realm. Although its flesh had vanished, the detonation of its crystal core could blast this mountain to pieces. Suddenly, 9 lotuses bloomed above Meng-Chi's head. Divine light flowed out, enveloping the crystal core and pacifying the berserk energy within. The 9 lotus soul condensing pill had come out at this critical moment, using some unknown method to suppress the explosive energy. I understand. Meng-Chi suddenly laughed. Just now, the technique of the 9 lotus soul condensing pill had made her realize that her method was wrong. After all, she didn't have experience in this regard and was trying to control it like controlling demonic beasts, but that didn't work on this. Now, her spiritual strength once more gathered, and she used a different technique to enter the netherbeast's crystal core. This time, there was no explosive reaction. After an incense stick's worth of time, the skeleton shuddered for an instant before becoming motionless once more. Was it a failure? Although he had expected this, Long Chen couldn't help being a bit disappointed. No, it was a success. Meng-Chi wiped away a trace of sweat and smiled excitedly. Then why? Long Chen pointed to the motionless corpse. I've managed to stimulate the energy within the crystal core. However, after so many years, there's less than 1/10 of the original energy within the core. In other words, once I activate it, it will only be able to keep fighting for at most 2 hours. After that, the core's energy will run out and it will no longer be usable. So summoning it now would be a waste, explained Meng-Chi. Ah, I see. Then you're right, don't waste it, said Long Chen. Long Chen, I've also found a trace of these netherbeasts, soul essence within their crystal cores. I'm going to extract it and condense a life soul beast. Your soul energy is also strong enough to condense one, said Meng-Chi. Her eyes were shining brightly. The soul essence of these netherbeasts was incredibly powerful and the perfect choice for condensing a soul beast. Long Chen shook his head. I don't walk the path of a soul cultivator. I don't have the energy to raise a soul beast. It's not worth the distraction. The soul beast didn't just require nourishment from the soul, but also constant communication to erase its violent will. Long Chen didn't have that patience or time. Then I'll go ask Xuanhuan and Chu Yao, said Meng-Chi. Long Chen once more shook his head. No, Chu Yao and Xuanhuan have powerful spiritual strength, but they have their own specialties. Unless they can find soul essence containing powerful wood essence or wind essence, there's no point in them raising such a soul beast. In fact, even if one of these beasts is of the right attribute, due to coming from the netherworld, their core energy will definitely have some differences. Transforming that energy will take more time than it's worth. Meng-Chi nodded. Maybe I'm just too excited. A soul beast was a powerful helper, capable of offense and defense. For herself, with her pure spiritual strength of no other attribute, she was a true beast tamer. Because she had no other attributes, she could control beasts of all attributes. A beast tamer with a flame attribute wouldn't be able to control water attribute magical beasts. That was not the same for other people. You can take them all. Pick out the strongest one to condense your life soul beast. You can turn the rest into ordinary soul beasts. Hee, I really look forward to seeing how strong you are. Big sister Meng-Chi, you'll have to look after this little brother in the future. Long Chen smiled and wrapped his arms around her waist. Meng-Chi kissed Long Chen lightly on the cheek. All right, don't make a fuss. You should focus on healing and cultivating. You're the one with the lowest cultivation base now. I also have to go activate these skeletons one by one. Don't worry, your big sister will definitely protect you. Meng-Chi winked and left, taking the skeletons with her. Long Chen sorted out his feelings. Activating the formation, he isolated himself from the rest of the world. It was time to refine pills. Long Chen began taking out one medicinal ingredient after another. After counting them all, he nodded. He had all 317 ingredients that he needed. Huo Long is still in slumber. I don't know whether I'll affect it if I use its flames. Huo Long had gone into slumber after devouring the heavenly flame orb. Long Chen could clearly sense it undergoing some kind of transformation, but now he needed to refine pills. If he used Huo Long's energy, what if that affected it? Big brother Long Chen, I can help. I haven't fully recovered, so my core flame can't be used for battle, but it should be all right for this, said Linger. Won't using the core flame damage you? Asked Long Chen. If the core flame is constantly exhausted without being replenished, then there will definitely be damage. But just refining pills for a few days shouldn't have an effect. My core flame has recovered immensely from the trip to the netherworld. If it's not an incredibly strong pill and you support me with your spiritual strength, I don't foresee any issues, said Linger very confidently. Excellent, Linger, it's up to you. Originally, Long Chen had been planning on using the moon and star refining furnace because it had refined countless pills and had immense experience. However, it had yet to fully recover. He had no idea how many years it might take if he was constantly using its core energy. Since Linger could help, Long Chen didn't take the risk of using Huo Long's energy. Although refining pills with Linger required some breaking in due to her lack of experience, she was quite talented. Linger, I will refine the yin-yang merger Dao pill twice without your help. Watch closely, said Long Chen. Long Chen began to send medicinal ingredients into the demon moon furnace. A flame ignited within and enveloped those ingredients. Last time when they had refined pills, Long Chen had left his spiritual mark within the demon moon furnace. That was why he was able to communicate so easily with Linger. Linger's core flame was no longer the old color. Now, it was a light green color. It was extremely pure and stable. Using this core flame, Long Chen formed 137 flame furnaces within the demon moon furnace to refine these ingredients. Big brother Long Chen, you're so amazing. Linger had never seen such powerful alchemy arts. This could no longer be considered to be on the same level as doing two things at once. Linger, do your best to learn this. The more demonic pills that you refine, the stronger you'll grow. Long Chen taught her with his full abilities. The more she learned, the happier he was. As Long Chen controlled the flame, he also explained things to Linger, things such as how to control the temperature, what to pay attention to while purifying the ingredients, what kind of color the ingredients should have, etc. As an item spirit, Linger memorized everything that he said. The runes inside her also memorized the way that Long Chen's flame changed. She truly learned quickly. Once the refinement of all the medicinal powders was complete, Long Chen sent them into Linger's storage space. That way, she could directly use them to refine pills on her own without asking him for more ingredients. Following that, Long Chen truly started the refinement of the yin-yang merger Dao pill. This was a pill used for those who had just entered the nether passage realm. It was used to balance the life and death energy within the body. Long Chen refined it twice, each time refining 9 high-grade pills. Because it was just a display, Long Chen didn't waste too much energy on them, resulting in them not being top grade. After finishing, he tossed them away. Linger, you try now. You can use your demonic runes. Linger assented. Her runes lit up as she worked together with Long Chen to refine the next furnace of pills. This time, Long Chen also sent in more spiritual strength. Linger's cooperation was excellent after the 2 refinements, and there were no big mistakes. In just a few minutes, the first furnace of pills was complete. The lid opened, revealing 9 black and white pills. They charged out of the furnace ferociously, going straight toward Long Chen. These were demonic pills that were naturally fierce. They were very difficult to subdue. Long Chen waved his hand, tossing them into the primal chaos space. There, Lei Long devoured them. They crazily bounced around within Lei Long's mouth, trying to escape, but their struggle was useless. Well done. However, there were 3 small flaws. Although they were top grade, quite a bit of their medicinal energy slipped away. Let's go again, said Long Chen. They refined 3 furnaces of pills in a row. Linger finally fully mastered the refinement of the yin-yang merger Dao pill. Long Chen praised Linger, delighting her. Refining demonic pills could be considered a form of cultivation for her, so she had gained quite a bit. Long Chen had Linger refine pills on her own, while a pill wrapped in lightning appeared in his hand. Time to test the effect. Long Chen tossed the yin-yang merger Dao pill into his mouth. It instantly exploded and sent a wave of berserk energy throughout his entire body. Chapter 24, 25-second Heaven Stage of Nether Passage. Translator Born to Be. It was as if millions of wild lions were running rampant within Long Chen's body. The medicinal energy was erupting like a volcano, wanting to explode Long Chen's body. A demonic pill really is demonic. They're both powerful and vicious. Not just anyone would be able to endure this energy. Long Chen was shaken inside. Last time, he had refined a giant pill and learned of the terrifying medicinal effect of demonic pills. However, this time, it wasn't a giant pill, but its effect was still more ferocious than he had expected. Most likely, this was the result of Linger's trip to the netherworld. She had gotten stronger, resulting in stronger demonic pills. Demonic pills earned their namesake due to the violent demonic energy within them. They possessed a berserk will that had an immense burden on not just the physical body, but also the soul and mind. Orthodox alchemists viewed demonic pills as evil entities due to their strong side effects. Occasionally, eating one or two might not be a problem, but if consumed over the long term, they would create a dependence that a person wouldn't be able to extricate themselves from. The mind would become twisted. That was why demonic pills were not recognized according to the normal alchemy world. However, Long Chen disagreed. Everything existed for a reason. There was nothing meaningless within the heavenly Taos. A sword had two edges. Whether it was used to kill enemies or cut one's own neck was based on the user, not the sword itself. Those so-called side effects were because the ones consuming the pills didn't have strong enough bodies or firm enough wills, resulting in the demonic pills invading them. The dependence on the pills was due to seeking greater medicinal effects while ignoring the burden to their body. However, it was true that a demonic pill was really not something an ordinary person could consume. Long Chen wasn't planning on giving even the Dragonblood warriors this kind of pill. Long Chen consumed 3 demonic pills, and an endless torrent of medicinal energy was raging throughout his body. His originally messy spiritual yuan gradually began to clear up. Black and white specks appeared as the medicinal energy violently crashed through his meridians. The messy spiritual yuan represented an initial entry into the nether passage realm. It could not even be fully considered the first step. Only when life and death energy started to manifest would it be considered the first step. When the spiritual yuan was turbid, it represented that the life and death energy had yet to separate and was still unusable. Now Long Chen was starting to separate them. With the assistance of the yin-yang merger Dao pill, his life and death energy began to differentiate. For others, they required heavenly Dao energy as a reference and to corroborate this process. Normally this was very slow, but due to the current era, everyone's cultivation speed had increased. The Dragonblood Legion in particular had the aid of Liu Ruyan. She had absorbed the comprehension of the yin-yang immortal grass. Her life and death domain had become a perfect place for everyone's cultivation. Adding on the blessing of the heavenly Taos, the Martial Heaven Alliance's experts had reached an unimaginable speed in terms of their cultivation. However, even that speed could not compare to Long Chen. He had no need to comprehend life and death. He didn't need the heavenly Taos. He didn't need a reference or someone to corroborate his understanding. The 9-star Hegemon body arts cultivation method was to simply eat more and more pills. As he consumed one pill after another, his spiritual yuan gradually became 2 colors, one black as ink, one white as jade. Linger, there's no need for more yin-yang merger Dao pills. I'll teach you to refine the tiger bone life spirit pill now, said Long Chen. While Long Chen was busy consuming pills, Linger had refined 2 more furnaces of pills. That was enough. Any more would be a waste since no one else could consume these pills. After that, he took out more ingredients and taught Linger another pill formula. Linger's ability to work together with Long Chen grew smoother as they gained experience. They quickly finished another furnace of pills. The lid opened and a tiger roared, shaking the room. One giant tiger after another came charging out at Long Chen. The runes of the demon moon furnace lit up, and those tigers vanished. They transformed into pills that were white as snow. Inside of these pills was a milky light emitting boundless life energy. Even with the formation around him, Long Chen noticed the vegetation in the surroundings starting to grow faster. The tiger bone life spirit pills effect actually reached out of the formation. The surrounding vegetation greedily absorbed the life energy filling the air. What a powerful medicinal effect. As expected of top-grade demonic pills, even without undergoing a tribulation, it is so powerful, praised Long Chen. He refined 2 more furnaces of this pill before having Linger refine them on her own. He then went to finish consuming the yin-yang merger Dao pills. When all of them were consumed, his body rumbled. He sensed the Feng Fu, Alioth, Life Fate, Enlightenment Palace, and Divine Gate stars shudder. His 108,000 astral spaces grew once more. The primal chaos whirling around them also split into black and white parts. The Divine Gate star flashed repeatedly. Long Chen felt his mind-sea start to change. It began to grow rapidly. He could sense his spiritual strength growing along with it. Advancing to the first step of Nether Passage actually resulted in my spiritual strength transforming as well. Damn, my mind-sea has doubled in size. I wonder if I would be able to block Feng Fei's attack now with just this spiritual strength. Long Chen was astounded by this pleasant surprise. However, when he thought about it, he shook his head. No matter how strong his spiritual strength grew, the quality of his techniques hadn't. He couldn't bring out the full potential of this immense spiritual strength, but it was still a nice surprise. Long Chen began to laugh in delight at reaching the first step, but he suddenly shut his mouth. Within the entire Dragonblood Legion, even a lazy slacker like Xuanhuan had reached the third step. His first step didn't seem so dazzling. Gotta keep going. Long Chen took out the tiger bone life spirit pills. Upon consuming one, a tiger roar rang out. The milky white medicinal energy surged through his body like lava. The cloud-stepping tiger is the only magical beast that doesn't consume flesh, but only consumes various spirit fruits to extend its life. If refined into an ordinary pill, it is so gentle that even someone in the Xiantian realm would be able to consume it without a problem. But once refined into a demonic pill, even such gentle medicinal energy becomes violent. This world really is full of marvels. Long Chen sighed inside. This world was full of things that he didn't know. The pill sovereign's memories contained the refinement techniques for demonic pills, but there were many principles involved that he didn't understand. He just had the knowledge without the why. The pill Tao, the martial Tao, and every other Tao were boundless. It was possible to spend a lifetime studying one without learning even a tenth of its profundities. It truly made a person sigh. Long Chen discarded those distracting thoughts and focused on absorbing the medicinal energy. As he absorbed the energy of the tiger bone life spirit pill, his originally equal life and death energy changed. His life energy gradually began to suppress his death energy. When the life and death energy separated, it marked the first step. When the life energy suppressed the death energy, it marked the second step. The death energy grew smaller and smaller. It gradually approached a 60-40 proportion. Long Chen found that even when the life energy occupied 60% and his death energy was clearly compressed, there was still a kind of balance between the two sides. The death energy becomes more condensed as it is pressured, strengthening it. So that's how it goes, realized Long Chen. He continued consuming pills. Other people needed to borrow the world's life energy to suppress their death energy, but Long Chen had no need to do so. He had a feeling that the heavens might even strike him down if he tried to absorb its life energy. When his life and death energy reached a 70-30 proportion, his body shuddered, and his astral spaces grew once more. Is this the first heaven stage of nether passage? Long Chen smiled. Based on the martial heaven continent's cultivation rules, only upon reaching the first step did one's cultivation truly start. The third heaven stage was considered the second step, the life realm. The sixth heaven stage was considered the third step, the death realm. The ninth heaven stage was considered the fourth step, the samsara realm. Long Chen suddenly felt something was off. The 9-star Hegemon body art had more heaven stages than others. Was there a fifth step? His confidence flagged. He was still a blind man groping around when it came to the 9-star Hegemon body art. Whatever, there has to be a path. If there's not, I'll create one. Long Chen clenched his teeth and decided not to think so far in advance. He continued consuming pills. Linger was truly amazing. One furnace of pills after another entered Long Chen's mouth. These top-grade demonic pills that would cause others to explode were eaten like candy. He never stopped, and his life energy rapidly grew. Boom! Another explosion came from within Long Chen's body. He entered the second heaven stage of nether passage. Chapter 24-26, Moving Out for the Star Field Divine World. Translator Born to Be. At this moment, the life and death energy within Long Chen's body had reached an 80-20 proportion. His life energy was growing stronger, compacting the space of his death energy. However, although his death energy shrank, it grew more condensed. It was as if the pressure of the life energy was refining it. Upon entering the second heaven stage of nether passage, Long Chen sensed his 5 stars and 108,000 astral spaces transformed once more. His astral spaces in particular had grown larger and stronger. The most unbelievable thing was that despite his spiritual space not growing again, his spiritual strength grew more solid. It was now much stronger than before. The downside of entering the second heaven state was that he found that his life energy was now finding it very taxing to compress his death energy, even with the help of the tiger bone life spirit pill. His death energy had reached a certain level of density that it was resisting any further compression. Fortunately, he had Linger giving him an unending supply of pills. He was consuming demonic pills one after another. If the outside world saw this, they would definitely die of shock. A top-grade 12th-tier demonic pill could make a nether passage expert instantly explode. Ling Er was even more excited than Long Chen. She didn't pause. She finished each furnace of pills in just a few breaths' time. That made Long Chen jump. Was this really alchemy? It seemed more like she was cooking meatballs with how fast she was going. Long Chen had Ling Er slow down a bit. She was in such a rush because this process of refining demonic pills was activating many inactive runes on her body. The more demonic pills that she refined, the more demonic spiritual energy she absorbed from the air. That energy was the crux of awakening those runes. Long Chen was worried about Ling Er growing too excited and damaging her core in her hurry. Then it would take a long time to recover. However, Ling Er said that she knew what she was doing and kept her energy recovery in the back of her mind. Since she was so sure that she wouldn't injure herself, Long Chen didn't bother her further. Hours flew by. Long Chen estimated that he had consumed over 3,000 tiger bone life spirit pills since reaching the second heaven stage. Finally, another explosive sound rang out. A wave of qi erupted out of Long Chen, breaking through the formation and whirling into the sky. Life energy made greenery cover the mountain in an instant. Withered trees once more germinated. Long Chen felt a youthful energy pulsing within him. It felt as if he could nourish all things within this world. It was an indescribable feeling. In that instant, Long Chen felt like he had been reborn. He felt completely different from before. My life energy has reached 90%, with my death energy having been compressed to the pinnacle. I can freely control life energy. Long Chen clenched his fist, excitedly sensing the changes in his body. He almost cried out upon sensing the changes to his body. His mind-sea had started to give rise to soul runes. Those runes were as tiny as specks of dust, but they were definitely present. Before this, his spiritual strength had been formless, but now he found that these runes were moving as he wished. Although he hadn't used them in battle yet, he was confident that if he gathered all his spiritual strength once more, he definitely wouldn't have his defenses instantly pierced by Feng Fei's life soul beast. I really want to fight her again. Long Chen clenched his fist. Last time he had lost in the soul competition. If the Divine Gate Star hadn't taken action, the consequences would have been unthinkable. But now that he had reached the second step of Nether Passage, his spiritual strength had also grown. The Nether Passage realm was truly inconceivable. Perhaps the reason my spiritual strength lost to Feng Fei's was because of my realm. Feng Fei has never revealed her own realm. Long Chen suddenly recalled that he didn't truly know Feng Fei's realm. He looked toward his astral spaces. Life spiritual qi filled them. When he linked them together, he felt endless energy within his body. He had an urge to find a powerful expert to fight. It had been a long time since he had felt his energy grow so explosively. Boss. Just as Long Chen was immersed in his delight at advancing, Xuanhuan came rushing in due to the disturbance. You've advanced to the second step so quickly. Xuanhuan was shocked. Long Chen had only been back for 2.5 days. He had yet to even reach the first step when he had arrived, with his life and death energy still not being separate, but he had now reached the second step. The Dragon Blood warriors had the blessing of the heavenly Tao's and Liu Ruyan's yin and yang energy. Their cultivation bases could only be described as soaring daily. Kajianying and the elders could only sigh when they saw that. However, Long Chen had progressed even faster than them. That was beyond monstrous. This is pretty slow. My goal was to reach the third step. Long Chen shook his head. Damn, Xuanhuan almost coughed up blood. That was far too arrogant. Long Chen's goal had truly been the third step, but he was requiring far more medicinal pills than he had anticipated. Before this, when he had calculated that he had enough pills, he had Ling Er stop refining the Tiger Bone Life Spirit pill. He could sense that her aura was flagging. In her excitement, she hadn't noticed. Now he had a few leftover Tiger Bone Life Spirit pills. He tossed them into the primal chaos space. Even if he had no use for them, he couldn't sell them to others. That might cause a calamity. Originally, Long Chen had wanted Ling Er to refine some death spirit pills, but Ling Er was too excited. He was afraid of her secretly refining beyond her limits, so he decided to put a pause on things. Has the time come? Asked Long Chen. Yes, the Martial Heaven Alliance's people have gathered. The Alliance head had me come get you, said Xuanhuan. Long Chen nodded and left toward the palace with Xuanhuan. There were hundreds of thousands of disciples gathered in the plaza in front of the palace. Cheers rang out when those disciples saw Long Chen. The news that he had fought to a draw with Feng Fei had reached all their ears. When Feng Fei had come, almost all of them had personally seen her peerless beauty and power. She was someone venerated like a god, an unrivaled existence, but Long Chen had still drawn with her. Meng Qi Chu Yao, Tang Waner, Yizhikyu, Dong Minju, Liu Ruyan, Cloud, Gu Yang, Song Minjuan, Li Qi, and Yue Zifeng were leading the Dragonblood Legion's warriors. All of them were like sharp divine weapons ready for combat. Bao Buping, Chang Hao, and the rest of the heaven-splitting battle sex disciples were present. Meanwhile, Hua Shiyu and Zhao Ziyan were leading the elites of the Xuanhuan Dao sect. The disciples from the various sects of the Martial Heaven Alliance were all here, waiting to move out. They looked at Long Chen emotionally. Long Chen, it's almost time. Do you want to say a few words? Asked the old man. The Alliance head would be more suited to such a thing, said Long Chen. Jianying has spoken. You can add a few more words. After all, upon entering the territory of the divine families, everyone will be listening to you. You can state any plans you have now, said the old man. Jianying had said some encouraging words before Long Chen had arrived. If nothing else, she wanted them to cherish this opportunity. They were to be careful and not cause unnecessary trouble. All right, then I'll say some simple words. Long Chen nodded and stood before everyone. Overlooking the hundreds of thousands of disciples, his voice rang out loud and clear. Brothers and sisters of the Martial Heaven Alliance, we will be entering the star-filled divine world in search of chances to increase our realms and change our fates. You're all aware of the tribulation approaching this world, so I won't talk about that. You know how serious this situation is. What we need to do is use our limited resources to get as strong as possible. We cannot give up the slightest chance that will allow us to survive the upcoming tribulation. Every bit stronger you get is a bit more hope for the Martial Heaven continent. So what I want to tell you is, we will not be causing trouble in the star-filled divine world, but if anyone dares to provoke us, whether they're from the corrupt path, the ancient races, the ancient family alliance, or even disciples from the divine families, you still need to slap them in the face. The old man smiled while Jianying sighed. This little fellow was always like this. She asked everyone not to cause trouble while Long Chen encouraged them. Jianying glared at the old man and suddenly reached out and viciously pinched his waist. She realized that he was dissatisfied with her words from before, and rather than say it himself, he had used Long Chen to speak. Long Chen continued, I'm not joking. At this time, even the slightest chance can determine whether you live or die. This relates to the very survival of the Martial Heaven continent. We won't take opportunities from others, but if others want to take your opportunities, then it's not just bullying at this point, it is murder. You don't need to be courteous to such people. As long as you are not in the wrong, then don't be afraid. Beat them. If you can't beat them, call for me and I will beat them. Remember, anyone who is against us is our enemy at this time. Mercy and compassion are not for enemies. We will definitely encounter many trials within the star-filled divine world. The pickings are slim, and there are many people fighting over them. Conflicts will definitely occur, so remember to be united. Only by being united can we avoid being picked off one by one. That is the only way to increase our chances of survival and win more opportunities, understood? Understood. The disciples roared with passion. Hearing that they didn't need to give face or concede to anyone, not even to the divine families, lit a blazing fire within them. Move out! Long Chen shouted, and the disciples poured into the transportation formation. Chapter 24-27, The Senior Generation's Commitment. Translator Born to Be. Watching as the disciples entered the transportation formation, one group after another, the various sect leaders nodded and waved toward their disciples. Perhaps it was because of the impending dark era, but they had temporarily set aside all their personal grievances. At this point in time, the Martial Heaven Alliance had reached an unprecedented level of unity. Both the senior generation and the junior generation were profoundly aware that if they still didn't unite at this time, the Dark Era would be the end of the entire Martial Heaven continent. The Martial Heaven Alliance was founded due to the righteous path being scattered grains of sand. They united in order to protect themselves. Now, the Martial Heaven Alliance had returned to that state. Back in the time of the senior generation, Jianying had led the Martial Heaven Alliance in a successful campaign against the corrupt path, fighting battle after battle. But not everyone was won over by her. Jianying was willing to spill blood for the Alliance, and it was true that she was powerful. But in the cultivation world where power was respected, an overwhelming power that could suppress others was the only way to get people to worship you. Moral character was not enough. So while the senior generation's people all acknowledged her, only a few actually worshipped her. Due to this, some people's morality had grown lacking, but she still had a group of loyal followers. As cultivators, the strong were worshipped. As long as you were strong enough, everything that you said was right. Jining had not reached that level of power in her era, but now, the Martial Heaven Alliance had such a figure. That figure was Long Chen. Although he was not the future alliance head, everyone knew it was because he disdained that position and would rather have his freedom. Long Chen had previously said that he would have to obediently listen to Yi Lingshan's orders. Although it had contained a slight joking tone, everyone knew that he was expressing that as long as he was present, Yi Lingshan's position could not be shaken by anyone. In title, Yi Lingshan was the future leader of the Martial Heaven Alliance, but in reality, Long Chen was the true mental pillar of the disciples. They felt even greater admiration for Long Chen due to this decision to purely focus on the martial Tao and not abandon it for some status or position. They understood that true experts disdained such a thing. That was why they all listened to Yi Lingshan's orders without hesitation. They knew that Yi Lingshan's orders represented Long Chen's. A total of 800,000 disciples were moving out at the same time. It was a grand sight. The Martial Heaven Alliance's transportation formation was constantly flashing as disciples entered one group after another. Seeing those disciples' fearless gazes, quite a few of the elders felt sour inside. The star-field divine world was considered a remnant from ancient times. Hence, there were people from the corrupt path, the ancient family alliance, and other powers entering as well. Even the sea demon race was entering. Ignoring the dangers of the actual star-field divine world, with so many enemy experts inside, it was unknown how many people would be returning alive. They were extremely unwilling to let their disciples go, but this era was not theirs. They could only smile and wave in encouragement. In the end, the last batch of people left were the Dragonblood Legion as well as the various lead disciples such as Yi Lingshan, Chang Hao, Bao Buping, and the others. "Let's go." Long Chen cupped his fists toward the old man and led that group into the transportation formation. Seeing them about to leave, Jianying was about to speak when she was stopped by the old man. "Don't. Telling them to be cautious is unnecessary. The children have grown and they know what to do. We have to trust them." Jianying had no children, but she viewed her disciples as her children. With those children leaving, she felt hollow inside. Li Tianxuan added, "Don't worry, with Long Chen present, they definitely won't be on the losing end." Jianying nodded. "Yes, I trust them. If the children are working so hard, the adults can't slack off. Long Chen left some barrier-breaking pills for me. Anyone who has reached the 3rd step of Nether Passage and wishes to attempt reaching the 4th step can take one." Barrier-breaking pills. Yes, 12th tier top-grade barrier-breaking pills. As long as your death energy has not proliferated, you can consume one, said Jianying. Yan Nanshan and the other Grand Elders of the Martial Heaven Alliance couldn't help shaking their heads and sighing. They hadn't been born in the right era. These barrier-breaking pills would not help them. Yan Nanshan added, "You should think about this. These barrier-breaking pills will instantly stimulate your death energy. Since each person has different aptitudes and some people have been stuck at the 3rd step for too long, this stimulation may be too much for your life and death energy to ever balance again. You would be unable to reach the samsara realm, and your life and death energy might solidify. You would never be able to use your life and death energy again." Yan Nanshan was warning them that these barrier-breaking pills were not risk-free. They had to think about it before using them. One of the elders suddenly said, "Alliance head, please give me one. If I still don't take this chance, I'm going to be buried in the ground before long. So what if I'm crippled? This era isn't ours. If I don't break through, I won't be able to do anything. But if I succeed, perhaps I can do something on the battlefield. Even if I can't do anything big, perhaps I can save at least one child." The other experts couldn't help being moved. This person was a sect leader. He was willing to take this risk. These elders who had missed this era had managed to advance to the 3rd step due to the change in heaven and earth. However, the 3rd step was the limit. The heavenly Taos did not assist them in advancing any further. A top-grade barrier-breaking pill gave them a slight chance of reaching the 4th step. But even then, their combat power would not compare to a true 4th step Nether Passage expert. The lack of talent and aptitude could not be made up for with this pill. Normally, such a risk would not be worth it. However, this sect leader was clear. At the very least, if it succeeded, he might be able to become a sacrificial meat shield on the battlefield at a critical time. If he didn't make this breakthrough, then he wouldn't even be qualified to do that. This heroism affected all of them. Alliance head, are there enough barrier-breaking pills? Can I have one? I want one as well. All those who had reached the third step began to step forward, a determined light in their eyes. Gajayaniang was moved, who said that the righteous path's experts were all selfish. When a great calamity descended, their light shone just as bright. There are plenty of pills, so don't rush. Think it over before coming to take one. Jianing began to distribute the pills. She felt a trace of warmth inside. This era was not theirs, but they could use their actions to show that the senior generation had their own courage and determination. They were willing to sacrifice everything for the martial heaven continent. This was a kind of pride. "Old man, do you want one?" asked Jianing. "No, leave it to someone else. I believe that I can break through with my own power," the old man spoke confidently. The years that his cultivation base had been stuck at the life star realm benefited him now. As the world changed, he ended up being more blessed by the heavenly Taos than the others of the senior generation. He wanted to use his own power to reach the fourth step. That determined light moved Jianing. This old man with a temper that irritated her so badly had perhaps attracted her precisely due to this aspect of him. "Let's go into seclusion for our breakthroughs." The old man waved his hand, and everyone slowly scattered. Hundreds of flying boats shook the sky as they whistled through the air. They were packed with the disciples of the Martial Heaven Alliance. The lead boat belonged to the Dragonblood Legion. All the Dragonblood warriors were high-spirited and filled with excitement. "What are you so excited about? You look like you're going to a fight." Long Chen looked at them curiously. They were rubbing their fists in anticipation. One of the squad leaders said, "Boss, Xuanhuan told us that we have to work hard to capture Feng Fei for you." "Boss Xuanhuan, what are you pinching me for?" "Xuanhuan, if I don't give you a proper massage this time, it seems that you won't learn just who your boss is." Long Chen clenched his teeth furiously. This fellow's head had definitely been damaged. Even if you had to con someone, who would con them like this? Meng Qi and the others were all on the boat, looking oddly at him. "Boss, this is just to boost morale. I was wrong, I wouldn't dare. Ah, save me." The sound of a pig being slaughtered began to come from the Dragonblood Legion's flying boat, causing the disciples on the other flying boats to stare at each other oddly. Gu Yang and the others, laughter followed. "You deserve it. You start misbehaving as soon as you forget your last beating," laughed Tang Wanner, turning a blind eye to Xuanhuan's plight. "Long Chen, we've arrived," said Meng Qi suddenly. Chapter 24-28, The Arrogant Mo Nian. Translator, born to be. Heavens, there's so many people. When they arrived, they saw a veritable ocean of people. Everyone's hearts thumped. The number of people present was truly monstrous. Up ahead was the entrance to the divine families. The experts of all the various powers had long since arrived. Originally, Long Chen had thought that the Martial Heaven Alliance would have brought the most people, but upon arriving, he saw that it wasn't the case. The Martial Heaven Alliance had had over 1 million elite disciples, but while attacking the Nether Passage realm, half of them had failed. These remaining 800,000 disciples were the full power of the Martial Heaven Alliance. The numbers advantage that they had assumed they would possess was not so obvious any longer. An initial estimate of the experts present was around 5 million. Long Chen and the others were stunned. Those experts saw Long Chen's group arriving. Some people amongst the crowd beckoned toward him, creating a path for him. The ones greeting him were those from the Beideng family, the Nangong family, the elusive music immortal palace, and the Xuan beasts. Nangong Zuyu, Beideng Rushuang, and Ziyan were leading their respective groups. They had long since arrived and had helped occupy space for Long Chen. "It's been a long time. Your radiance is as blinding as ever. Here, let us have a pure hug for each of you." Long Chen walked off the flying boat, laughing as he greeted them. Regretfully, the three of them ignored him, brushing past him and instead warmly greeting Meng Qi and the others. "Boss, while your cultivation base grew during this time, your pickup arts have clearly regressed," snickered Xuanhuan. "Brother Long, it's been a long time." Suddenly, a man walked out of the crowd. The first thing noticeable about him was the giant die behind him. Hu Feng. This person was the heir to the gambling heavenly Tao, Hu Feng. It almost felt like he had vanished during this time. It had been a long time since there was any news of him. At this time, Hu Feng didn't even appear to be a cultivator. He seemed much more like a refined scholar. "It really has been a while. I see that you've profited quite a bit recently. I wonder if you can guide this little brother to profit as well." Long Chen smiled. He had never sensed any hostility from Hu Feng. "Brother Long is joking. I'll probably be the one following you this time in the star-field divine world. I'll be hoping for your guidance," said Hu Feng humbly. "Oh, do you know more about the star-field divine world?" asked Long Chen curiously. Hu Feng shook his head. "I'm not clear about the star-field divine world. However, I did some divination, and I know that a tribulation is coming for me, one that will decide my life or death. I have found that if I have a certain person's help, I will be able to benefit immensely from this tribulation, but I was unable to find any clues about who that person is. But after pondering over it, I believe that Brother Long is the one most likely to be able to help me during my time of crisis." "You know divination. Brother, can you help me tell when I will become a famous figure?" asked Xuanhuan excitedly. "Brother Gu is joking. I can only gamble against the heavenly Taos myself. This divination is limited to myself. Furthermore, Brother Gu, you have created an unprecedented cultivation path with your armor. You've long since become a famous figure." "Ha ha ha, although I know that you're just being polite, I don't know why, but it really feels good." Xuanhuan gave him a thumbs up. "Brother Hu, what is there to say? We naturally should help each other out in the star-field divine world. If the Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples are in trouble, I trust that you won't just stand to the side and watch, right?" said Long Chen. "Of course not," Hu Feng nodded. "Who would have thought that the world's #1 alliance would have so few people? It seems that quite a few lives were lost on the Nether Passage path." Just as they were conversing, a sinister voice rang out above the chatter of the crowd. Things fell silent. The Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples' expression sank. This was a clear provocation. They looked over to find that the voice came from the side of the corrupt path. The corrupt path's experts opened a path, revealing two people. One of them was the corrupt path's #1 heavenly genius, Tianzizi. Beside him was another person, but that person was covered in a black cloak that concealed his face. There was no aura coming from him. Without looking at him, it was impossible to sense his existence. Black chi whirled around Tianzizi as if he was a god of death. The death chi within him was incredibly powerful. He had reached the third step of Nether Passage, and his death energy was extremely dense. It also contained a corrosive aura. Just looking at him made people feel like they were being invaded by death energy, as if they were rapidly aging. Tianzizi had grown far stronger during this time. That wasn't just his cultivation base but something else. His voice was full of arrogance. However, Long Chen wasn't even looking at him. His gaze was on the person beside him. That person gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. That feeling was a bit familiar. Long Chen suddenly realized what was so familiar about it. "You're that person on top of the Lotus Throne in the corrupt god cemetery." When he had charged into the corrupt god cemetery while chasing Tianzizi, he had been drawn into the depths of the cemetery by the corrupt emperor. The corrupt emperor had only had a wisp of his remnant soul remaining and had been unable to kill Long Chen. He had tried to use the mechanisms of the cemetery to kill Long Chen. There had been a black lotus throne between the 16 coffins. Long Chen had tried to attack the person sitting there, but he had triggered a formation and almost died. At that time, he had only seen his back, but the instant that he had attacked, a trace of this person's aura had leaked out. Although it had just been a trace, the 9-star Hegemon body art had memorized it. Despite the fact that this man wasn't releasing any aura now, Long Chen could still guess his identity. However, the man didn't move or reply. It was as if he hadn't heard Long Chen. "Long Chen, your death is at hand. The star-field divine world will be your burial ground." Tianzizi laughed arrogantly. "This fellow's a bother. Boss, how about we just kill him now? As long as you give the order, I'll immediately bury him," said Xuanhuan. Tianzizi was truly arrogant. The Dragon Blood warriors were bristling. If Long Chen gave the order, they would immediately attack. The killing intent of the Dragon Blood Legion filled the air, shocking the other experts. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. 10 years I wandered with my bow, my arrows causing heaven and earth to shake. The 9 heavens, 10 lands, and all the universe will revolve around me. Suddenly, a voice rang out from a great distance, cutting through the tense atmosphere. Everyone's attention was drawn over. Monayan appeared, the hood of a cloak covering his face above his nose. A faint smile of contempt was the only thing revealed. Monayan was standing at the front of a flying boat, and he had a multicolored bow on his back. It went without saying that this arrival was quite flashy. He slowly took off his hood, revealing his face. Overlooking the experts, he laughed. "Rookies tremble in fear. I am no longer the old Mo Nyan. My friends, unleash your cheers. I will be your strongest support. As for my enemies, unleash your cries because I will be your nightmare. You can spend your final moments living in terror. Has Mo Nyan gone crazy? Is he not afraid of a beating? Xuanhuan looked at Mo Nyan in disbelief. Mo Nyan's aura clearly showed that he had just entered the Nether Passage realm. His life and death energy was still fluctuating. He had yet to even balance it, meaning that his tribulation had just finished. Someone who had just advanced to Nether Passage was acting this arrogant. No, he wouldn't be Mo Nyan if he wasn't arrogant in his current state, said Long Chen with a smirk. The current Mo Nyan truly looked like he needed a beating, but his realm was simply bait. Cultivation base wasn't the only indicator of power. Mo Nyan was truly evil. He was intentionally releasing the aura of his cultivation base, acting like a pig to eat the tiger. Dai Feng, where are you? Your daddy Mo is here to settle our debts. Mo Nyan swaggered off the flying boat, shouting at the distant experts of the ancient family alliance. Chapter 24-29 Mysterious Man. Translator Born to Be. Mo Nyan's arrogant challenge made Dai Feng sneer. He no longer viewed Mo Nyan as a real opponent. He didn't even care about him. In his heart, his only real opponent was Feng Fei. He was about to say a few mocking words to Mo Nyan about learning his place when Mo Nyan suddenly pointed to Tian Zizi. Little fellow, you dare to cause trouble for my brother. Have you grown tired of living? Do you not know that Long Chen is under my protection? If you anger me, I'll crush you in an instant. Do you want to test me? Mo Nyan's arrogance shocked everyone. Just what gave him this confidence to challenge Dai Feng and then say that he could crush Tian Zizi? If you want to die, I don't mind helping you out. Tian Zizi was enraged by this provocation from someone who had just entered the Nether Passage realm. Tian Zizi already had a bellyful of anger due to being defeated by Long Chen, and was looking for a way to wipe out that humiliation. During this time, he had been taught by the corrupt emperor and the heroic spirits of the past peak experts of the corrupt path. It could be said that he was now a completely different person. With his power having grown explosively, he was confident in being able to kill Long Chen, so he hadn't been able to hold himself back from taunting him. It was to anger Long Chen, as well as to announce to everyone that he wanted revenge. Mo Nyan suddenly laughed. You'll help me out? Ha ha ha, excellent. I have never encountered a real opponent in my years of domination. I have started to grow tired of this life. This world is full of bitterness and vexation. Come, I've lived enough. Come kill me. Long Chen smirked. Mo Nyan's ego had grown. Only a sovereign was qualified to say something. Come out and face your death then. Tian Zizi stepped forward, but the silent cloaked man beside him suddenly grabbed his arm. You aren't a match for him. This mysterious man's voice was only audible to him. Tian Zizi was filled with disbelief. You're saying that I can't beat him. You've misjudged him. You are a divine son, but he is also one. The divine seal in his body is over 10 times denser than yours. But that's impossible. Didn't you say that my divine seal can be considered outstanding amongst divine sons? How could his divine energy be so much greater? Demanded Tian Zizi. His divine seal is very strange. According to reason, this level of divine energy isn't something that he should be able to control. However, he is. Perhaps only he knows the secret of why. Due to both of you possessing divine seals, he will absolutely counter you. You don't have any chance of beating him. Then, Tian Zizi clenched his fist and ground his teeth. He had been looking for a chance to wipe out his disgrace now that his power had grown, but instead he encountered someone who was a perfect counter for him. That feeling made him want to cough up blood. Don't worry, I will kill Mo Nyan. You just have to handle Long Chen, said the mysterious man indifferently. Hey, what are you two whispering? If you're afraid, I don't mind going 2 against 1. 1 sheep, 2 sheep, it's all the same to me, said Mo Nyan loudly. Tian Zizi coldly said, Brat, I'll let you be arrogant for now. Once we enter the star-filled divine world, I will kill you and all the righteous path's disciples. Suddenly, an arrow blasted toward Tian Zizi like a bolt of lightning. It came without any warning. Tian Zizi snorted and raised his hand, catching the arrow. But in that instant the runes on the arrow lit up, and a ferocious aura erupted. Tian Zizi's expression changed. The arrow exploded. Black chi covered Tian Zizi, having protected him. However, the hand that he had caught the arrow with was a bloody pulp now, making people gasp. They turned toward the Dragonblood Legion just in time to see Xuanhuan slowly lowering his arm. There was an arm protector with 4 cylinders attached to it. That attack had come from him. Xuanhuan sneered. Since we're all enemies, why wait to enter the Starfield divine world? We can settle things right now. The army of the Martial Heaven Alliance can have a fight to the death with your corrupt path right here and now. Anyone who doesn't want to get impacted should leave. Killing intent suddenly raged through the air. This was a killing intent that terrified the surrounding experts. When the Dragonblood warriors unsheathed their swords, their killing intent made it feel like they were seeing a sea of blood. The Martial Heaven Alliance's experts followed suit, taking out their weapons. The other experts retreated, not wanting to get caught in between. If they died to some shockwaves from this battle, it would be a far too meaningless death. The most shocking thing was how unified the disciples of the Martial Heaven Alliance were. They had never possessed such cohesiveness. Under Long Chen's lead, the Righteous Path's sleeping lions have finally awoken, praised Nangong Zuyu upon seeing the sharp light in the eyes of the righteous disciples. The name of the number one alliance wasn't for nothing. When the alliance was first formed, they dominated the continent. But after the crisis, the will of the people scattered, and no expert that could subdue everyone else appeared, resulting in the righteous path becoming scattered sand. Now though, with the dark era at hand, they have no choice but to work together to unleash their full potential. Also, they have an outstanding figure like Long Chen to lead them. The number one alliance of this world has finally regained its own nature. Beiding, Xuanhuan nodded along with Nangong Zuyu. This time, the Nangong and Beiding families had brought 100,000 disciples each, while the Dongfeng family and the Ximen family had brought 120,000 disciples each. The four everlasting families had brought over 400,000 people altogether. They could be considered a terrifying force. Meanwhile, the ancient races had only sent 200,000 disciples. The ancient races were the ones in the most awkward position. They had originally relied on the Xuan beasts and became enemies with Long Chen. Now that the Xuan beasts had accepted the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race as their leader, the ancient races could be considered to still belong to the Xuan beasts in title, but the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race never gave them a second glance. The other Xuan beasts also looked down on them, viewing them as opportunists who fled at danger and only came for benefits. As for the human race, the ancient races had long since burned any goodwill with them. Even the corrupt path and the ancient family alliance didn't care about them. There were no outstanding disciples amongst the ancient races any longer. 200,000 pieces of cannon fodder were not viewed as important. Therefore, the ancient races no longer had any value and could only continue being humiliated as they stayed beneath the Xuan beasts. The Xuan beasts had sent 300,000 experts. Although it looked to only be 100,000 more, they were true elites amongst elites. Previously, Kuei Yuzhu had asked Long Chen about this. The Xuan beasts had possessed 550,000 people qualified to enter the Starfield divine world, but Long Chen had proposed sending only 300,000. The focus was on quality, not quantity. Furthermore, the focus was on those with better brains. Fools would only slow the others down. Because of a single person's foolishness, a whole pile of people could be dragged down. The ancient family alliance had sent 400,000 disciples, which could be considered astounding. But the inexplicable thing was that the corrupt path had sent over 600,000 disciples. Their numbers were only second to the righteous path. The most frightening thing about the corrupt path was that their people all had a level of faith that made them fearless in battle. Now, they also had numbers. With Long Chen and Tian Zizi going against each other, the righteous and corrupt paths were poised to start a battle right here and now. Everyone's hearts shook, but they were also feeling anticipation for this battle. It would be a world-shaking battle that they would witness. Foolish brats, do you really think that the corrupt path is afraid of you? The mysterious man beside Tian Zizi finally spoke up. He slowly walked forward. Since you want to die, you can die right now. This man was clearly the true leader of the corrupt path now. Tian Zizi was just an accompanying character, so just who was this person? Had he really come from the corrupt god cemetery like Long Chen had said? Monayan, when the battle starts, you and I have to beat that fellow immediately. Don't hold back in the slightest. We have to eliminate him as fast as possible, transmitted Long Chen. No need, I can handle him myself, said Monayan confidently. Don't be stupid. If my guess is correct, he should be a sovereign sprout that the corrupt path has been nourishing for tens of thousands of years. His power is definitely no less than Feng Fei's. What? Chapter 24, 30 Turn the Tables. Translator born to be. The knowledge of existences known as sovereign sprouts had spread throughout the continent thanks to Feng Fei's descent. A sovereign sprout was someone with a chance of becoming a sovereign. Even if they didn't become a sovereign, as long as they didn't die, they would definitely reach the realm of emperors. Onion had inherited a nether god's mortal husk and absorbed the energy within the divine pool. All the experience that Hong Ye-yang had before becoming a god, and all his peak techniques were in Mo Nian's possession. It could be said that the current Mo Nian possessed a terrifying power. However, he couldn't instantly master all those techniques. He needed to gradually grow accustomed to them before being able to unleash his full potential. Hearing that this mysterious man could be a sovereign sprout, Mo Nian was startled, but he also had an urge to fight. He had the combat experience of a nether god, which was enough for him to be arrogant. Long Chen, leave him to me. I want to test him myself. Mo Nian's eyes blazed with a desire for combat. He never had the justification to fight Feng Fei, so he had never had a chance to fight someone on that level. But this mysterious man was from the corrupt path. He didn't need an excuse to fight him. Onion knew Long Chen's intent was to avoid extra casualties by immediately eliminating this man as a threat, but he wanted to fight him by himself. Long Chen was hesitant. Once they entered the star-field divine world, if this fellow were to hunt down the righteous disciples, then other than he and Mo Nian, no one would be able to stop him. He hoped to eliminate him now to remove this threat, but since Mo Nian wanted to test his power, he was caught in an awkward position. Just at this moment, a beautiful carriage broke through the void and appeared in front of everyone. It's Feng Fei. This carriage was well known to be Feng Fei's carriage. How regretful. In the distance, a muscular horned man spat on the ground irritably. This person was the prince of the six-horned sea serpent race who had fought against Long Chen over the largest chi flow stream during the chi flow eruption. Long Chen had beaten him and made him flee. When the sea demon race had later tried to cause trouble for him, Long Chen had poisoned the martial heaven sea ring, forcing the sea demon race to lower their heads to him. At that time, he had even made conditions for their surrender, ordering them to break Dongfeng Yuyang's legs. The sea demon race really had followed his orders and given a beating to Dongfeng Yuyang, which had raised quite a fuss at the time. However, after that matter, the sea demon race had fallen silent. They only resurfaced now that the star-field divine world was opening. Not only were they participating, but they also had 1,500,000 experts. They were the ones who had brought the most people. The sea demons found beneath the sea were more numerous than the life forms on the continent. This time, they had brought out all their elites. Every one of them could be considered a true expert. Due to not having a good relationship with the races on the land, they were standing in their own region at one of the edges. When the prince saw Long Chen and the corrupt path about to start fighting, he got excited. But now that Feng Fei had come, this battle would definitely be stopped. It wasn't just the sea demon race that was disappointed by this. The ancient family alliance's people were the same, especially Dai Feng. Feng Fei's carriage was surrounded by her bodyguards and attendants. They opened the door, and the beautiful and icy Feng Fei walked out. She looked over at the crowd. Upon spotting Long Chen, her eyes brightened ever so slightly. She nodded toward him. It seems your recovery went well. You even have the energy to stir up trouble. Very good, very good. Her voice was emotionless. The two very goods that she said made some people wonder what she meant. Last time, Long Chen and Feng Fei had fought with their spiritual strength, resulting in both sides being injured. Therefore, Long Chen's reputation had risen throughout the entire continent. After being injured, Feng Fei had said that they would have another competition once they both recovered. It was unknown whether Feng Fei's words indicated that they might fight right now. Where did you see me stirring up trouble? You just give verdicts without knowing what happened. Calling you stupid is really not wrong, sneered Long Chen. Long Chen hated Feng Fei's arrogance. It was as if she thought that whatever she said was right and others couldn't argue. As soon as she arrived, she labeled him a troublemaker. Long Chen, you really are brazen, shouted one of the attendants furiously. Fuck, can you not change your phrases? I feel my ears rotting from hearing the same thing over and over and over again. Did your teacher never teach you any other words? Long Chen looked at that bodyguard. It seemed that he had a rather special status amongst the bodyguards, as he was always the one to speak. Every time he did speak, he never said anything new. If it weren't for the distance between them, Long Chen would definitely slap him. That bodyguard was actually the strongest amongst Feng Fei's bodyguards, and he was even further enraged. Feng Fei raised a hand, cutting him off. Looking at Long Chen, she said, Words are meaningless. We will have a battle sooner or later. Hopefully, you can find some miraculous encounters inside the star-field divine world, or it would be too boring. Long Chen shook his head, not even feeling an urge to speak to this woman. Feng Fei, why are you targeting my brother so much? Have you fallen for him? Asked Mo Nian suddenly, looking from Feng Fei to Long Chen with a sudden realization. Long Chen twitched with a desire to slap Mo Nian. This fellow really was cut from the same cloth as Gu Ran. He conned him just the same. Meng Qi and the others were standing right there. Bastard! Shut up! You dare to blaspheme Senior Feng Fei. Someone like you should be tossed into the tongue-ripping hell. Feng Fei turned pale from rage. She clenched her fists, never having been insulted like this in her life. She was so enraged that she couldn't speak, but her attendants took her place. As if not seeing Feng Fei's killing intent or Long Chen's furious gaze, Mo Nian laughed. Don't be embarrassed. It's far too normal for men to have multiple wives in this day and age. Who doesn't want to go around hugging girls left and right? Suddenly, a gong appeared and struck Mo Nian in the back of his head. The clanging sound made everyone jump. Mo Nian had been in the midst of rattling when that gong struck him. His head was ringing. He furiously demanded, "Who hit me?" However, Mo Nian instantly deflated upon seeing who had hit him. He awkwardly said, "Zhang Ying, what's wrong?" "What's wrong? You also want to be like a certain womanizer. Having multiple wives is normal, so you're not normal. You want to go around hugging girls left and right. Speak, who are you planning on hugging? What am I not enough for you? Tell me who you're planning on hugging." Liu Zhangying began banging the gong on Mo Nian's head, dumbfounding people. As Mo Nian protected his head, he just allowed her to hit him. "I was talking about Long Chen." "You were talking about him, but are you saying that you never thought about it yourself? You're pretty envious, huh? You're jealous of him." The sight of Mo Nian being scolded by a woman, who had clearly just entered the Nether Passage realm and had a weak aura, was startling and funny to the various experts present. "You deserve it," Long Chen clapped. Retribution had finally come. Who had asked Mo Nian to con him? Now he ended up having conned himself. Feng Fei and the others also looked at Mo Nian oddly, not knowing how to react to this. "Dear wife, there's so many people here. Give me some face. If you want to hit me, wait until we're home and there's no one around," implored Mo Nian. HMPH. Liu Zhangying snorted and turned away, temporarily letting Mo Nian off. Upon seeing Long Chen's satisfied smile, Liu Zhangying walked over to Tang Wan'er. She handed the deformed gong to her. "You can't indulge men. If you can get past things, then get past them. If you can't, turn the tables on them." Long Chen's expression instantly darkened. What was that supposed to mean? Tang Wan'er smiled and received the broken gong, even thanking her. After this, Mo Nian hid in the crowd, no longer as arrogant as before. Feng Fei took a deep breath and calmed herself. "The time has come. Everyone follow me." Feng Fei took out a pitch-black object. Before they could see what it was, she made a cut with it through the air. A world-piercing divine stone. The divine families actually have an existence from legends. Zia Chen cried out in shock. A giant crack appeared in the void. Feng Fei walked in first, followed by everyone else. Once they entered, they found themselves in a world completely different from the martial heaven continent. Even the laws present were subtly different. Everything was dark and dusky. It was like they were passing through a channel of space-time. They felt their bodies twisting. Those with weaker cultivation bases were revealed. Liu Zhangying was pale, and Mo Nian reached out to support her, lessening the pressure on her. Suddenly, the channel vanished and they appeared atop a giant platform. When they looked around, countless startled cries rang out. Chapter 24, 31 Ghost Ship. Translator Born to Be. Everyone found that they had appeared on a giant island floating in the void. There were countless stars around them. Where is this place? It felt like they had been transported into the boundless cosmos. Furthermore, there were already millions of experts present. They outnumbered the total experts of the martial heaven continent. Those experts were wearing robes of the divine families. Amongst them, some waved to Long Chen. Long Chen recognized them to be the warriors from the 8th Legion. Long Chen waved back, but the warriors of the 8th Legion were drowned out by the countless disciples of the divine families that were present. There was a veritable tide of them. The Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples whispered amongst themselves. "Everyone, don't panic. This is the entrance to the star-field divine world." An ancient voice rang out. Everyone looked over to see two towering stone pillars. The space between them was in constant flux, and it was impossible to see past them. In front of this strange gateway was a white-haired elder. Senior Pil Dian, Long Chen was startled. This elder was actually the Pil Dian from the Divine Pil Division. He quickly realized the reason that it wasn't someone from the four divine families was due to the hostile relations between them. They needed an unbiased party for this to avoid any suspicions of favoritism. The Pil Dian's position within the divine families was extremely high, but he did not belong to any of the four families, so he was the one most suited to this task. Let me make the introductions. This senior is the Pil Dian of the divine families. His status is equivalent to the leaders of the four divine families. Don't miss anything he says, because it could determine whether you live or die. A heaven elder gave an introduction to those who didn't know the Pil Dian. Long Chen hadn't seen this elder before, so he didn't know what family he came from. He was rather cold, and everyone's whispering fell silent. Seeing that no one was talking or privately speaking spiritually, the elder nodded. He bowed toward the Pil Dian and indicated that he could continue. The Pil Dian smiled and stepped forward. The Starfield Divine World can be considered the path that connects the martial heaven continent and the divine world. It is also a place that people often claim to be the pathway to immortality or the staircase to godhood. A ruckus exploded. Even Long Chen was shocked. The pathway to immortality, the staircase to godhood. Didn't this mean that one could become a god or an immortal here? "Silence," shouted the elder. His voice was like thunder piercing people's ears. The Pil Dian waved his hand. "It's fine. Everyone will react like this when they hear such a thing. You don't need to be so strict. You're going to scare them. If there are any questions, please go ahead and ask." Seeing no one ask even after the Pil Dian permitted questions, Long Chen finally opened his mouth. "Senior Pil Dian, this little one is curious. The era of gods and immortals has passed. Isn't it impossible for anyone from the martial heaven continent to become a god or immortal in this era? How does that relate to the pathway to immortality and the staircase to godhood?" The Pil Dian laughed. "This is a good question. Hopefully everyone can relax slightly. If no one asked anything, it would have been awkward for me. In my old age, I don't know what things I should talk about and what I shouldn't. If I just prattled on and repeated the same thing a dozen times, it would be embarrassing." The Pil Dian's amicable air made everyone feel better. The reason no one had dared to ask anything was because of his high status. He was an existence equivalent to the four leaders of the divine families. They were afraid of asking the wrong question and offending him. Long Chen's question made them sigh in relief. Long Chen was really the one with the biggest guts on the martial heaven continent. They didn't know that Long Chen had already had an interaction with the Pil Dian. His competition with Yi Qian was nothing honorable to the divine families, so while the Pil Dian was fine with it, the divine families had locked down that information, making it forbidden to spread. So while people knew of Long Chen's competition with Feng Fei, they didn't know about his Pil battle with Yi Qian. Pil Dian said, "Long Chen's question is something I'm sure many people are also wondering about. From historical records, everyone knows that since the battle of the immortal era, the cultivation path has been severed. Gods and immortals still exist, but there are no longer cases of people being able to reach that realm. There are still inheritances of gods present, but they were left behind from that time. Any divine decrees that come are sent from an unknown world. The world of the gods isn't something that we know about. This Starfield divine world was the only path for the martial heaven continent's experts to become a god or immortal before the battle of the immortal era. But after that battle, the Starfield divine world was broken. It is now ruined, and what is left are its remains. So using this place to become a god or immortal isn't very likely. It was just some ruined wreckage." Hearing that, people were disappointed. So the stories of that time were not just myths. People really had been able to become gods or immortals, enjoying the same lifespan as the very world. The Pil Dian continued, "However, you don't need to feel discouraged. Although the Starfield divine world has crumbled, there are still relics left behind by countless experts. If you can obtain them, they can change your entire life. The Starfield divine world was what connected the martial heaven continent to the divine world. Before being broken, countless treasures and inheritances were left behind. After being broken, even sovereigns and emperors have gone through it and left behind their own marks on it. If you are lucky enough, you could obtain one of their inheritances as well." After hearing that, people's blood ignited once more. Sovereigns were supreme existences. Even the slightest inheritance from them would be enough to turn someone into a peerless genius. During Long Chen's tribulation, everyone was stunned by Sovereign Mo Li's combat prowess. That was their first time seeing a sovereign fight. Although they had ended up injuring each other in the end, and the sovereign had dissipated, allowing Long Chen to pass, who could say that Sovereign Mo Li hadn't appeared incredibly domineering. Even doing his best, Long Chen hadn't been able to block him. He had barely managed to pass. Sovereign Mo Li had called Long Chen brother, so letting him pass was within reason. Even blind people could guess that Long Chen's passing wasn't based on actual power. Within his generation, Long Chen was undefeated, but he hadn't even been able to retaliate against a sovereign who had been in the same realm as him. At that time, Sovereign Mo Li hadn't even unleashed any shocking techniques but had still completely suppressed Long Chen. It could be seen just how terrifying sovereigns were. On the martial heaven continent, Long Chen could be considered unrivaled, but he still wasn't a match for a sovereign. How could they not be excited that they could encounter the inheritance of a sovereign? Senior Pil Dian, this disciple has a question. Please excuse my rudeness, Nangong Zuyu suddenly spoke, bowing toward the Pil Dian. You're too courteous. Please ask. As long as I know the answer and can speak of it, I will answer, said the Pil Dian. I have heard that the star-field divine world is not just the path that connected the martial heaven continent with the divine world, but is also one of the paths of reincarnation of the heavenly Taos. I have heard that you can encounter a ghost ship within it. May I know if this is simply a rumor or a fact? Asked Nangong Zuyu. Many disciples had heard of a ghost ship as well, and their hearts pounded. There was a legend that within this world there was a kind of extremely bizarre existence, something that floated through the realm of yin and yang, past and future. A ghost ship was also called a cursed ship or a ship of calamity. Anyone who had seen one was struck by misfortune. Worst of all, they couldn't even mention it, or those who heard of it would also be cursed. It was an existence found only in legend. There were no actual records of it recorded. In the current era, they were considered stories people had dreamed up. They were stories used to scare children, not real things. However, as a peerless heavenly genius of the ancient era, the top expert of an everlasting family, Nangong Zuyu would not bring up nonsense, especially not here. For her to mention such a thing, she had to know something. The Pil Dian smiled and nodded. As expected of an everlasting family, you even know of the ghost ship. I'll explain a bit about the ghost ship. The stories about it are just stories, but the ghost ship truly exists. Not just that, but there was someone from the martial heaven continent who once forcibly stopped such a boat. What? Chapter 24, 32 Legend of a Sovereign. Translator Born to Be. How is that possible? Ghost ships exist between reality and fantasy. They manifest the very orbit of the cosmos as they shuttle between past and future. Stopping a ghost ship would be equivalent to stopping the movements of the very cosmos. Let alone a human, not even a god could do that. Suddenly, the mysterious expert from the corrupt god cemetery opened his mouth. He did not believe the Pil Dian. His words surprised people. It seemed that he had an even greater understanding of the ghost ships. Just who was he? The Pil Dian looked at him and smiled faintly. Having experienced reincarnation, what it means to swim between life and death, and training within the crack between the worlds of yin and yang, I'm sure you are aware that there is a kind of power separate from life and death. That power is the Tao of your existence. This world has always had a kind of person that transcends all bindings to exist outside the laws. The mysterious man shuddered, as if everything about him had been seen through by the Pil Dian. The other experts were even more shocked. Just who was this mysterious man? He was an existence that swam between life and death, something that existed between yin and yang. What did that mean? Mo Nian and Long Chen exchanged a glance. No wonder they had felt this person to be strange. It felt like they had sensed his aura from somewhere. Now they realized that this aura was Nether Chi. No one else could remember this aura because those memories were wiped out upon returning to the netherworld. Even Meng Qi and the others who had retained their memories when they had first come out had gradually lost them as time passed. Only Long Chen and Mo Nian still recalled that aura, and that was why they were shocked. Then may I ask who that person was? Asked the mysterious man. The Pil Dian worshipfully said, he was Sovereign Yun Shang. Sovereign Yun Shang. That name shook the crowd. No wonder. It felt like the only one capable of stopping a ghost ship was Sovereign Yun Shang. Long Chen had been prepared for such an answer. The only one who possessed such power was probably a sovereign, but he hadn't expected it to be Sovereign Yun Shang. In the distance, a white-robed man with a bamboo hat amongst the crowd quivered ever so slightly. His white robes were untouched by a single speck of dust. He gave off a feeling of transcendence, but curiously, despite clearly standing out amongst the crowd, no one seemed to sense him. "Senior, can you explain what a ghost ship is exactly?" asked Baideng Rushwang, bowing respectfully as she did so. The Pil Dian shook his head. "This question is difficult. Ghost ships are very mysterious. It is said that they bring misfortune and disasters. Back in the day, Sovereign Yun Shang managed to stop a ghost ship, but he did not mention any of the secrets of the ghost ships. He even warned his descendants to get out of the way of any ghost ships that they encountered in the future, but he did not explain further. There is only one thing that can be certain. The ghost ships have their own orbits, and the star-field divine world just happens to be a node of those trajectories. As for how many nodes there are or where the ghost ships come from, no one knows. The saying that they pass through the past and future is just a guess. There are some historical records of ghost ships appearing. Some people said that they saw immortals singing, some saw gods transmitting the Tao, some saw ghosts snarling, and some saw demons howling. Other than Sovereign Yun Shang, some people have set foot on a ghost ship, but they never returned alive. As for those who saw a ghost ship firsthand, of those who got closer to hear the sound of the Tao, a terrible calamity always befell them and they died miserably. Even if they fled the martial heaven continent, they couldn't escape that calamity. Speaking of which, I recall that there was an expert from the Heavenly Sea sect who encountered a ghost ship. Did his descendant come today? A righteous disciple stepped forward from within the crowd, sighing. "This disciple is from the Heavenly Sea sect. My ancestor truly saw a ghost ship. Upon returning to the sect, he was tormented by nightmares of devils and demons consuming his body. Even when he closed his eyes, he saw bizarre sights that no one else could see. 3 months later, he died suddenly. On the eve before his death, he warned his descendants to immediately flee upon seeing a ghost ship. After his death, the sect encountered 3 separate tribulations and was almost destroyed. It only began to slowly recover 1,000 years ago. This matter was always considered a secret of the sect that only a few core members were informed of, because..." The disciple suddenly shut his mouth. Pil Dian was the one who continued for him. "Because they are afraid of the curse continuing, correct? In truth, this is no curse. This is karma. The karma has passed now, so there is no need to be so fearful. However, everyone should take note to flee upon seeing a ghost ship. Something filled with so many unknowns is very frightening. Of course, if you feel like you can compare yourself to a sovereign, you can pretend that I never said anything." Hearing all this, the experts present felt a chill. It was unknown how many peerless geniuses throughout history had been attracted to the stories of ghost ships and been drawn over. But Sovereign Yun Shang was the only one who had survived. The rest had all died. Although those that were qualified to come here were all elites amongst elites, which genius would dare to claim to be on par with a sovereign? Even Long Chen had been crushed by a sovereign during his tribulation. The idea of a ghost ship had now become a nightmare in their hearts, so they definitely wouldn't touch one. "Why are you two looking at each other like that? Are you intending to do something to a ghost ship?" Liu Zongying suddenly turned to Long Chen and Mo Nian vigilantly. "No, of course not. Who would want to get something so terrifying?" said Mo Nian. Long Chen's face darkened. This idiot had just expressed what they were thinking. "You idiot, you've gone mad." Liu Zongying viciously pinched Mo Nian. He and Long Chen really were planning on getting a ghost ship for themselves. On the other hand, Meng Qi and the others were rather calm. They understood Long Chen far too well. No one could stop him from doing what he wanted. But they weren't too worried about that. Ghost ships weren't something that someone could run into just because they wanted to. The Pil Dian laughed. "It seems that everyone is rather shy, so I'll do my best to explain. Some powers with long inheritances have some understanding of the star-field divine world, but most people don't. When you enter, you will find that it is not exactly its own world. If you wish, you may consider it a river of stars. This river of stars was broken, leaving astral fragments everywhere. Some of those fragments have become their own worlds, with the smaller fragments being minor worlds, while some of the large fragments are even bigger than the martial heaven continent. Many of the laws in those worlds are different from the continent. Other than that, some ancient lifeforms still exist within those fragments. Those lifeforms are not friendly. You may even encounter existences above the Nether Passage realm. Opportunities are important, but your lives are even more so. Desire to grow stronger to protect the continent is correct, but if you lose your life, everything will be meaningless. The star-field divine world still has some remnant pools of energy. That energy is very beneficial for those reaching for the 4th step. The source of energy within the starfield divine world is constantly changing. Whether or not you can find the best spot is up to your own luck and power. That's all I have to say. It will be up to yourselves if you can survive or increase your power inside. The elders behind the Pill de Yin began to work. The two stone pillars started to rumble, with the spatial fluctuations growing even more intense. Senior Pill de Yin, may I ask how long the time limit is to stay inside the starfield divine world? Asked a woman. This woman instantly drew everyone's attention, as she was Pill Valley's Pill Fairy. The Pill Fairy no longer looked the same as before. She was wearing a veil and hidden amongst the disciples of Pill Valley. Those disciples were also very low-key. How can her divine energy fluctuations be so terrifying? Mo Nian only noticed her now, and he jumped in shock. He had absorbed a nether god's power from before becoming a god. Although he hadn't digested it all, he could clearly sense that Tian Zizi, who was a divine son, had merely a fraction of the divine energy that he had. However, the Pill Fairy had much greater divine energy than he did. Mo Nian could clearly sense just how much vaster her divine energy was than his. Long Chen sighed inside. The Pill Fairy's aura was growing more and more different from the past. She could already be considered a manifestation of divine energy. Even her spiritual fluctuations were different. Looking into her eyes, he no longer saw a trace of her old kindness. Her eyes were icy with disdain and indifference. The Pill de Yin clapped his forehead. I really have grown old. I forgot to mention something so important. You have 10 days within the starfield divine world. 10 days? Everyone was startled. What were 10 days possibly enough for, to get a quick view of the scenery? Chapter 24, 33 Flow of Time. Translator Born to Be. There's no need to panic. The 10 days I am referring to is the time that will pass on the martial heaven continent. The flow of time within the starfield divine world is different from ours. If it hadn't been ruined, the time proportion would have been 1,000 to 1 based on the ancient records. The flow of time is much faster inside of it. It can be considered just like when you use a transportation formation. The longest transportation formations of the martial heaven continent can make it feel like several minutes have passed while you sit in it, but in reality, not that much time will have passed. Although the damage to the starfield divine world has altered the flow of time, 10 days on the martial heaven continent will be like a year within the starfield divine world. That is the only reason we dare to let all of you inside. Otherwise, we wouldn't dare to send the continent's greatest forces inside at such a dangerous time, said the Pill de Yin. This explanation made people relax. 1 year was a decent amount of time at least. 10 days wasn't enough to do anything. The various questions inside people's hearts had been answered. They were now itching to enter. Their worries about the sovereign seals breaking while they were inside were also settled. Only now did they realize that the divine families had taken that into consideration from the start. Furthermore, the seniors from the divine families would most likely be standing guard over the dangerous areas on the continent during this time. Once you enter the starfield divine world, it will be recorded by the laws inside. When time is up, you will be automatically transported outside. Of course, this only refers to those still alive. The dead will not be coming back. Prepare yourselves. Enter your optimal states. The starfield divine world is in constant flux, so no one can predict where you will end up upon entering. If your luck isn't good, you might just fall into a spatial crack and be instantly devoured, said the Pill de Yin gravely. What? That dumbfounded quite a few people. This was all dependent on luck. If they really did end up right inside a spatial crack, that would be far too unlucky. No power would save them then. That is why it is said that luck is also a kind of power. Draw lots to decide who will enter first. 50,000 people can enter at a time, so the various powers will have to enter in batches. The heads of each power should come up to draw the lots, said the Pill de Yin. Lingshan, you should go for me, said Long Chen to Yi Lingshan. He then turned to the warriors of the Martial Heaven Alliance. Everyone, form up into teams of 50,000. I will make arrangements in a bit. Don't worry about the spatial crack. The chances of that happening are very low. The karmic luck of 50,000 people will make it essentially an impossibility. The Pill de Yin's final words really frightened people. They couldn't help being apprehensive about their own bad luck, but they were comforted to hear this. Big Brother Longchen, what about the Xuan beasts? Asked Cloud. Cloud was the current leader of the Xuan beasts. Although she was powerful, she didn't have much experience in this regard. Go pick lots for now. I'll arrange things, said Longchen. The Xuan beasts had been completely unified under the rule of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race. Furthermore, due to the myriad spirit diagram, they had been completely won over and no longer held any wariness toward Long Chen. When the lots were drawn, the order was the corrupt path, Pill Valley, the ancient family alliance, the divine families, the Xuan beasts, the sea demon race, and then the other powers such as the Bloodco Hall. Those other powers were not even allowed to pick. This ordering wasn't actually important. Entering first wasn't necessarily a good thing, and entering last wasn't necessarily a bad thing. No one grumbled about it. Long Chen, I'll wait for you inside the star-field divine world. I will personally cut off your head. The corrupt path walked past, with Tian Zizi making a throat-cutting gesture at Long Chen. Courting death, this insulting action enraged the Dragonblood warriors. Leave it be. A defeated general also dares to say such big words. Save your energy. You should prepare a will and make sure you can die in peace, said Long Chen lazily. Tian Zizi was not a match for Long Chen when it came to a battle of the tongues. He was half killed just like this. Let's go. Fighting with words here is meaningless. The mysterious man beside Tian Zizi spoke up. Tian Zizi immediately shut his mouth and walked in. The first batch of 50,000 corrupt experts vanished. Following that, the second batch of corrupt experts entered. They quickly passed through. Dragonblood warriors, split yourselves into teams of 500 and join the other groups, said Long Chen. Long Chen, won't splitting up your Dragonblood Legion be dangerous? Asked Yi Lingshan, surprised. Don't worry about it. The current Dragonblood Legion is no longer the old Dragonblood Legion. 500 people is the perfect amount. Once we enter the Starfield Divine World, we will use our own special communication method to quickly link up with each other. That's the best way to preserve everyone's safety, said Long Chen confidently. The current Dragonblood Legion was not only all at the third step of Nether Passage, but their equipment had also been remade by Xuanhuan and Zia Chen. Their condition was perfect. Other than that, when Long Chen had infiltrated the Yin-Yang world, he had saved experts from the Blue Star continent. Luo Chuan and the others had given him their strongest techniques as thanks. During this time, the Dragonblood warriors had been training hard in mastering those techniques. With the Dragonblood body tempering art as their base, they were able to use all of those techniques. Now, every one of them had mastered dozens of amazing divine arts. Most importantly, those divine arts had never appeared on the Martial Heaven continent, so they could easily catch an enemy off guard. 500 people was a base unit within the Dragonblood Legion, and their killing power was definitely astounding. So Long Chen was confident in letting them split up. As long as they didn't encounter the likes of Tian Zizi or Dai Feng, they were more than strong enough to protect themselves. Since everyone was being transported to different places, the chances of encountering each other were very low. The first thing to do upon entering was to think of a way to gather back together. That was the most important thing. The 800,000 disciples of the Martial Heaven Alliance, when added to the 300,000 disciples of the Xuan Beasts, meant that they had a total of 22 groups. The Dragonblood warriors were easily split up, and any groups that appeared rather weak were personally led by Gu Yang and the others. Meng Qi joined Cloud's group, while Chu Yao, Tang Wan'er, Yizhikyu, Dong Minju, and the others on that level split up. There was no way around it. They had no choice but to take risks. The Martial Heaven Alliance needed the Dragonblood Legion, but the Dragonblood Legion also needed the Martial Heaven Alliance. Once they were split up, Meng Qi looked at Long Chen worriedly. Are you coming with us? Long Chen shook his head. No, my luck has always been bad. I'll go by myself to avoid implicating anyone. Long Chen also wished to go with them, but he decided to go by himself in the end. That would be more beneficial for everyone. No one else was more confident than him in his bad luck. While do you go with Big Sister Wan'er? Don't get lost, said Long Chen. Wilda's body had grown even larger. He was like a monster in human form. His skin was covered in strange lines, and it felt like a beast was sleeping within his body. Once he erupted, he could destroy the world. Even the Dragonblood warriors no longer quite dared to get close to him, because his current aura was absolutely terrifying. Brother Long, I want to go with you. Despite growing more and more frightening, Wilda's character had not changed. He was still the same simple, foolish oaf as back then. He had been apart from Long Chen for a long time, and after finally reuniting, they had to separate once more. His pure reaction was heartbreaking. We will end up together. Our first goal is to reunite within the Starfield Divine World. Big Sister Xuanhuan needs your protection, understood, said Long Chen. I understand. I'll protect Big Sister Xuanhuan. Whoever dares to come, I'll smash them to death. Wilda thumped his own chest, causing the air to vibrate. Some people in the distance jumped in shock. Wilda had been within the original Devil Race's world during this time to gather food. His body was constantly growing. Even Long Chen felt a frightening feeling coming from him. Of the top-class experts of the Dragonblood Legion, Tang Xuanhuan was slightly weaker, so he had Wilda go with her. Everyone, the goal is to gather into one group as fast as possible upon entering, understood. As for hidden treasures, they are secondary. Even if you obtain any treasures, you need the power to keep them, said Long Chen. Understood. Everyone replied in unison. Long Chen had no need to worry about them growing greedy for treasures. After all, this was the star-filled divine world, a place filled with unimaginable dangers. They were all grateful that Long Chen would take the risk of splitting up the Dragonblood Legion to keep them safe. All right, then it's almost our turn. Line up. Long Chen, we might end up in very different places with Cloud and the others. The divine families will be entering between us, said Meng Qi worriedly. Yes, I know, but there's nothing that we can do about it. You'll have to gather the Xuan beasts and then join the Martial Heaven Alliance. The divine families probably won't make things hard on you, but you can't discount all of them. There's no need to be courteous to them, warned Long Chen. 5 million experts of the divine families were entering. Although he had offended the Yi family, they were just one of the 4 families. In this scenario, to vent that personal enmity with him upon the Xuan beasts and the Martial Heaven Alliance should be a very unlikely scenario. The Yi family wouldn't dare to publicly lower themselves to that extent. It's our turn. Let's go. Long Chen nodded goodbye to Meng Qi and Cloud. He and the rest of the Martial Heaven Alliance's warriors started walking toward the portal. Chapter 24, 34 Unknown Lifeforms. Translator Born to Be. Chu Yao, Tang Xuanhuan, Yizhikyu, and the others all led their groups through the portal one by one. Senior Pil Dian, I wish to enter on my own. Is that possible? Asked Long Chen. Of course, it's no trouble at all, and there's no need to wait to store up spatial energy. However, entering on your own means less karmic luck. Something bad might be waiting for you on the other side, warned the Pil Dian. Yes, I've thought it through. Long Chen nodded. He knew that even if he had other people supporting him with their karmic luck, something bad would still be waiting for him. As if understanding his misgivings, the Pil Dian said, then be careful. After the next batch, you can directly enter. With every batch of people, a brief pause was required for the spatial gate to store up energy. But one person entering didn't require that much energy, so Long Chen could directly enter. Many thanks. Long Chen cupped his fists and bowed slightly toward the Pil Dian. He exchanged a glance with Mo Nian behind him. He had discussed it with Mo Nian already. Mo Nian would stay behind until the last batch. Once half the Martial Heaven Alliance's warriors had entered, Long Chen stepped inside as well. As soon as he did, he felt a violent suction pull him in. The pull was so strong that he felt like his physical body was about to be torn apart. By entering on his own, the pressure was concentrated on him. Without others sharing the pressure, it was unknown just how many people would be able to survive this like him. He felt like he had been sucked into the eye of a hurricane. Space was twisting around him, pulling him through a channel. Suddenly, the force vanished. He found himself falling into an unknown world. The fluctuations of this world were extremely foreign. They were berserk and chaotic. He was falling so fast that he couldn't even stabilize. He smashed into the ground, leaving a giant hole. Hey, what's this? Long Chen realized that he had smashed into something specific. When he looked around, his hair stood on end. There was a giant spider beneath him. He had landed on its head. A peak 12th rank magical beast. Long Chen's heart thumped. This beast's aura was filled with decay and darkness. It was different from the magical beasts, demonic beasts, or even the nether beasts that he knew. But the feeling it gave off was definitely terrifying. Kuliguala. Suddenly, strange shouts rang out. Long Chen's divine sense swept out, only to find that there was a group of strange lifeforms around him. They looked similar to humans, but they had bone spurs growing out of their backs. They had no hair, their upper bodies had no flesh, and their skin was black. They were pointing bone spears at him. At this moment, Long Chen realized that he had fallen onto a sacrificial altar on the spider's head. These strange lifeforms were shouting at him, and based on their furious expressions, they weren't friendly. What are you shouting for? I'm a god who came to lead you to godhood. Shouldn't you kneel and accept my guidance? Shouted Long Chen, putting on an untouchable air. Suddenly the ground beneath him shook. Long Chen was flung into the sky. The spider beneath him was enraged. League, those lifeforms shot toward him furiously. Idiots, do you not want to become gods? Shouted Long Chen. Either these lifeforms didn't understand him, or they didn't believe him. In any case, their spears were an instant away from piercing his body. Long Chen punched the closest bone spear, and the lifeform holding it had his arms explode. Long Chen wrested the bone spear away from it. Stop, shouted Long Chen, but those lifeforms ignored him, their attacks continuing. He hadn't wanted to slaughter them, but he was unable to communicate with them. Their killing intent was also starting to enrage him. Hence, he swept the bone spear in the air in front of him, sending a wave of power that blew away those lifeforms. They were startled, seemingly not having expected him to be so powerful. In truth, they were very powerful. Even though he couldn't sense their auras, their power was comparable to an average third-step nether passage expert. Long Chen had no idea how they cultivated. He had no way to use the martial heaven continents methods to deduce their cultivation bases. Laiba, one lifeform covered in flickering golden marks, suddenly rushed over. Long Chen snorted and smashed the spear down. His spear exploded, but he managed to knock that lifeform away. Surprisingly, its spear was completely fine. Long Chen guessed that their bone spears were their special weapons. He couldn't unleash its full power. Stop, I don't want to fight you, shouted Long Chen, gesturing to stop. However, that lifeform didn't care. Seeing that he didn't have a weapon, it pounced once more. At the same time, dozens of other similar lifeforms came rushing over, surrounding Long Chen. Fine, if we can't talk reasonably, we can talk with our fists. Long Chen was finally enraged. His first instinct was that these lifeforms were capable of intelligent communication, but they refused to do so. He had endured it several times, and now he was done. These golden-marked lifeforms could just barely be counted as having reached the level of a fourth-step nether passage expert. Long Chen didn't view them as opponents. Long Chen directly reached out and grabbed the first spear to reach him. The wielder's eyes changed color, and some strange syllables came from its mouth. Long Chen guessed that it was cursing him. In any case, Long Chen first grabbed the spear and then slapped it in the wielder's face. That lifeform's face collapsed, and it was sent flying. Long Chen was startled. He realized that all their power was concentrated into their skeletons, or more accurately, their marrow. Now he knew why their weapons were these bone spears. They must be their life weapons. Long Chen grabbed the bone spear and swung it at the other lifeforms. This time, he used the power of his astral spaces. As a result, the bone spear exploded midway. Despite that, a wave of power erupted, sending the other lifeforms tumbling back. He was about to continue speaking when his expression suddenly changed. He instinctively dodged to the side. A black bone spear pierced through the space that he had just been. It grazed his ribs, leaving a long wound. Even before his blood began to flow out, it began to congeal. The wound also turned black, with the surrounding skin becoming petrified. Poison. Long Chen was startled and even further angered. He had been hoping to scare them off at first, but now he wanted their lives. This bone spear had come silently, but Long Chen knew that it had come from the spider. He recognized its aura. The other lifeforms cheered upon seeing Long Chen injured. Hundreds of them attacked at the same time. Fools, since you all want to die so much, I'll grant your wish. Evil Moon appeared in Long Chen's hand, and he cut off the flesh that was being petrified. It was as hard as stone now. This was a strange energy. If the spear had struck his vitals, it would have been troublesome. You deserve it. Evil Moon actually added oil to the flames of Long Chen's anger. It would rather have killed all these lifeforms on first contact. Everything would have been over. Split the heavens 8. A saber image swept through the air, going horizontally. Any lifeforms touched by it were blasted to smithereens. Blood mist filled the air. Chapter 24, 35-2 Races Fight. Translator Born to Be. Long Chen had reached the point where he no longer cared to settle things with words. Evil Moon unleashed a wave of black light. With one blow of Split the Heavens, the lifeforms attacking him were all wiped out. The distant lifeforms were dumbfounded, clearly not having expected him to be so powerful. Suddenly, one particular lifeform with a face full of wrinkles appeared. Its spear shook the world as it pierced toward Long Chen. Long Chen was startled. Not daring to tarry, his divine ring appeared along with 5 stars in his eyes. Evil Moon slashed down. Boom! The old lifeform was sent flying, and this sight shocked the other lifeforms. This elder was most likely the strongest amongst them, but was still unable to defeat Long Chen. The elder was truly powerful. Long Chen felt his arms tingling. These lifeforms possessed a strange power that he had not encountered before. A dozen black rays of light shot over at Long Chen just after he had sent the old lifeform flying. Evil Moon danced through the air, knocking aside those black lights. They were the same black bone spears that had struck him before. Suddenly, the elder flew toward the spider's head. A mark appeared on the spider's head, and it swallowed the elder. A ferocious aura suddenly exploded out of the spider. The earth crumbled as its 8 legs bent. It pounced toward Long Chen. The spider was like a war fortress shooting toward him. Its attack was both powerful and fast, reaching Long Chen in the blink of an eye. Long Chen slashed Evil Moon, only for sparks to fly upon striking it. It was like metal, and he was knocked back. The spider's fangs then descended upon him as quick as lightning. Long Chen was startled. This is most likely an earth attribute beast. Some things were the same about this world. He was able to deduce its essence, but within this earth essence was some black energy that did not exist in the martial heaven continent. Long Chen's foot stamped down on the air and he flipped back, narrowly dodging the spider's attack. Its fangs snapped shut on where he had been, creating a visible ripple in the air. The spider opened its mouth, shooting out a ball of light. The ball quickly spread, forming a giant net. Multicolored liquid dripped off that net, emitting a sweet scent. Long Chen hastily closed his pores. Even just smelling it could disturb his yuan spirit. This spider should be a contractual magical beast. That old fellow is controlling it, deduced Long Chen based on the sharp attacks and quick reaction that most magical beasts didn't possess. A spider beast in particular had low intelligence and wouldn't unleash attacks at this tempo. At the start it had clearly been a dumb beast, but now it had suddenly grown smart. That was clearly caused by the elder. With a flick of his finger, flames shot out and incinerated the net. It was weak to fire. Just at that moment, bone spurs shot out of the spider's legs, filling the air and leaving him with nowhere to go. The sharp whistling sounds hurt his ears. The elder was clearly enraged and wanted to crush Long Chen as fast as possible. Boom! A pill furnace appeared in front of Long Chen. The bone spurs exploded upon contact with the demon moon furnace. With how many of them there were, he couldn't use Evil Moon to block them all. Being struck by any one of them would be troublesome. Die! Long Chen put away Evil Moon and grabbed the demon moon furnace. It was as big as a mountain, and he smashed it at the giant spider. Boom! The spider had just unleashed such a huge move when it was struck head-on. However, Long Chen was shocked to find that its body was extremely tough. With its legs stuck in the ground, it was absorbing the earth's energy. He had thought that this blow would smash it half to death, but now he found that it wasn't injured at all. In that brief moment of contact, he sensed the earth's energy being consumed by it. A golden mark lit up on its head. Linger, take it in. Seeing it preparing another big move, Long Chen snorted. The demon moon furnace's lid suddenly popped open, and it devoured the giant spider. The lid slammed shut. Rumbling rang out as it tried to refine the spider. The spider struggled crazily inside the furnace, but it was unable to escape. As more and more flames enveloped it, it was quickly roasted. Having been separated from the support of the earth, it was unable to stop the demon moon furnace. As soon as Long Chen captured the spider, the other lifeforms went mad, howling at Long Chen crazily. They charged at him. You want it back here? Long Chen sneered. The lid popped open once more and flames gushed out along with a giant corpse. Those lifeforms were instantly set ablaze and incinerated. Their cries echoed through the air. Along with the spider's corpse, another figure flew out. However, Long Chen had been waiting. He extended a single finger, stabbing it through the elder's head. A flood of strange information entered his mind. There were no memories for him to peer through. He only saw a few fragmentary scenes. Soul search techniques weren't very effective on these lifeforms. Perhaps Meng Qi would have some method, but he didn't. So this sacrificial altar is used to summon these spiders, but they only just managed to summon one before I ruined it. Although the information was incomplete, he was able to piece together what had happened. No wonder they were so angry. They had perfectly prepared their altar to summon these spiders, but he had destroyed it. Suddenly, rumbling rang out along with some fierce shouts. Long Chen saw a group of dark-skinned lifeforms rushing over wearing beast hides. These lifeforms looked almost identical to the human race, but their auras were completely different. They held bows in their hands and immediately started shooting upon seeing the lifeforms that had attacked Long Chen. Those arrows were exceptionally sharp and capable of twisting through the air. Each of them struck their target. Despite being the most primitive wood arrows, they easily cut down these lifeforms. They seemed poisoned and had a special effect on these lifeforms. Every arrow seemed to pain them immensely. If struck by more than a few, their movements turned sluggish. Any more than that and they would only be able to wail while crying on the ground. Tens of thousands of the human-like lifeforms had appeared, but the other side also had numbers. They had equal numbers, but the strange lifeforms also had to be wary of Long Chen behind them. Caught in between them, the strange lifeforms collapsed. Some of them charged toward Long Chen, only for the demon moon furnace to unleash a wave of fire that incinerated them. Did I interrupt a battle between races? Wondered Long Chen. On one side, he was incinerating anyone who approached him, while the other side had rain of arrows falling. One of these archers came straight through the battlefield. Long Chen deduced that this creature was a woman, but it was difficult to tell. All of them looked similar to him. Without looking closely, he wasn't able to tell if they were male or female. The woman maintained a safe distance upon arriving in front of Long Chen. She spouted some strange syllables at him. I don't understand what you're saying, Long Chen shrugged. The woman seemed to be in a panic. She pointed at the other lifeforms, said a few more strange things, and began gesturing. Long Chen was lost. Realizing that he didn't understand, she began rushing away. Seeing that he wasn't following, she beckoned. Long Chen had no idea what she wanted, but he didn't sense any hostility from her. With the demon moon furnace out as protection, he followed her warily. They passed through the battlefield. The other lifeforms glared at him venomously and tried to attack him, as well as the woman. The woman was nimble and easily dodged their attacks. She only blocked a small number of those attacks and easily weaved her way through. Long Chen had the demon moon furnace smashing around. Those lifeforms were smashed to pieces, but more continued to charge at him. Boom! An explosive sound rang out and the woman pointed in that direction. Another explosion echoed. The earth began to sink and space twisted wildly. As the void was torn open, a giant spatial crack spread rapidly. The woman let out a startled cry and hastily fled. Long Chen also jumped in shock. These lifeforms have decided on mutual destruction. Chapter 24, 36 Spatial Crack. Translator Born to Be. The heavens were torn apart. It was unknown what these lifeforms had done, but the very world collapsed. A giant crack spread through the air. A powerful suction force followed it, causing space to distort. Long Chen felt as if he was within a sea, with the water crazily pouring into the crack. His expression instantly changed. Watch out, if you are sucked into the spatial crack you'll be dead, warned Evil Moon. Fuck, how am I this unlucky, cursed Long Chen. Just before entering this place, he had been praying not to encounter a spatial crack. Long Chen flew away as fast as he could, but the suction force was so great that his speed was impacted. The other lifeforms weren't as powerful as him and were rapidly sucked into the crack. Even before those creatures reached the crack, their bodies were torn apart. It was like invisible teeth were rending them asunder. Those broken pieces then vanished into the crack. Suddenly, one of those lifeforms came rushing over, stabbing its bone spear at Long Chen. It was quite insidious to try to drag Long Chen down right before its death. Long Chen's body flickered, dodging its attack. He was currently swimming against the tide. Any blockades could push him past the point of no return. More and more lifeforms were sucked toward the giant spatial crack, and some of them just so happened to be flying by Long Chen. Those were the ones to unleash crazy attacks. Fortunately, these strange lifeforms' attacks were quite primitive, allowing Long Chen to easily dodge them like a fish swimming in water. Suddenly, an explosive sound rang out ahead of him. The woman in front of him had been struck by an attack, resulting in her speed dropping. She was then struck more and more, with one attack in particular knocking her backward. With the suction force growing stronger and stronger from the rear, she was greatly impacted. The others from her race had managed to flee to the edge of the suction force and weren't affected. As time passed, the suction force grew stronger and stronger. Their shouts toward her were useless. Even Long Chen's speed was impacted. There were some experts around the same distance as him, but they were unable to escape the pull and were sucked into the spatial crack. Their screams were all cut off in a hair-raising manner. The woman finally started to be pulled backward, causing the others from her race to cry out. When she was sucked back near Long Chen, he grabbed her arm. As a result, his speed, which had been extremely slow, was further impacted. The woman looked at Long Chen gratefully, and she shouted something that he didn't understand. He focused on flying forward. However, because Long Chen was dragging another person behind him, every meter was difficult to progress. The spatial crack was still continuing to grow larger. There was still a great distance before he could escape the spatial pull. The distant lifeforms wearing beast hides were shouting in a panic. Some of them began taking off their belts and tying them together, forming a long rope that looked quite sturdy. Fools, seeing their panicked actions, Long Chen cursed. They had tens of thousands of people. Why were they not splitting up into multiple groups to increase their efficiency? If only one person did all the work, how long would it take? The powerful pull of the spatial crack caused the earth to be sucked inside. Giant boulders flew through the air, unable to resist the pull. Long Chen didn't even have a place to grab a foothold like this. He also didn't dare to summon his lightning wings. If he did, the drag from them might just pull him back in an instant. "Toss that useless thing aside and you'll still have a chance of getting away," shouted Evil Moon. Long Chen didn't reply. He now understood that this woman had charged through the battlefield to tell him to leave because she had realized the danger. It was because of him that she was caught this close to the spatial crack. How could he toss her aside now? Long Chen suddenly tossed the woman forward. She cried out in shock, shooting through the air straight toward the rope that her fellow people had formed. Those lifeforms were so slow that even with so many people, they hadn't managed to reach the two of them. If they had been working efficiently, they would have long since managed to reach the two of them. The woman just barely managed to reach the end of the rope and grab hold of it. Her people immediately pulled, bringing her to safety. Upon reaching safety, she looked back to see that Long Chen was starting to be pulled backward toward the spatial crack ever so slowly. She cried out, but there was nothing that she could do. She could only stand there in a panic. "Fool!" Evil Moon cursed Long Chen repeatedly, unable to believe him. To save some woman that he didn't know and might even be an enemy, he had fallen into desperate straits. "It's not like that's a surprise to you. I've been a fool for more than one day. Don't tell me to do things that I can't do or it'll wound our relationship," said Long Chen. Wanting Long Chen to abandon someone that was only in trouble because they had wanted to save him was impossible. Back in the day, below the 9 springs of the Netherworld, he had saved Zai Qian in a similar situation. He was unable to make a different decision now either. With the suction force growing stronger, he was being pulled back faster and faster. There was no time for those lifeforms to bind a long enough rope for him. "Let's see just what a spatial crack is." Long Chen clenched his teeth and suddenly allowed himself to be pulled back. The startled cries of those lifeforms rang out in his ears. Divine Ring Battle Armor. Long Chen's body became covered in white dragon scales. The power of his astral spaces roared through his body. When he got close to the spatial cracks, he felt pressure like giant teeth tearing at him. The heavenly Taos had collapsed here. It was like the jaws of a giant beast were devouring heaven and earth. Rumbling filled his ears. To resist this invisible pressure, he allowed himself to be like a floating log being sucked into a whirlpool. His skeleton creaked at how immense the pressure was. "Big brother Long Chen, I can help you block it. This kind of pressure is no problem for me," said Linger. "For now, I want to experience it personally," said Long Chen. "What is there to experience? This spatial crack was created by those lifeforms shattering the core of their ancestral land. They've broken the wall between worlds to bring forth the chaotic flow of space. You can think of it as an embankment by the side of a river that someone has now pierced. The chaotic flow of space is pouring in, destroying all life. It's filled with death energy, and once it has saturated this space, you will be wiped out. Entering the main flow is death. If you want to live, the only way to get out would be to suddenly become a sovereign. Obviously, that's a pipe dream for you," said Evil Moon coldly. "Death energy?" Long Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. "Linger, I'm going to teach you how to refine the heart-corroding, bone-rotting death spirit pill. Listen well." "We're refining pills now," exclaimed Linger in shock. "Yes, but I'll need to focus on resisting the energy here, so I won't be able to show you. You'll just have to listen," said Long Chen gravely. "But is there enough time?" asked Linger nervously. Evil Moon had just said that they were in a hole within the barrier separating life from the chaotic flow of space. If they were sucked in, then there would be no way to escape. "Who knows, but we can't just wait for death. I don't have any time. I'll transmit the technique and ingredients." Long Chen tossed the medicinal ingredients to Linger, and then taught her the pill formula. Right now, he had to focus on stabilizing his body, so he didn't have time to teach her like before. Fortunately, she had managed to build an alchemy foundation during this time. This heart-corroding, bone-rotting death spirit pill shouldn't be outside her abilities. Long Chen could feel the pressure growing. His body was almost deforming. Within the darkness, he could only see the slightest glimmer of light from the crack. He was unable to hear the cries of those life forms. This was a terrifying darkness. Even Long Chen was no exception. His chest was tight because of nervousness. However, he had no choice but to relax and carefully sense his surroundings. Just at that moment, the first furnace of pills was finished, but there were only 3 trash pills and the rest were merely low grade. Long Chen's heart grew a bit heavy. Chapter 24, 37 Fortune Found Within Danger. Translator Born to Be. Big brother Long Chen, I'm sorry, said Linger, almost crying. You managed to succeed in refining the pills the very first time. That's amazing enough. There were 9 changes in the flame that you didn't control properly. Don't panic. Take it slow. We still have plenty of time. Long Chen's heart sank. The more nervous Linger was, the easier it was for her to make mistakes. She was unable to even bring out her normal alchemy skills. Although Linger was smart, she was nervous and under pressure. If he expressed any panic, she would only panic more. Long Chen pointed out the few mistakes that she had made in her refinement, putting on a relaxed air. Linger started her second refinement, keeping a mind on the corrections. Long Chen continued to sense his surroundings. A scene appeared in Long Chen's mind. It felt like he could see an endless black river flowing rapidly. At the edge of this river was a small hole. The side of the river had been pierced, and a whirlpool had formed there. Long Chen was like a speck of dust spinning within that whirlpool. If I'm sucked into the bottom of the whirlpool, I'll be inside the black river. Long Chen's heart skipped a beat. That black river that he sensed was endless. The whirlpool that he was in was like a drop in the ocean compared to it, while he was like a speck of dust compared to the whirlpool. A pair of lightning wings appeared on his back, and he tried to pull out of the whirlpool. You're crazy. You'll only get sucked in faster. You're also using up your energy, shouted Evil Moon. This is the only option. Long Chen continued trying to charge out, but every time he was sucked back in, he started panting. Within this spatial flow, his spiritual yuan was dropping quickly. Taking a deep breath, Long Chen tried charging out once more. A wave suddenly struck him, sending him flying into the air. Long Chen was flung into the distance and smashed into an invisible wall. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, feeling like his body would collapse, but he was delighted. He had finally managed to escape the core of the whirlpool. He could now be considered to be on the outer edge of the whirlpool. He did his best to continue swirling around this outer edge, moving at an arc to avoid being sucked back into the bottom. At this moment, Linger finished her second refinement. There was improvement. There were 3 low-grade pills and the rest were middle-grade. Good, keep going. There were 3 areas with some mistakes. I'll share the energy here with you. Absorb the death energy here and it will cause the heart-corroding, bone-rotting death spirit pills quality to soar. Work hard, Linger. You're doing amazing, encouraged Long Chen. The heart-corroding, bone-rotting death spirit pill required the laws of death to be refined properly. On the martial heaven continent, refining it required the cooperation of the heavenly Taos to absorb their death energy. Although Long Chen had his black soil that possessed death energy, it wasn't pure death energy. It also contained the Tao of ruin and the air of decay. Stripping those away for the death energy was not efficient. There was also the death energy of the yin-yang immortal grass, but that was lacking the element of the law that he required. This black hole was perfect on the other hand. Its death energy was like a sea filling this world. This was a pit of death, and extracting the laws of death from this place was very simple. There was so much of it that he needed to control how much he used. As he expected, with the death energy, Linger's refinement resulted in 9 high-grade pills. There was even one that showed signs of reaching top grade, delighting her. Excellent, Linger, it'll be up to you today. Long Chen didn't hold back with his praise. He was also excited. He took one of the pills and swallowed it. Medicinal energy exploded inside of him. The death energy that had been suppressed as much as possible within his body seemed to awaken. Demonic pills really are amazing. Although it's just high grade, it's incredibly effective. Long Chen was delighted. However, he then let out a startled cry. The spatial pressure suddenly increased, drawing him deeper into the whirlpool. Long Chen's lightning wings spread as he tried to charge out. However, after 2 attempts, he no longer had the spiritual yuan for a third attempt. Fortunately, these 2 attempts had gotten him a bit further from the core. He could relax ever so slightly, although he had yet to reach the same distance. In the remaining time, I should have enough for one more attempt. Sensing the little bit of spiritual yuan that he had left, Long Chen's heart turned cold. Everything was up to Linger. He began devouring the heart-corroding, bone-rotting death spirit pills one by one. The death energy within his body slowly awakened, but it still didn't have enough energy to suppress the life energy. The death energy had been compressed to the pinnacle, while his life energy had reached a level of saturation at 90%, making it difficult to force it back. If he wanted to break this equilibrium, he would need his death energy to explosively force the life energy back. The only thing that could provide his death energy with that power was the death spirit pills. Another furnace of pills was finished, this time resulting in 3 top-grade pills. Long Chen was delighted that Linger had finally got the hang of refining this pill. "Linger, keep working hard. It's all up to you," Long Chen cried out excitedly, sending in more death energy into Linger. Linger replied confidently and continued refining. Evil Moon finally understood what Long Chen was doing. "Little fellow, you're quite smart. You want to make a breakthrough in this place. Once your death energy resonates with this place's death energy, it will have less effect on you." "Why else would I say that I'm unlucky? If I had reached the 3rd step, I wouldn't be sucked into this place. I would have easily escaped," said Long Chen helplessly. With his life energy taking up 90% of his body, and this place being filled with death energy, he felt a much greater drag. But if he reached the 3rd step, he would be like a fish in water swimming away. Raising the death energy inside of him was the only way to escape this predicament. "Even if you reach the 3rd step, having been sucked into this place, you won't be able to escape. The crack is easy to enter but difficult to leave," sighed Evil Moon. "What? Why are you trying to jinx me?" cursed Long Chen. "Haven't you ever heard that when you get to a mountain, there will always be a way through?" Long Chen cursed Evil Moon. Even if it didn't encourage him, it shouldn't be discouraging him. Was that what a comrade did? As for Evil Moon, it didn't feel like it had said anything wrong. Long Chen continued consuming the death spirit pills. His death energy began to rumble, forcing back his life energy. After consuming the 3 top-grade pills, Linger finished her next furnace of pills, this time with 6 top-grade death spirit pills. Long Chen began consuming them 2 at a time. With the help of these medicinal ingredients, his death energy truly started to push back. Linger also grew more experienced, in the end refining full furnaces of top-grade heart-corroding, bone-rotting death spirit pills. Boom! His death energy reclaimed its territory, and his life and death energy finally reached an 80-20 proportion. With death energy thrumming within him, Long Chen attempted to fly out once more. This time, he reached the outer edge of the whirlpool in one leap. "Ha ha ha, success! Linger, we succeeded!" Long Chen cried out in mad joy. Just as he had predicted, when the death energy within his body grew, the resistance of this flow lessened. In one go, he reached the point that he had needed 3 attempts to reach before. Linger was even more excited than Long Chen. She continued refining the death spirit pills. After consuming 100 pills, Long Chen's body rumbled once more. As expected, fortune is found within danger. I'll break through to the 3rd step of Nether Passage right here. Long Chen gradually came to be able to control his body within this flow of space as his death energy grew. He called back the Demon Moon Furnace and began to refine pills himself. Chapter 24, 38 Escaping Back into the World. Translator Born to Be. As the death energy grew within Long Chen's body, the surrounding pressure on him lessened. Long Chen could now control the Demon Moon Furnace and refine pills with Linger. When Linger's body appeared within the black whirlpool, she was able to absorb the laws of death directly, injecting it into the heart-corroding, bone-rotting death spirit pills and increasing their quality. Long Chen hadn't expected to run into such an opportunity here. It should have taken him at least half a year to even over a year to refine enough pills to raise himself to the 3rd step. That was because the laws of the martial heaven continent possessed far greater life energy than death energy. Extracting the death energy was very difficult, and it took a great deal of time. At this moment, Long Chen had practically forgotten just how precarious his current situation was. Linger was continuing to refine the pills, but he was now focused on the details, fixing many minor imperfections. The pills were refined rapidly and with even greater quality. Refining this pill with endless death energy was incredibly easy. The top-grade pills were tossed into lightning to temper, and then into his mouth. Long Chen continued to crazily eat pills, increasing his cultivation base. Around a month passed. Finally, his death energy fully suppressed his life energy, and had reversed his life and death energy ratio to 1090. His life energy was now incredibly pure and condensed. His cultivation base had reached the 6th heaven stage of nether passage, and his death energy now occupied 90% of his body's energy. At the same time, his life energy had reached the pinnacle of purity. Since he had reached the 6th heaven stage, he had set foot into the 3rd step of nether passage. In the instant he reached that level, he had a feeling of absolute control. His death energy made him feel like he possessed the power to take the life of all living beings. His primal chaos space and astral spaces had also grown, giving him greater power. It's time to leave. Long Chen took a deep breath. He began flying toward the distant crack in space. Within this spatial whirlpool of death energy, he was like a fish in water, easily moving through it. However, when he got close to the crack, a powerful wave of power sent him flying back. This spatial crack will only allow you to enter but not leave. Your chances of getting out are very remote, said Evil Moon. There must be a way. Long Chen shot forth like an arrow, summoning his divine ring and battle armor. He slashed the invisible barrier that he felt. Cracks appeared in the void, showing signs of bursting. There is a chance. Long Chen was delighted despite being knocked back once more. However, his expression fell when he saw the spatial cracks vanish in just a moment. Again, Long Chen used the full power of Split the Heavens this time. The void once more cracked, on the verge of exploding, but just that little bit meant that he was unable to get past. Evil Moon, help me out, shouted Long Chen. Fine, this should convince you, replied Evil Moon helplessly. Not knowing what Evil Moon meant, Long Chen attacked once more. These 2 attempts had exhausted half his power, and now he used up everything left. Evil Moon's runes lit up as well, and it joined forces with Long Chen to strike the invisible barrier. Once the barrier shattered, Long Chen passed through, laughing maniacally. His laughter was cut off though when another wave of power sent him flying straight back into the heart of the whirlpool. What? Long Chen was shocked and enraged. He hadn't managed to get out. He also saw the broken barrier was now restored. What is going on? I told you it's only possible to enter but not leave. There are 9 barriers. Unless you have the power to pass through all 9 barriers at once, you won't be able to leave. Evil Moon sighed helplessly. 9 barriers. Even Long Chen couldn't help feeling a bit of despair. Just one barrier had used up all his power. There was no way he could break through all 9 in one go. Even a sovereign would have to have reached the Samsara realm in order to have a chance at breaking through. But this place only has death energy. You could train here for tens of thousands of years without reaching the Samsara realm, said Evil Moon dispiritedly. Although Long Chen wouldn't die now, there was no hope of leaving. He had run out of energy, and this news gave him a serious blow. There must be a way. Long Chen clenched his teeth, restoring his energy as he tried to think of something, but he was unable to come up with anything effective. Am I really going to be trapped here until I die? Long Chen clenched his teeth. Suddenly, he heard a strange sound. At first, he thought it was just a misperception due to his nerves, but he quickly realized that the void around him was quivering. He suddenly noticed a giant black object moving against the whirlpool from behind him. Get out of the way, it's a ghost ship, shouted Evil Moon. Only then did Long Chen realize that it was a giant black ship, which had a sail riddled in holes. An aura of immense decay came from it. The entire boat was pitch black. As soon as he saw it, goosebumps raised upon Long Chen's entire body. For some reason, he had a feeling of absolute terror. Although Long Chen had always thought that his guts weren't small, for some reason, he felt an icy chill. The ghost ship was about the size of a medium flying boat. He had no idea why it would appear here, but it was coming straight toward him. Ripples appeared in the air in front of it wherever it passed. Those ripples shattered any laws of space. Don't just stand there, run. If you're hit by it, your entire body will disintegrate, shouted Evil Moon. Only then did Long Chen recover and dodge to the side. The ghost ship flew by his body, and a wave of power struck him, making him cough up blood. He was shocked. Despite clearly dodging it, he was still affected. The ghost ship was too fast for him to get a clear look at. It was already shooting past him. However, at the last moment, Long Chen saw a long chain hanging off of its rear. Without even thinking about it, Long Chen grabbed that chain. The instant he grabbed the chain, his soul shook. It felt like it was about to be torn apart. However, Long Chen bitterly endured, hanging onto it for his life. He felt like he could hear the sound of spatial walls exploding, but he no longer had the power to sense his surroundings. Countless scenes appeared in his mind. It felt like he was passing through space-time. There were scenes of people within an immortal world, scenes of hell, scenes of bloody battlefields, scenes of people being intimate. They transformed in an instant as if he was undergoing some kind of reincarnation. He saw many life forms that he didn't recognize. He also saw fierce fiends staring at him. Some pounced on him, while some fled, but without doing anything, they were blasted apart. It felt like a dream, but it was incredibly lifelike. Long Chen let go. A panicked voice rang out within Long Chen's dream. He had already submerged within his dream, and his reactions were sluggish. That voice was indistinct and sounded as if it came from a great distance. Suddenly, a sensation of absolute terror woke him up. He realized that this voice came from Evil Moon. Without a second thought, he let go. After that, he felt like he was dropping into a bottomless abyss. He was sinking, sinking and sinking. Long Chen, can you hear me? Within that darkness, a familiar voice rang out in Long Chen's mind. It was a voice he had heard several times before. Every time it only spouted riddles at him. I suppose so. Long Chen bitterly smiled. He had heard this voice several times, but it was always talking to him without him being able to reply. Your position has been locked onto. The heavenly devil race's hunters will find you soon. If you still don't get stronger, everything you have will be stripped away. The ancient voice contained a sigh as well as a tone of urgency, but mostly it just sounded helpless. Who are you, and who am I? Can you not talk in riddles? Demanded Long Chen. I'm your guide, but we are too far apart. I can only sense you when you are at death's door and the ripples of your heart are at peace. As for who you are, do you not know? You are the heir of the 9 stars. Your shoulders carry the mission of saving the 10 planar worlds. Give up on me. I can't even save myself, so how am I supposed to save others? You are currently weak because you have not found the key to unlocking your potential. You have to. Suddenly, Long Chen's soul shook. The voice vanished as if cut off by some power. After that, Long Chen slowly opened his eyes, finding himself lying on a bed. There was a woman sitting beside him. It's you. Long Chen was startled upon seeing the woman. Chapter 24, 39 The Luo Spirit Race. Translator Born to Be. This woman was the one who had led Long Chen away from the spatial crack at the start. Only later had he realized that she had recognized him as an enemy of the foreign race. Under the principle of the enemy of my enemy is my friend, she had informed him that he had to leave. When the spatial crack had appeared, he had realized that the race that he had been fighting were mortal enemies with her race. They would rather destroy their own territory and bring forth a giant spatial tear rather than submit. The woman had most likely noticed something, which was why she had tried to lead him away. But the enemy race hated him and launched suicidal attacks just to drag him down with them. You awake now. The woman smiled and began to speak the language that Long Chen understood. However, it was still stiff and sounded a bit off. Thank you. Were you the one who saved me? Asked Long Chen. Most likely, this woman had studied his language but didn't speak it fluently, so he began gesturing as he spoke. The woman seemed to be making a great deal of effort to understand him. After a moment, she shook her head. You boat fell. The woman followed Long Chen's way of gesturing, indicating that when he had fallen off of the ghost ship, they had picked him up. This method of communication was too laborious. Long Chen hesitated and then extended a finger, slowly reaching out to touch her forehead. The woman backed up a bit, but seeing that he was indicating not to move, she also hesitated but allowed him to touch her forehead. Long Chen's spiritual strength slowly entered her mind-see. He found that her spiritual strength was extremely weak. Based on human realms, it hadn't even reached the Xiantian realm. Long Chen slowly placed his spiritual seal within her mind-see. Her body shuddered and she winced. This spiritual seal contained his language memories of the martial heaven continent. This would allow her to communicate with him easier. However, perhaps it was because her own spiritual strength was so weak or the laws here were different, but this seal that should have settled easily was causing some pain. Suddenly, a figure charged in and smashed a fist at Long Chen, shouting something that he couldn't comprehend. Long Chen raised his hand and blocked it. However, a sharp pain racked his entire body and he was punched off the bed. The thing that shocked him the most was that he wasn't wearing any clothes. When the beast hide blanket slipped off, he hastily pulled it back on to cover up his privates. The newcomer was a large man. Seeing that Long Chen wasn't wearing any clothes, he was even further enraged. He took his bow off his back and had an arrow pointed at Long Chen in an instant. Kai Li, the woman hastily blocked him, enraging him. He pointed at Long Chen, shouting something. Looking at Long Chen, the woman seemed to realize something, but the man was still furious. He stamped his foot and left. Long Chen looked around and found that he was in a simple tent. Based on the arrangement of the tent, it seemed that it was a woman's residence. Then adding on that man's furious reaction, it seemed that this was her private abode. "Sorry, Lao Wei is too hot-headed," said the woman. She was able to speak much easier, but her voice was still a bit rough. "Is he your fiancé?" asked Long Chen curiously. The woman nodded. "His temper's pretty good then. If it was me and I found my fiancé had a naked man in her bed, I'd have killed him." Long Chen slowly rose, only for a bout of dizziness to almost knock him down. He found that he was exceptionally weak. The woman tried to support him, but Long Chen declined. That was definitely not a good situation to be in. "What is going on?" Long Chen asked Evil Moon. "You were corroded by the power of time from the ghost ship. That ghost ship has drifted through the river of time, weaving through the cracks between worlds. When you grabbed the ghost ship's chain, your mind was too befuddled to resist the power of time. Anyone else would have been turned to dust, as no one can resist the encroaching of time. It was your primal chaos space that blocked a portion of it, or you would have turned into an old man in just a breath's time. Your body is still seriously injured, though. Since you've woken up, it shouldn't be long before you recover," said Evil Moon. Long Chen recalled when he had grabbed the chain. At that time, he had fallen into a dream with countless scenes. Perhaps those scenes had been reality. Ghost ships had always been mysterious existences. No one had ever understood them. No one knew where they came from or where they were going. "What a pity I didn't get to step onto one and see," said Long Chen regretfully. At that time, he had run out of energy from trying to charge through the spatial barrier. If he had been in his peak, perhaps he would have been able to get onto it. "Miss, can I ask you to leave for a second while I put on my clothes?" asked Long Chen. The woman blushed slightly and retreated, leaving him alone. Long Chen investigated his body, finding that his skin had split open in countless places. It was as if he had been cut by thousands of blades. Those wounds had yet to heal, and moving caused more blood to flow out of them. The blades of time have left a strange energy in these wounds. Long Chen found that the recovery of these wounds was going extremely slow. He put on new clothes and tidied up his hair. He also began to use the life energy within the primal chaos space to heal. When the life energy entered his body, it resonated with his own life energy, nourishing him. The primal chaos space's trees quickly withered. Even after withdrawing all their energy, he had only recovered halfway. Long Chen couldn't help shaking his head. The primal chaos space's trees had to be switched out. They were no longer able to keep up with his needs. He started moving, finding that he was now at least able to move without bleeding, although he wasn't in a state to do battle. Long Chen walked out of the tent to find himself in a tribe. "Let me introduce myself. I am Qi Li, the daughter of the Luo spirit race's leader. I'm very grateful to you for helping us defeat the Thorn Devil race. We will always remember your favor." The woman suddenly knelt down on one knee toward Long Chen solemnly, her right hand over her chest in a strange etiquette. "You're too courteous." Long Chen hastily lifted her up. "To tell the truth, I wasn't there to help you. They wanted to kill me, so I had to defend myself. If thanks are necessary, I should be thanking you for risking your life to get me out of there. May I ask where you picked me up?" Qi Li informed him that they had all felt bad upon seeing him sucked into the spatial crack, thinking that he had died. They had been cleaning up the battlefield to see if there were any of their enemies that were still alive when a giant boat had flown out of the spatial crack. Then they had seen him fall off of it. At that time, he had been covered in blood and unconscious, so they had brought him back. Hearing that, Long Chen couldn't help being embarrassed. It couldn't be that she had been the one to clean up his wounds, right? But he couldn't ask. "Come, I'll bring you to see my father." Qi Li beckoned and Long Chen nodded and followed. Looking around, Long Chen saw that they were living in a very spacious plain. There were many tents set up of varying sizes and colors. They were all made of beast hide. This seemed to be a very ancient tribe. He saw people wearing beast hides and carrying bows on their backs. Behind the tribe was a flourishing forest that extended beyond the horizon. Curiously, this tribe seemed to follow the forest. Qi Li led the way, and quite a few people bowed toward her, along with some strange etiquette that Long Chen didn't know. They looked at Long Chen curiously, but also with some unease. Do you have no children here? Asked Long Chen. He didn't see a single child in this giant tribe. Our young tribesmen are training in the forest. Only the grown-up members are qualified to walk out of the forest, explained Qi Li. This is one of our frontline strongholds. We've been mortal enemies with the Thorn Devil race for hundreds of thousands of years. They were launching a sneak attack on us that we managed to successfully stop. They took heavy losses, so they activated the sacrificial altar to summon devil kings for support. We wouldn't be a match if they summoned hundreds or thousands of them, so we had prepared ourselves to retreat into the forest to use the beneficial terrain for a battle to the death, but you interrupted them. You managed to stop them, preventing the loss of many of our lives, so you really are our benefactor. My father will definitely thank you. Long Chen hadn't expected such a coincidence. Qi Li seemed very grateful. The two of them continued walking, when suddenly, thousands of her people appeared in front of them, all of them pointing arrows at Long Chen with killing intent raging in their eyes. Amongst them, he saw Qi Li's fiancé. Long Chen shook his head. It seems that your people aren't very welcoming of me. Chapter 24, 40 Life Spirit God. Translator Born to Be. Their bows and arrows were of the most primitive wooden type. However, Long Chen had personally witnessed their power. They were stronger than average divine items. In the face of the hostile gazes of thousands of the Luo spirit race's experts, Long Chen remained calm. He believed that Qi Li would settle things. As he expected, Qi Li immediately shouted something at those people, and they shouted back. Even after a long time of arguing, there was no sign of them retreating. It wasn't just Li Qi's fiancé. The others were also not moved. Qi Li suddenly took out her bow furiously. She knocked an arrow and pointed it at her fiancé. This action caused a startled cry to rise from the others. Her fiancé turned ashen but still remained standing, pointing at Long Chen and shouting something. Qi Li coldly said something, causing him to turn pale. Although Long Chen didn't understand them, he could guess that this was no welcoming party. Miss Qi Li, thank you for your kindness. There's no need for me to see your leader. If we have a chance, we can meet again in the future. Long Chen had his own pride. If they didn't want him here, he wouldn't stick around. It was ridiculous to cause a betrothed couple to have a falling out over him. Long Chen turned to leave, not giving Qi Li a chance to stop him. However, the sound of a horn suddenly echoed, and a group of people came rushing over aggressively. Amongst them was a tall, grim old man. The crowd parted to allow him through. This person is powerful. Long Chen's heart shook. This old man was the only one amongst these people that gave him a sensation of mortal danger. Qi Li exclaimed her delight, running over to him. She pointed at Long Chen and then her fiancé, saying something. Her fiancé tried to interject, but with a glare from the old man, he fell silent. After Qi Li finished her explanation, the elder nodded. He took out a black stone and handed it to her. Upon seeing the stone, the other experts began to shout once more. However, with a cold snort from the old man, they fell silent, not daring to say anything. Qi Li happily gave the stone to Long Chen, saying, "My father has permitted you to use our soul communication stone. Here, send your spiritual strength inside, and you will be able to speak to us normally." Long Chen hesitated before nodding. He sent his spiritual strength in, and a bright light suddenly erupted from the black stone. The brighter it grew, the more shocked the others were. As his spiritual strength entered, information poured into his mind. This was the Luo spirit race's communication tool. However, this stone did not just contain their language. That was just a small portion of it. With how enormous his spiritual strength was, he fully activated the stone in an instant. Even the elder's expression changed. Long Chen's spiritual strength quickly exited the stone. He only merged with the part containing the language, not having looked at the rest. This made the elder's expression soften, and he nodded, seemingly satisfied. Long Chen passed it back to Qi Li, saying, "I'm sorry for having caused an internal fracture in your tribe. The matter of the Thorn Devil race was entirely a coincidence. They wanted to kill me, so I had no choice but to kill them. You have no need to thank me. Furthermore, you saved me when I escaped from the spatial crack, so we can count as even. I have things to do, so I won't disturb you any longer." Now that he knew their language, he could communicate with them directly, and what he said made them feel a twinge of shame. Everyone, don't fall for it. The invaders are always crafty and despicable. He's trying to pluck our sympathy. We have to be vigilant, shouted Qi Li's fiancé. La Wei, he is a benefactor of our Luo spirit race. You have been going against him this entire time. Are you even a warrior of the Luo spirit race? Is this how you treat people who help us? Demanded Qi Li furiously. You've been fooled by this little white-faced pretty boy. Did you forget just how much pain those invaders have brought us? Just how many of our people have they killed in the past? Shouted Lao Wei just as furiously. Little white-faced pretty boy. Long Chen's expression grew odd. His face was manly, and while it couldn't be called extraordinarily handsome, it didn't have the slightest relation to that description. However, when he compared himself to the men of the Luo spirit race who were very tanned, he supposed he was rather white in comparison. You bastard! Qi Li furiously slapped Lao Wei across the face. Lao Wei didn't even bother dodging. His expression didn't change. It seemed that this wasn't particularly out of the ordinary. Stop it. Whether or not he came here with his own intentions, he has yet to say anything, and the two of you have entered such a state. Is that not foolish? Said the stern-looking old man. Lao Wei and Qi Li fell silent. The elder walked over to Long Chen. He was a head taller than him and still imposing in his old age. He was like a fierce lion. Little fellow, I don't care if it was a coincidence or not, or if you had other intentions. The Luo spirit race is not one to forget its debts. You saved Qi Li at that time, and based on our rules, she is your woman, and you are my son-in-law. Even if you were sent here by our enemies, as long as you continue to remain here peacefully and not betray us, you will be one of us, said the elder. The others were all dumbfounded. Qi Li's eyes widened, while a vein popped on Lao Wei's forehead. No, that's completely unnecessary. Long Chen's head shook like a rattled drum. I have a fiancé already, more than one actually, so. This crazy turn caught Long Chen completely off guard. He didn't know how to express himself. Oh, if you decline, you would be looking down on us. That would prove you're a spy sent by our enemies. Do you want to die? Demanded the elder. He raised his hand. Over 10,000 arrows were instantly pointed and ready to shoot at Long Chen. With a single word from the elder, he would be turned into a pincushion. Father, shouted Qi Li. Shut your mouth, it is not your place to speak here, shouted the elder. He turned back to Long Chen. Life or death, you decide. Long Chen shook his head. Asking me to marry Qi Li is impossible. However, my life or death will not be decided by you. You can keep being king of the mountain here. I'm leaving. Long Chen walked away. Although the Luo spirit race's arrows were powerful, they weren't enough to threaten him. You can come back. It was just a test. The elder's harsh expression vanished and was replaced by a faint smile. Long Chen looked back at the elder oddly. Young friend, please don't be angry. Throughout our history, we have been tricked multiple times by people from outside this world, so we have to be wary. The elder walked over to Long Chen and bowed, performing one of the Luo spirit race's strange etiquettes. Thank you for your help. You've prevented many casualties amongst us. No, I already said it was a coincidence, said Long Chen hastily. The Luo spirit race was one of the indigenous peoples of this place. In other words, every time the star-field divine world opened, humans descended and must have had conflicts with them, so they had naturally grown cautious of humans. Long Chen understood why they were so afraid of him. Even if he isn't a spy, he came off of the cursed ship. He's going to bring us misfortune, said Lao Wei. His hostility toward Long Chen had lessened, but not completely. The cursed ship had to be the existence known as the ghost ship on the Martial Heaven continent. Even the Luo spirit race was afraid of it. So many of us saw the cursed ship, and at a close distance at that. If it really causes misfortune, we won't be able to escape it, so don't bring it up again. What will come will come. We will not be able to avoid it by turning this young friend away. The elder waved his hand, indicating Lao Wei should not bring up the topic again. Turning back to Long Chen, he asked, May I ask what you are called? I am Long Chen. Long Chen cupped his fists. I do have a matter I could use your help with. Is it all right for me to ask? Please go ahead. I wish to obtain a map of this world. The bigger the better. Does the Luo spirit race possess one? We do have maps, but they only cover the surrounding territory. If you want one covering more territory, you'll have to go ask the life spirit god. The life spirit god, may I go see them? Long Chen was startled. This world had a god within it. Chapter 24, 41 Golden Scale Blue-Eye Eagle. Translator, born to be. I wonder if you dare to go see the life spirit god, sneered Lao Wei. The life spirit god will instantly see through your intentions. So, are you going? Lao Wei still didn't trust Long Chen. Either he thought he was still an enemy, or he was jealous. Qi Li glared at him, but Lao Wei ignored it. Everyone else also wanted to see how Long Chen would respond. Long Chen took out a small compass, which had a small needle quivering slightly. Long Chen pressed a button on the edge, causing the needle to move in a new direction. After a few more pushes, Long Chen shook his head. This was something that Xuanhuan had made in order to sense the position of the dragon blood warriors from a great distance. Due to the dragon blood flowing within their veins, Xuanhuan and Chen were able to make this compass capable of sensing their positions. The compass had pointed in multiple directions, indicating that there were groups of dragon blood warriors in every direction. But the color was still a faint orange, indicating that they were extremely far, about as far as the eastern wasteland was from the western desert. On the martial heaven continent, that distance wasn't too immense, but in the star-filled divine world, it was unknown just how many dangerous areas separated them. What are you hesitating for? Are you afraid? It seems that you are really scheming something against our Luo spirit race. Lao Wei's rambling came to a sudden stop. In the instant that Long Chen glanced at him, he felt like a wild beast was glaring at him. His whole body stiffened, and an overwhelming sensation of death made him unable to move. Shut your mouth. If it wasn't for Qi Li, you would be a corpse right now. If I wanted to kill you, not even your leader would be able to protect you, said Long Chen frostily. In that instant, his killing intent was unleashed. However, this person was Qi Li's fiancé, and there had been a slight misunderstanding between them, so Long Chen was willing to let some things go. But he had pushed Long Chen too far. Lao Wei, you brainless fool, keep your mouth shut. How was I so blind as to fall for you? Cursed Qi Li furiously. Long Chen, do you wish to see the life spirit god? Asked the race leader. Is it very far? If you ride the cloud-soaring falcon, you should arrive after 1 day and night of travel. Then yes, I would like to see them. Long Chen nodded. 1 day and night was an acceptable amount of time. If he really could get a good map, it would be worth it. Without a map, just blindly stumbling around might end with him running into something like the Thorn Devil race again, or something even stronger. Other than just wasting time, it could be dangerous. Lao Wei shut his mouth. Qi Li snorted and walked over to Long Chen. To the race leader, she said, Father, let me guide Long Chen to the life spirit god. The race leader nodded. You can accompany Long Chen. Lao Wei, you will be accompanying them as well. It is very far, so look after them. But he started Qi Li. This is an order, said the race leader coldly. Qi Li sniffed and pulled Long Chen away to the rear mountains. Seeing her holding Long Chen's hand, Lao Wei ground his teeth. The race leader suddenly kicked him in the butt, sending him flying over there. Fool, if you don't follow, your wife is going to be taken. Lao Wei quickly caught up. At the rear mountains, Long Chen saw an ancient forest thrumming with vitality. It was an extremely peaceful life energy. There was a giant falcon waiting for them inside. It flew over to Qi Li and cried out happily. The cloud-soaring falcon is one of our protective spirit beasts. We're very close to them. The cloud-soaring falcon is extremely fast, and even stronger beasts can't catch up to us, explained Qi Li, patting the falcon. Isn't this forest your territory? Why would you encounter stronger beasts? Asked Long Chen. This forest is too big. It's not occupied by just us. You'll understand later, said Qi Li. The two of them jumped onto the falcon's back. At that moment, Lao Wei caught up, and he also jumped on. Qi Li didn't even glance at him. She and Long Chen stood on the falcon's head. It let out a cry and soared into the air. Lao Wei sat by himself on the falcon's back, glaring furiously at the two of them. How is it? Isn't the cloud-soaring falcon fast? Asked Lao Wei, unable to hold back. Long Chen curled his lips. This cloud-soaring falcon seemed to be on par with a mid-12th tier magical beast. Its speed was truly not bad for that level, but it was a far cry from cloud speed. If the two of them were side by side, with a spread of her wings, the cloud-soaring eagle would only be able to see her tail for an instant before she vanished from sight. Let alone Cloud, even compared to Long Chen, as long as he summoned his lightning wings, he could throw it into the distance. This level of speed was nothing extraordinary to him. Ignore him, he's infuriating, said Qi Li irritably. Long Chen shook his head. Actually, I'm quite envious of the two of you. Envious of us? What is there to be envious of? Asked Qi Li curiously. I'm envious of how young and carefree you are. You can still have fights and arguments. I can't. My wives and I don't even have time to fight. We don't even have time to talk, said Long Chen somewhat bitterly. In the past, Tang Wan'er had often liked to be petty and cause some trouble for him so that he would pay attention to her. But now, all of them were racing against time in order to survive. Nowadays, he felt that having Tang Wan'er tease him a bit was an enormous luxury. He is simply a fool and an infuriating one at that, said Qi Li, vexed. He's foolish because he cares. I would be even more of a fool than him. His mind goes out the window only because he loves you. If he could stay calm over such a matter, it would mean he didn't care about you. You should be grateful, said Long Chen lightly. Really? Qi Li glanced back at the gloomy Lao Wei. I've been around the block for a few years. I can tell that it is because he truly loves you. That's why I let him insult me. Otherwise, I'd have slapped his face into a pig's head, said Long Chen. Qi Li smiled, amused by his way of speaking. However, at that instant, the sky darkened. The cloud-soaring falcon let out a sharp cry and dove from the sky and into the forest. It's a golden-scale blue-eye eagle, shouted Lao Wei, his voice trembling slightly. I told you that this fellow would bring us misfortune after falling from that cursed ship. We actually encountered a fully matured golden-scale blue-eye eagle. We're dead. A giant golden eagle descended from the sky. Its feathers were covered in scale-like patterns, and its aura was comparable to a peak 12th rank magical beast. We're not a match for it. Its target is the cloud-soaring falcon, so we'll split up and pounce on it while the cloud-soaring falcon draws its attention. Its weak points are its eyes, the bottom of its beak, its abdomen, and Long Chen. What are you doing? Qi Li was in the midst of coming up with a battle plan when Long Chen shot into the sky straight at the eagle. Suddenly, a square object was flung out by Long Chen. It rapidly grew larger until it was the same size as the eagle and struck it head-on. The golden-scale blue-eye eagle fell to the ground, smashing a giant hole in it. A wave of earth covered the giant trees. Qi Li and Lao Wei were both dumbfounded. The golden-scale blue-eye eagle was a terrifying beast whose speed was even greater than the cloud-soaring falcon. Such a terrifying monster was something only their race leader possessed the power to defeat. Their best option would have been to think of a way to somehow get away from it. However, if they ran, then they would have to sacrifice the cloud-soaring falcon. Qi Li was unwilling to do that, so she wanted to take the risk of fighting for a bit. But even then, she was aware that their chances of victory were extremely remote. Their arrows were unable to pierce its defenses. Now they saw Long Chen crush it with one attack. Lao Wei's jaw dropped. He was filled with disbelief. The giant cyan brick vanished. The earth shook a few times as the giant eagle struggled out of the earth. It let out a heaven-shaking cry. It's not dead. Qi Li and Lao Wei's expressions changed, and they hastily retreated. Chapter 24, 42 Towering Tree. Translator Born to Be. The two of them dove into the forest, as that was the only way to keep themselves alive. However, they suddenly found that the golden-scale blue-eye eagle wasn't attacking after struggling out of the ground. It was just standing there. Long Chen walked over to it, and it crouched down, allowing him to walk onto its back. Lao Wei and Qi Li couldn't believe their eyes. Long Chen beckoned. Let's switch to a new mount. You can have the cloud-soaring falcon return. Qi Li and Lao Wei slowly walked over. Qi Li nervously asked, Did you subdue it? Come on up, it'll be a bit faster, said Long Chen. Qi Li had to first run over to the cloud-soaring falcon because it didn't dare to get close to the golden-scale blue-eye eagle. She told it to go back. After that, all three of them stood on the golden-scale blue-eye eagle's back, and it took off, transforming into a streak of light shooting through the air. It was much faster than the cloud-soaring falcon. This golden-scale blue-eye eagle was powerful, but its spiritual strength was not strong. After being knocked unconscious, Long Chen had directly placed a slave seal on it. Qi Li was amazed by Long Chen's power, and her praise made Lao Wei upset. However, he had now witnessed Long Chen's power, and like a beaten rooster, he was silent. Qi Li, you should go to the front and direct it so that it doesn't fly off in the wrong direction, said Long Chen. Qi Li ran over to its head, pointing. Her excitement was like that of a child who had just obtained a new toy to play with. Now only Long Chen and Lao Wei were left on the back of the eagle. Long Chen looked at the dispirited Lao Wei and shook his head. You really are a coward. You're going to surrender just like this. I can't beat you, and I'm not a white-faced. If you call me that again, I'll slap you, raged Long Chen. You see the woman you love being stolen by someone else, and you're not going to fight for her. If someone dared to do that to one of my wives, I'd throw my life away to stop them. But you don't even have the courage to do that. Are you a coward? Lao Wei glared at Long Chen, but then deflated. He wished he could fight Long Chen, but he couldn't even muster the slightest will to do so after seeing him fight. Coward? If I were such a coward, my wives would have slapped me into the wall, said Long Chen disdainfully. You get hit by your wives? Asked Lao Wei, surprised. So what? All of my wives have stronger arms than me. Their punches can shatter mountains and their feet can tear the earth asunder. Do you know why? Asked Long Chen. No, Lao Wei shook his head. It's from beating me all day. When they beat me, I'm even encouraging them. If I dared to misunderstand their intentions like you have with Qi Li, well, let me tell you that if you were in that position, you would regret being born in this world. You would learn what a life worse than death is, sighed Long Chen. If your wives are so terrifying, why not leave them? Asked Lao Wei. This fellow's head clearly wasn't too agile. He actually believed Long Chen. Leave? Then how am I supposed to get stronger? Their beatings can temper my flesh, refine my bones, strengthen my internal organs. Stabbing the soul, burning in oil, well, it sounds frightening, but it's all beneficial to me, said Long Chen. His grateful expression scared Lao Wei. Qi Li is a lot gentler than your wives. Lao Wei was terrified at the thought of Long Chen's fiendish devil wives. Qi Li really is a nice girl. Long Chen looked toward Qi Li's back, causing Lao Wei's heart to tense. However, I don't have that blessing. So little fellow, I suppose a fool like you has a fool's luck to have such a good partner. You should cherish her. Her heart has yet to change, but your suspicions toward her are a blasphemy toward her pure emotions. Go and apologize, said Long Chen. While Long Chen had previously had an urge to slap Lao Wei, he decided not to take the foolish oath personally. However, Lao Wei hesitated. How am I supposed to apologize so that she forgives me? You could castrate yourself to show your loyalty, suggested Long Chen solemnly. Ah, Lao Wei almost jumped off the eagle, causing Long Chen to have to grab him. Long Chen almost laughed. This fellow was really simple. If a woman is angry and scolds you, it shows that she's not really angry. If she was really angry, she wouldn't even bother scolding you. At that time, if you tried to apologize, she wouldn't immediately forgive you. But if you don't apologize, she will never forgive you. You should prepare yourself for a long battle. Time will be your best weapon. In any case, as long as you apologize, her anger will fade over time, said Long Chen. It was unknown if Lao Wei had fully comprehended his words or not, but he slowly walked over to Qi Li. As soon as he arrived beside her, Li Qi's excited expression from directing the golden scale blue-eye eagle vanished and was replaced with iciness. She turned back to see Long Chen seated in meditation. Despite being unfamiliar with the martial heaven continent's cultivation techniques, she knew that he didn't want to be disturbed at this moment. She could only sit there and listen to Lao Wei's apology. Long Chen was circulating his life energy. Under the pressure of his death energy, his life energy had been compressed to just 10% of his life and death energy. He needed to keep it active and vigorous, or it would start to solidify. If that happened, it would be more difficult to activate his life energy in the future, let alone actually elevate his life energy to the point of being able to balance with his death energy. The 4 grand elders of the martial heaven continent were unable to use medicinal pills to break out of their current predicament, because if they did try to activate their remaining life energy, it might create a chance for their death energy to break through and kill them. If they had not been stuck in the death realm for so long, it would have been possible to use medicinal pills to balance their life and death energy, allowing them to reach the 4th step. But due to their life energy having been stagnant for so long, they no longer possessed the ability to circulate it without their death energy potentially taking over. Not only did this represent that they were weaker than death realm experts in their peak, but they would never be able to advance again in their lifetimes. This was the most painful thing to a cultivator, which was why Jianying had warned everyone to think it over when she had distributed the barrier-breaking pills. Long Chen's death energy had reached a powerful state, so Long Chen needed to constantly circulate his life energy to keep it lively. He also slowly absorbed the world's life energy to invigorate his body. As he cultivated, Long Chen had a faint smile. Upon absorbing the outside world's life energy, his astral spaces resonated, and their life energy also circulated within his body. With those 2 sources of life energy, his life energy was not in danger of being overwhelmed. Long Chen had an extra layer of protection compared to other people. This forest was abundant in life energy. It was the perfect place for him to cultivate. For most people, they would need to take some time to adjust and stabilize their life energy and their death energy, but Long Chen had no need to do so. That was because the primal chaos space possessed its own life and death energy. Long Chen had been familiar with that kind of energy from the start, so he didn't need to get used to it. Upon reaching the 3rd step, he directly began activating his life energy in preparation for advancing to the 4th step. The 4th step of Nether Passage was to balance one's life and death energy once more. This was a slow process. He would need to slowly absorb energy. Qi Li coldly directed the golden scale blue-eye eagle, while Lao Wei was sitting beside her miserably. He was silent, not even daring to let out a fart. They quickly flew through the forest. There were other fierce beasts, but they all fled upon sensing the golden scale blue-eye eagle's aura. Qi Li's excited expression slowly came back. Ahead of them, the ancient trees grew even more majestic, and they were thriving with life energy. Long Chen eventually saw one particularly giant tree, which soared into the sky. The stars seemed to hang amongst its branches. Long Chen, we've arrived. This is our life spirit god, announced Qi Li. She jumped off, kowtowing from the peak of a tree toward the giant tree, muttering some ancient scripture. Chapter 24, 43 Bone Tile. Translator, born to be. This aura. Upon seeing the giant tree, Long Chen was shocked. Why was it that this tree had such a similar aura to the spirit world's life god tree? Qi Li and Lao Wei both piously kowtowed. The giant tree unleashed a gentle light from its leaves that illuminated the forest. A group of experts from the Luo spirit race came over. They wore slightly different clothes than Qi Li and the others. Upon seeing Long Chen, their expressions changed. Before they could say anything, the giant tree quivered ever so slightly, and a shocked expression came over them. This is Long Chen, he started Qi Li. An old man walked out of the crowd. The spirit god has ordered for this precious guest to be brought inside. He beckoned welcomingly. Long Chen nodded and followed them inside. The closer he got to the giant tree, the more familiar he felt it to be. Its aura was extremely similar to the spirit world's life god tree. The spirit world had been invaded, and the life god tree had been damaged. However, Long Chen had given it the life soil of his primal chaos space, so it should be mostly recovered by now. When Long Chen got closer, he saw countless experts of the Luo spirit race looking at him vigilantly. They were as numerous as ants. They had to be counted in the millions. Qi Li explained that their Luo spirit race was spread out, and the stronghold that they had been at was just one tiny branch. He was surprised. Now Long Chen understood why Lao Wei had previously said that he wouldn't dare to go see the life spirit god. There were countless experts here. If he really had bad intentions, he wouldn't be able to leave alive. There were at least thousands of experts on the same level as Qi Li's father here. Furthermore, there was a feeling of even greater pressure from the towering tree. Despite already being beneath the crown of the tree, it took them a full hour of going in a straight line before they arrived at its trunk. The bark had scale-like patterns. Life Qi invigorated Long Chen. More and more of the Luo spirit race's experts appeared. They jumped down from the branches. It seemed that they viewed its leaves as stairs. There's no need to cause such a huge disturbance, right? Long Chen felt the pressure increase. More and more experts were gathering here. Qi Li and Lao Wei were also nervous. They had never witnessed something like this. They didn't know why bringing Long Chen over to see the life spirit god would shake the entire Luo spirit race. Those who could remain by the side of the life spirit god were all elite figures of the Luo spirit race. Qi Li's heart pounded hard. Someone like her was only qualified to spend half a month every year cultivating here. Only those with excellent talent or those who had made outstanding contributions were allowed to stay here longer. Every single person here could be said to have a higher status than her. Suddenly, an old man with a white beard slowly descended. Long Chen was startled to find a pair of emerald wings on his back. They looked like two giant leaves. The elder held a wooden staff, and although he was not large, he gave off a tranquil feeling. Greetings, great prophet. Every single member of the Luo spirit race fell to their knees. Qi Li and Lao Wei were startled and hastily knelt as well. This was a legendary figure that they had never seen before. This prophet was the emissary of the life spirit god, the one who gave them the god's decrees. He was the only one who could communicate with the life spirit god, and the strongest existence within the entire Luo spirit race. Someone above the Nether Passage realm. Long Chen's heart shook. He couldn't sense any aura coming off of this old man, but he could sense a majestic life energy that shook him deeply. Hello, expert from another world. Let me represent the entirety of the Luo spirit race in welcoming you. The old man solemnly bowed with his left hand holding his shoulder. Long Chen hastily said, I wouldn't dare to accept. This little one didn't manage to bring any gifts. Long Chen was unable to understand why someone as powerful as the prophet would be so respectful to him. You're too courteous. Your arrival is the greatest gift to the Luo spirit race. You are from the martial heaven continent, correct? Asked the prophet. Yes, Long Chen's heart shook once more. How had he known? Was it because he was actually a prophet capable of seeing the future? No need to be surprised. There was once an expert who left behind something for us to give to you, said the prophet. A bone tile appeared in his hand. The bone tile was around the size of a fist. It sparkled brightly like a gemstone, but it gave off a very frightening pressure. All the experts of the Luo spirit race involuntarily stepped back, turning pale. There were blood-colored marks flickering inside of the bone tile. It was like it was pulsing with demonic blood. Long Chen carefully received it. When he held it, he could clearly feel an immense, slumbering power. "Senior, have you gotten the wrong person?" asked Long Chen. "How could someone have left this thing for him?" The prophet smiled. "As long as you came from the martial heaven continent, you are the right person." That senior from back then said that as long as someone from the martial heaven continent came here, we were to give this to you. "Who was that person?" asked Long Chen. He was surprised to hear that this prophet was even calling them senior. The senior shook his head. "It's unclear. This was told to me by the last generation prophet, who was told this by his predecessor, and so on. No one knows the details. It's from so long ago." Long Chen was now deeply shaken. Was this left behind by someone who was also from the martial heaven continent? If so, then what power did they come from? Were they not afraid of this item ending up in the wrong person's hands? "May I ask what this thing is used for?" probed Long Chen. The prophet shook his head. "We were only in charge of passing it to you. As for the details, I apologize, as we really don't know." Long Chen could only put aside the bone tile for now. "Senior, I wish to obtain a detailed map. Is that possible?" "Of course." The prophet waved his hand. A leaf fell from the tree, shrinking down until it was only the size of a coin. "Press this against your head and use your soul to sense it. You will obtain the information." Long Chen pressed the leaf against his forehead. He instantly felt like he was flying. The higher he went, the more that he could see. He saw the tree crown he was beneath. He flew higher and higher until he saw the stronghold of the Luo spirit race that he had been in. He also saw the spatial crack and the end of the giant forest. On the other side was a barren desert. Then he saw the end of the desert. He found that he was on an island. There were many other islands nearby. As he saw further, he suddenly found that this world was like a jigsaw puzzle that had been smashed. Is it really as the Pill Dian said? This place was fragmented after an immense battle. If that's true, who could have done such a thing? Long Chen was stunned. This place was huge, far surpassing his imagination. He didn't know just how many times larger it was compared to the martial heaven continent. One fragmented world after another appeared in his mind. Many places were filled with crossing spatial cracks that were like gaping maws. "What is that?" Long Chen suddenly noticed a black river in the distance. It stopped this world from extending any further. It was as if someone had intentionally cut this place in two. It felt like there was more on the other side of the black river, but he couldn't see anything past it. The black river was so wide that he couldn't even begin to estimate how wide it was. The star-field divine world was formed of its own star field. In other words, it was formed of many worlds just like the martial heaven continent. No wonder it is so huge. The leaf fell from his head. It quickly withered, vanishing without a trace before it even touched the ground. Long Chen slowly opened his eyes. "Many thanks, senior." Long Chen then turned to Lao Wei and pressed a finger against his forehead. "Lao Wei, I have yet to give you anything from our chance encounter. I will transmit how to control the golden scale blue-eye eagle slave mark to you." Lao Wei was shocked that Long Chen was passing it to him and not Qi Li. He quickly understood, though. "Senior, I still have things to do, so I'll leave for now. Many thanks for the map." Long Chen cupped his fists. However, Long Chen's expression suddenly changed. He took out the compass once more. It was dinging. One of the groups of the Dragonblood Legion was releasing a distress signal, and it was of the utmost urgency. Chapter 24, 44 Violent Lightning Devours the Heavens. Translator Born to Be. Long Chen's heart thumped. Considering the distance, he knew that even at full speed, it would take 6 hours for him to reach the location of the distress signal. However, the map had shown him a giant spatial crack on the way, requiring him to go around it. That would add another 2 hours at least. This urgent distress signal meant that everything was hanging by a thread. There was no time. "Great Prophet, my friends are in trouble. I must leave." Long Chen started off, lightning wings appearing on his back. "Where do you want to go?" "Perhaps I can use the power of the spirit god to send you on your way," said the prophet upon seeing his rush. Delighted, Long Chen spread his hand. causing his spiritual strength to condense into a translucent map. "I want to go there." Long Chen pointed. He could only give a general location, as Xuanhuan and Zia Chen had sacrificed some precision in order for the compass to sense even further. "No problem," the prophet smiled. A leaf fell from the sky and enveloped Long Chen. He vanished. After Long Chen was gone, the prophet turned solemn. He shouted to the Luo spirit race's experts, "Gather everyone and prepare for battle. Our chance to reclaim the mother tree has finally arrived." The Luo spirit race's disciples let out a heaven-shaking cheer, a raging battle intent soaring out of them. But the leaf on Long Chen's body crumbled, and he flew out, finding himself on top of a large mountain. Taking out the compass, he shot out in the direction it indicated. In just a few seconds, he heard rumbling ahead. After going around a final mountain, he saw tens of thousands of people fighting. A squad of the Dragonblood warriors was currently leading the Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples in a battle against the Ancient Family Alliance and the Corrupt Path's experts. The Dragonblood warriors attempted to charge out of their encirclement with the Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples, but they were unable to get through. The Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples were occasionally cut down one by one. "Bastards, come at me if you have the guts," roared one of the squad leaders of the Dragonblood Legion. Their enemies were intentionally avoiding the Dragonblood warriors to kill the Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples. They did their best to avoid fighting them directly. The Martial Heaven Alliance's side was at an instant disadvantage, considering the numbers advantage their enemies had. In just the first clash, thousands of them had died. The first loss fractured their morale, and the Dragonblood warriors were unable to recover. Once the rest of the Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples were killed, the Dragonblood warriors would be surrounded by 100,000 people and ground down. "Ancient Family Alliance, you really have big guts." Just at this moment, a cold voice rang out that made the Ancient Family Alliance and the Corrupt Path's disciples feel like they had been dropped into an ice house. "It's boss." The Dragonblood warriors were all ecstatic to hear that voice. "Endless lightning domain. Violent lightning devours the heavens." Long Chen clapped his hands together, and a sea of lightning spread throughout the battlefield, completely sealing it. This place became a lightning hell filled with the air of annihilation. "Kill them all," shouted Long Chen. After setting up the lightning domain, he personally joined the fray with Evil Moon in hand. "Run, Long Chen's here." The Corrupt Path and the Ancient Family Alliance's experts began to flee. However, Long Chen's rage meant that they didn't have the slightest chance to escape. When they tried to flee through the lightning domain, they were annihilated. That wasn't enough to quench his fury. He was personally hacking them apart with his saber, with no one being able to stop him. If it was just the Corrupt Path attacking, he wouldn't be so furious. After all, they were fated enemies. Such a thing could not be avoided. However, the Ancient Family Alliance had no excuse to attack them. Even if they were no longer allies, they should not be killing each other with the Dark Era descending. Long Chen's grievance was with Dai Feng, and it was a personal one. He had not taken out his anger on the Ancient Family Alliance. But the Ancient Family Alliance had not just attacked the Martial Heaven Alliance now, they had even joined forces with the Corrupt Path. The biggest slap in Long Chen's face was that he had told his side not to take out their anger on the Ancient Family Alliance just because of him. As long as the other side didn't press them, then they shouldn't provoke them. As a result, it was the Ancient Family Alliance's people that first attacked them, and in an incredibly vicious manner without the slightest hint of mercy. This lightning domain had completely locked down this area. Lei Long was standing guard within it with tens of thousands of split bodies. No one could escape. As for Long Chen himself, he was like a tiger trapped with a group of sheep. Even screams of terror could not stop his blade. With Long Chen's addition to the battlefield, the Ancient Family Alliance and the Corrupt Path's disciples were terrified out of their minds. With the arrival of a Devil King, they sank into profound despair. They hadn't expected Long Chen to arrive so quickly. Their minds were blank, as they all knew that no one could save them. As for the Martial Heaven Alliance's side, they were reinvigorated and pounced on their enemies. "No, don't kill me, we're innocent, we had to listen to orders." "I'll tell you what's happening, there are." No matter what they said, the Ancient Family Alliance and the Corrupt Path's experts were cut down without hesitation. The Corrupt Path's experts crazily fought back, but their fierce faces were a facade to cover up the terror in their hearts. With Long Chen present, the Dragonblood warriors were free to fight as they wished. Fighting for themselves, their enemies fell in swathes. As for the ancient family alliance's experts, they weren't as bloody as the corrupt path. As they fought back, they pleaded for mercy. Idiots, did you ever think about letting us off? Did you think about our families? Die. The only reply to their pleading was a butcher's blade filled with anger. The battlefield was in chaos now, with everyone trying to avoid Long Chen, but still being unable to escape. Some who were further away from him thought that they would be temporarily safe, only for a lightning arrow to pierce them from behind. The people fleeing had been killed, and no one else was trying. Lei Long had nothing else to do but to attack. It didn't want to injure any allies, so it only attacked those who were close to the edges. Ha ha ha, what's so amazing about you, Long Chen? I really looked down on you. Can you kill me twice? One of the ancient family alliance's disciples laughed crazily. It seemed that he had gone insane. Without any hope, he began to publicly provoke Long Chen. His laughter didn't manage to draw Long Chen's attention before he was killed by one of the Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples. You want to kill me? Keep dreaming. You'll never be able to achieve that in your lifetimes. I curse you all to die here. Another one of the ancient family alliance's disciples suddenly chose to kill himself. The ancient family alliance's disciples were the first to be eliminated. Now, only thousands of the corrupt experts were left. Although knowing that they were going to die, they wanted to drag down a few more of their enemies with them. In order to avoid unnecessary deaths, Long Chen ordered the Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples to retreat to the edge of the lightning domain. The 500 Dragonblood warriors were cleaning up the survivors. There was no suspense. The Dragonblood warriors formed a killing formation and slaughtered them. The corrupt experts were unwilling to be killed for nothing, and they tried to charge past to the Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples. However, before they could reach them, they were killed by lightning arrows. In just a few breaths' time, the remaining corrupt experts were slaughtered. This battle ended without a single fish managing to escape the net. This battle had been extremely fierce, and the corrupt path experts in particular had been vicious. The Martial Heaven Alliance had lost 13,000 disciples. If Long Chen hadn't arrived in time, they would have been wiped out. Although the Dragonblood warriors might have managed to band together in the end and charge out, as the leader of this group, having all their comrades be killed while they escaped by themselves would have been a stain that they would never be able to wash away. Even after victory, the Dragonblood warriors weren't happy. They still felt immense hatred and guilt. "Sorry, boss, we were suddenly attacked with no warning," said the leader of this group. They had been entrusted by Long Chen to protect everyone. Long Chen shook his head and patted the squad leader's shoulder comfortingly. "It's not your fault." Long Chen turned back to the surviving disciples of the Martial Heaven Alliance. His gaze swept through them coldly. "You can come out and kill yourself. I will protect your family in your stead." Chapter 24:45 Spies. Translator Born to Be. What? Everyone present was startled. Did they really have spies amongst them? The Dragonblood warriors came to a sudden understanding. No wonder this sudden attack had felt so strange. Even now, they didn't know how their enemies had managed to find them. The Dragonblood warriors were closer than brothers, so they hadn't considered this possibility. Now everyone was filled with indignation. "I'm sorry, I Zhang Jingfeng can only use my death to apologize." Suddenly one person walked out. Upon seeing him, quite a few people were shocked. Those people were rather familiar with him. "Zhang Jingfeng, you, how could you do this to your sect? What about senior apprentice sister Lingshan's trust?" One of his close friends pointed his sword at him, his eyes red. It was precisely due to how close they were that he was unable to accept this. Zhang Jingfeng bitterly smiled. "All those things are meaningless now. No excuse can make up for my sin." He then suddenly knelt toward Long Chen. "Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, I entrust everything to you." Zhang Jingfeng slammed his own head with his hand and his body collapsed. He had shattered his soul. "You fool, why?" The disciple who had pointed his sword at him openly wept. Zhang Jingfeng was a man, but there are some who are really despicable. Long Chen suddenly pointed his finger. One person in the crowd twitched. Before he could say anything, though, his head was pierced by a lightning arrow. "Senior apprentice brother Long Chen." Another person tried to speak, but Long Chen snorted. Now it was too late. Another lightning arrow flew out, killing him. There were a total of 4 traitors. One of them was killed in the chaos. Of the remaining 3, one could count as a man and admitted his sins. He can count as having atoned. Those who know them should gather their corpses for their families, said Long Chen. Boss, what is going on? Asked the Dragonblood warrior. When I killed the ringleaders, I investigated a portion of their memories and their fragmented souls. So I knew about the traitors, but I can't blame them. Their families were being used as hostages to control them. If the person you cared the most had their life in someone else's hand, what would you choose? So this matter can end here. As for them, you can tell their families that they died in a battle between the righteous and corrupt paths. After all, in the eyes of their families, they are their pride. But for us, although we can sympathize, we cannot forgive them. Death is their best choice, said Long Chen helplessly. These traitors had caused thousands of deaths, but while they felt immense hatred for them, people were unable to fully blame them. If their positions were switched, what would they choose? Who did it? We have to avenge them, said someone hatefully. So many people had died. They had to extract a price from someone. Compared to these 4 traitors, the ones who had caused this were the ones extorting them. Based on their memories, I wasn't able to find out the entire truth, but it will be revealed soon, said Long Chen. Long Chen suspected that it was done by Dai Feng, but there was no concrete proof. He didn't want to immediately accuse him, because he was sure that the truth would be revealed in just a short time. Clean up the battlefield. I want to be ready to move out again within half an incense stick's worth of time, ordered Long Chen. After giving orders, Long Chen took out the compass and began to search for other groups of Dragonblood warriors. He found 3 other groups that were getting closer. Most likely, they had rushed over upon receiving the distress signal. Boss. The first group quickly arrived with their original group of 50,000. They were delighted to see Long Chen, but shocked to see the corpses. This group hadn't encountered any attacks yet. In fact, things had been going very smoothly. They had killed a scarlet blood drake, allowing them to obtain quite a bit of dragon blood. That dragon blood was actually of a decent quality. It wasn't rejected by the evil dragon essence blood in their veins, and they believed that it was possible for them to refine it. However, they hadn't done that yet. They were waiting for Long Chen's approval to do so. Long Chen explained what had happened, causing their expressions to change. Long Chen announced, "There is no going back from certain things once you've done them. The previous 3 people are the best example. I know there must be people that are being controlled in every group. You still have time, so come out now." The disciples of the Martial Heaven Alliance looked at each other. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, they aren't just threatening my family. They put a slave seal on my soul. One disciple nervously stepped forward. He had only spoken halfway when black lines spread across his face like a wriggling centipede. Startled cries rang out. Long Chen snorted and pointed a finger. His spiritual strength surged out, and this sinister mark spread across his arm. Long Chen actually absorbed the curse. "Senior apprentice brother Long Chen," cried out that disciple. Lightning suddenly flickered across his arm, causing the mark to fade away. When it was about to vanish, Long Chen suddenly stopped. He allowed the mark to grow back, and then he sealed it in one place. Long Chen felt that destroying these curses might be sensed by their enemies, but sealing them shouldn't raise an alarm. In any case, they were unable to threaten him. Seeing him so easily handle the curse seal, over 10 people stepped forward. "Don't say anything. Eat this pill first. Its medicinal energy will temporarily stay within your souls, but don't activate it. Once you activate it, it will destroy the curse, and that might be sensed by the other side. We'll have to beat them at their own game. As for your families, don't worry. As long as we're alive, no one will dare to touch them," said Long Chen. He hadn't expected there to be 17 people here being controlled, so he distributed medicinal pills to them. This kind of spiritual curse was unable to cause him any trouble. At that time, the other 2 close groups arrived. Long Chen once more explained, and another batch of experts stepped forward for him to give them medicinal pills. In order to be safe, Long Chen unleashed his spiritual pressure and questioned whether or not there were more traitors. As a result, 2 people were unable to endure the pressure and cracked. They were immediately killed by Long Chen. Those people weren't being controlled. They were true spies. There was no need to keep them. Their souls had restrictions that would cause their souls to shatter if they were investigated. The 4 groups were now united, with 2,000 Dragonblood warriors and 180,000 experts of the Martial Heaven Alliance. Although they didn't have any top experts guiding them, they were no longer worried about an attack. "Join our compasses together to spread the word," said Long Chen. It went without saying that Zia Chen and Guo Ran were geniuses. Their compasses could be linked together by multiple users to be able to sense others better. It could even transmit some simple information. The fact that there were traitors made Long Chen sigh inside. It seemed that Yi Lingshan hadn't done a good enough job, or perhaps the people that she entrusted felt that others would also be sincere. However, in such a giant group, who could guarantee that no one had been bought? Even if that wasn't the case, it didn't represent that everyone was of one heart. Long Chen hadn't had time to deal with such a thing, nor had he thought that Yi Lingshan would make such a mistake. As a result, things were going badly. Originally, Long Chen was planning on using the tools that the spies were using to sniff them all out, but he found that the other side was very crafty. He was unable to sense where their enemies were, as the communication tools that they had were only one way and used for sending information to their enemies. Whatever, wasting time with the weaklings isn't worth it. Long Chen shook his head. If they just waited around, they would waste too much time. Hunting down their ambushers would use up too much of their valuable time here. They did their best to transmit the information as far as possible, but it was unknown if it was received. Those people only had one compass that was unable to reply to them at such a distance. It was up to luck. Curious, if they didn't enter at the same time as us, why would they appear here? Asked one person suspiciously. Do they have maps? They were looking for a specific spot and they just happened to run into us. That's not likely, right? No one has a map of the star field divine world. A map? Long Chen nodded. The Martial Heaven Alliance doesn't have, but perhaps ancient existences like the everlasting families possess some information. However, there is one power in particular that has a complete map of the star field divine world. The divine families. Everyone's expressions changed. Could it be? Chapter 24, 46 Hue Long Awakens. Translator Born to Be. The star field divine world was a place that the divine families had stood guard over a long time. No one believed that they didn't have a map of it, but the divine families did not share that map with the other powers. Now, the main problem wasn't that the divine families had a map, but that the corrupt path and the ancient family alliance's experts had strategically and accurately attacked the people of the Martial Heaven Alliance. There was definitely some kind of scheme present. Fuck, it's definitely the divine families that gave them a map, cursed one of the Dragon Blood warriors. Considering Long Chen's enmity with the Yi family, it was most likely them. If that was the case, and the Yi family had given their enemies a map, why had the Long family not given Long Chen one as well? It's too early to say that, nor is it the time to deliberate. Long Chen took out several pieces of soul jade and passed them to the Dragon Blood warriors leading their groups. This is the map that I obtained. It's the most complete map possible, but we still can't be sure of what exactly is going on in many regions because we haven't gone there personally. Based on the spots we came from, it does seem like a coincidence that the corrupt path and the ancient family alliance's disciples intersected with us. Take a look. Long Chen summoned an image of the map in the air. He had managed to look through quite a few soul fragments in the previous slaughter, and so he knew the path that the corrupt path and ancient family alliance's disciples had been traveling. They were going in a straight line, while we were randomly roving around and just so happened to run into them. That is why they chose to attack us. Long Chen drew two paths on the map. Boss, you mean that they had a target? Asked one squad leader. Long Chen nodded. Look, we were wandering around searching for our own opportunities, but they were going in a straight line. According to their path they were going toward. Long Chen extrapolated their path, ending up in a certain spot. It's there. Based on the map, that was a giant lake. It looked like a long and narrow eye. When he had first seen the lake, he had been quite shocked because it was truly just like an eye. At the center of the eye was some kind of energy, but at that time, he had only managed to get a brief glimpse from the life spirit god. Then are we going there? This was their target. The divine families definitely gave them some special treatment, so you should go take a look as well, said Long Chen. What about you? I'm going to look around in some other areas. I'll also be looking for the other groups, said Long Chen. As long as each group had the power to protect themselves, it would be better for them to split up so that they could have more lucky encounters. All right then, we're going to move out. The Dragon Blood warriors brought their groups over to that area. There were now 2,000 Dragon Blood warriors present. They were much more confident in their force. Long Chen looked at the compass and saw 4 tiny spots of light, indicating the groups that had just left. He then looked in the other direction. There was another place with 2 light spots, indicating that 2 groups had joined together. Searching further, he found a solitary light spot. He rushed over in that direction. As he flew through the air, his body suddenly shuddered. Flames began to rage within the primal chaos space. Xuanhuan had finally awoken after devouring the heavenly flame orb. The intense flame energy made Chen jump. It seemed that Xuanhuan was unable to perfectly control its power that had suddenly soared. It looked like the entire forest inside the primal chaos space would be incinerated. Chen hastily pulled Xuanhuan out of the primal chaos space. As a result, Xuanhuan let out a heaven-shaking roar. It was like a volcano exploding, with wild flames filling the surrounding space. Anything touched by it, trees, stone, earth, was instantly incinerated. A giant hole was left in the ground, and Chen even saw red liquid flowing at the bottom. That wasn't lava, but a mineral deposit that had been melted by Xuanhuan's power. Even Chen was shocked. After devouring the heavenly flame orb, Xuanhuan had reached a level of power that even frightened Chen. Its power had undergone a qualitative change. As Xuanhuan roared, Chen realized that this roar was one that contained pain. Startled, he tried to sense what was going on. Xuanhuan's body suddenly began to rapidly inflate. It grew larger and larger, and its aura was climbing so ferociously as if it was a cultivator that was breaking through a bottleneck. Boom! Xuanhuan's body exploded. Xuanhuan, Chen let out a startled cry. Had the advancement been a failure? Big brother Chen, I'm fine. A young voice rang out from within the flames, dumbfounding Chen. In the center of the explosion, countless flame runes were burning. As they burned, Chen sensed their power growing purer. Those runes looked like colored glass. All their impurities were being burned away. Those runes slowly gathered, condensing into the form of a young lady. At first, the form was very indistinct, but as more of the runes condensed, her appearance grew clearer until she appeared to be a pretty maiden of about 15 to 16 years old. She had long hair that reached her waist and a fiery dress. Her eyes were like two rubies. After that, her delicate mouth curved into a beautiful smile, and she suddenly spread her arms and hugged Chen. Big brother Chen, I've finished my metamorphosis. This girl with flames surrounding her excitedly cried out. Flames condensing a spirit. Heavens, this has to be the legendary divine flame spirit that automatically takes human form. Chen was shocked and delighted to see this. Within his pill's sovereign memories, there were recollections of flames with spirits that were born from heaven and earth and could transform. However, those transformations were always in the form of various beasts. As humans were the most spiritual of all life forms, flames were unable to condense into human form unless that flame had a divine attribute. For Xuanhuan to have transformed into human form indicated that it possessed the quality of a divine flame. Big brother Chen, are you happy? Asked the girl excitedly. I'm happy, of course I'm very happy, said Chen also excitedly. Having transformed, Xuanhuan now had more human feelings, and its intelligence had grown once more. That heavenly flame orb was truly a priceless treasure. As a spirit of flames, I'll call you Xuanlinger then, said Chen, giving Xuanhuan a new name in this form. Thank you, big brother Chen. Xuanlinger excitedly hugged Chen's neck with a pure smile. Suddenly, a pill furnace flew out. Linger was seated on top of the demon moon furnace, giggling. Little girl, let's be good friends. Linger was unable to wait now that Xuanlinger had awoken. Her immense flame energy filled her with anticipation. If they worked together to refine pills, it was unknown just how much stronger their pills would be. You're small too. Why are you calling me little girl? Asked Xuanlinger. Linger's body was also like that of a girl. Who is small? Look again. Linger's body transformed, becoming an elegant, fully grown woman. Furthermore, everything about her had matured. Chen was dazzled. Look closely who's small. Linger intentionally stuck out her chest proudly, along with an alluring voice that was not how she usually spoke. Linger, don't mess around. Don't corrupt this girl, said Chen. He knew that this was most likely one of her past masters. That master had been extremely bewitching. Every look, every word could seduce a person. Don't men like this kind of woman? Asked Linger, lightly nibbling on a finger. Linger, Chen's expression sank. Only then did Linger return to her original form. To Xuanlinger, she said, in any case, I'm bigger than you. I'm Linger and you're Xuanlinger. You have 3 characters in your name, but I only have 2, so I'm definitely bigger. So you have to listen to me. Xuanlinger was confused by this logic, but she nodded obediently. Good, let's go refine some pills. Linger opened the demon moon furnace, bringing Xuanhuan inside. Xuanhuan can't refine pills with you yet. She needs to help me refine something first, said Chen. Can I help you with that? I don't eat the pills afterwards, so what's the difference? Asked Linger. This is different. This pill isn't something that you can refine. Chen waved his hand, summoning the moon and star refining furnace. Chapter 24, 47 Sea Demons Block the Way. Translator Born to Be. This time, I'll have to trouble you, said Chen to the moon and star refining furnace. I want to refine the Nethergate pills and hopefully ones on the level of giant pills. I've been waiting, responded the moon and star refining furnace. Its voice was ancient and steady like an elder that had experienced the totality of life. Big brother Chen, why can't I refine them? Asked Linger dejectedly. Not all pills can be refined into demon pills. The Nethergate pill isn't suited for it, or I wouldn't forget about you, comforted Chen. While Linger was quite childish and competitive, the moon and star refining furnace was unflustered. Even though Chen had been using the demon moon furnace this entire time to refine pills, allowing it to recover quickly, the moon and star refining furnace had not said anything or expressed any displeasure, despite refining pills being the only way for it to recover. Linger pouted and returned to the primal chaos space. Chen shook his head. Evil Moon, I'm pressed for time, so you fly us over. I have to get accustomed to the laws of this place, said Chen. Refining a giant pill was much more complicated and required absorbing the laws of heaven and earth, or the chances of failure would skyrocket. The moon and star refining furnace already knew the method to refine the Nethergate pill. Linger was also clear on it and didn't need any instruction. The only thing to do was to let the moon and star refining furnace get used to the outside world's laws, and for Linger to get used to her new power. Chen held onto the moon and star refining furnace as they sped through the air. Its runes lit up, absorbing the energy of heaven and earth. Linger returned to the primal chaos space to condense her new power. After transforming, Linger's body now had some runes that she didn't understand. She had to get used to her new power. The current Linger was many times stronger than the old Long. However, while powerful flame energy was simple to use in battle, it was different when it came to refining pills. After 2 hours, the moon and star refining furnace returned to the primal chaos space and began to refine pills. Chen left a stream of energy open between the primal chaos space and the outside world so that the outside world's energy could be absorbed. The moon and star refining furnace and Linger slowly started to refine pills, but just as Chen had anticipated, Linger's new flame energy was too powerful for her to control. There were several failures, resulting in Linger starting to feel agitated. However, the moon and star refining furnace was extremely steady, teaching her how to control her flame energy bit by bit. It was very patient. Chen nodded. This matter could not be rushed. With the moon and star refining furnace guiding Linger, it shouldn't be too long until she got used to things. After comforting her a bit, he was about to focus on the outside world again when Linger ran over to cause trouble, saying that since Linger couldn't refine the Nethergate pill, it was better that she helped her refine pills. With a glare from Chen, she fell silent. The moon and star refining furnace had said that even if the refinement was a failure, the experience from the process was beneficial. This girl Linger clearly didn't understand such things. Chen left refining the Nethergate pill up to them. After 6 hours, he reached another group of the Dragonblood warriors. However, they weren't leading the people from the Martial Heaven Alliance, but the Xuanhuan beasts. Boss, Chen's arrival delighted the Dragonblood warriors. They were already in the midst of joining forces with another group. That group had sent out a signal for them to come over. Let's talk on the way. Running into the Xuanhuan beasts was a happy surprise. This group had both the Dragonblood warriors and the non-flying Xuanhuan beasts on the back of the flying Xuanhuan beasts. They were extremely fast. They said that they hadn't encountered any dangers. They did fly over some kind of race's territory once and were attacked, but they had simply run off without taking any casualties. There had been some powerful beasts as well, but due to their numbers, those beasts only roared angrily when they passed by and didn't attack. Those beasts didn't seem to have anything valuable in their territory, so there was no point in attacking them either. This group had received the distress signal and had been moving over there only for Chen to send word that things were over, so they had chosen to link up with another group of Dragonblood warriors. That group had also sent out a request for assistance, But that wasn't an urgent distress call. It was just a call for reinforcements, most likely indicating that they had found something good, but felt that they didn't have the power to obtain it on their own. Long Chen nodded. After splitting into so many groups, some of them had to encounter something good, but it was unknown what they had encountered. As they flew through the air, Long Chen continued to investigate the situation of the other groups. He found that other than these two groups that were in the midst of linking up together, the others had at least managed to join forces into groups of 2. The biggest group now had 7 squads. That relieved Long Chen. Once they joined forces, the danger levels dropped. In truth, Long Chen had also been somewhat worried about splitting the Dragonblood Legion, as it would be dangerous if they encountered experts on the level of Tianzizi or Dai Feng. The Xuanhuan beasts were extremely fast. They almost arrived at their target in just over an hour. Long Chen also saw several other groups approaching that area. Suddenly, dinging sounds rang out. Long Chen and the other squad leaders' compasses were ringing. Not good. The request for reinforcements has become a distress signal. That meant that they had been attacked. Long Chen immediately summoned his lightning wings, speeding off on his own. Long Chen quickly saw a group of countless giant figures. His gaze turned cold. The Sea Demon race. The Sea Demon race mostly didn't like to transform into human form. They liked to keep their giant bodies and look down on others. Many of them would put on a half-human and half-demon form. Long Chen saw hundreds of thousands of sea demons attacking the group of the Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples. Their leader was precisely the young king of the 6-horned sea serpent race that Long Chen had previously defeated. His aura had grown much more powerful during this time. He was more muscular, and his 6 horns were shining with divine light. It was like he had a halo. He coldly smiled as he watched the sea demons attack the Dragonblood warriors and the Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples. Right now, you have 2 options, either scram or die. Why waste words with them? Let's directly kill them, said another expert behind him. He had scale armor draped over him and a whip in his hand. Exactly. Have you forgotten what Long Chen did to our sea demon race? As long as we kill them all and make sure there are no witnesses, no one will know that we did this. Even if people suspect, so what? The Yi family has said that as long as there's no proof, no one can touch us. This is our best opportunity for revenge, said another sea demon expert. This one had a metallic luster to his entire body. Kill them all. The sea demons roared together, killing intent raging in their eyes. There were at least 300,000 of them. They were entirely capable of crushing the disciples of the Martial Heaven Alliance. The sea demon race had always been warlike and had never had a good relationship with the creatures of the land. Long Chen in particular had humiliated them twice, and this opportunity to vent was rare. Seeing so many of them roaring together, the Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples were infuriated. They had no choice but to put everything on the line at this moment. There was no chance of them getting out with their own power. Amongst them, the squad leader of the Dragonblood warriors sneered. You really have forgotten your lesson. You were forced to flee like a dog during the Chi Flow eruption, and then later my boss went to the Martial Heaven Sea Ring and made you beg for forgiveness. You think you can bully us because you have numbers now. I guarantee that if you dare to touch us, even if we all die here, my boss will turn the Martial Heaven Sea Ring into a sea of death. You're trying to scare us. Long Chen has offended so many people. He's like a rat being hunted down. He could die at any time. Let's not hesitate any longer and kill them right now. They are insulting us like this, sneered the armored sea demon expert. The young king of the 6-horned sea serpent was still hesitating though. However, he then smiled cruelly. Do you really think that Long Chen is a god and that we don't dare to kill you? I'll send you to hell for now, but don't worry because I'll quickly send Long Chen along as well. He waved his hand. Kill them all. The sea demons roared and charged forward like a furious tide. Die, the armored sea demon expert smiled and charged toward the Dragonblood warriors. When he unleashed a punch, his aura shocked the Dragonblood warriors. He was actually another peak expert that they had never seen before. Boom! In the very first exchange, the ground beneath the Dragonblood warriors crumbled, and in unison they coughed up a mouthful of blood. Idiots, not even your boss is necessarily a match for me. As for you, you think you can block me. Die, the armored sea demon sneered, once more unleashing a punch. This time an image of a giant scorpion appeared behind him. The Dragonblood warriors' armor lit up as they joined forces again to block this attack. Before the punch landed, though, a sneer rang out. A little crab dares to run rampant in front of me, Long Chen. Chapter 24, 48 Magic Trick Transformation. Translator born to be. At the same time as his voice rang out, the person speaking also arrived. A fist covered in dragon scales smashed down with a clap of thunder. Boom! An explosion of power shook the void and caused the earth to tear itself apart. The armored sea demon felt a sharp pain in his fist. With his whole arm numb, he realized that his hand had been split. He fell back. However, a hand grabbed his wrist. Long Chen snorted coldly and sent a lightning-like kick at his limb. A cracking sound rang out along with a grunt. The armored sea demon had his arm severed at the shoulder. As soon as the arm left the body, it transformed into a giant crab claw. The crab claw was covered in dark gold runes and looked as if it had been cast from metal. Its aura was comparable to a divine item. However, at this moment, this giant crab claw also had a giant hole in it that caused cracks to spread throughout it. No wonder it was so hard. Long Chen shook out his tingling hand. It seemed that this fellow's hardest aspect was right here. Long Chen, the sea demon's expressions all changed. None of them had expected Long Chen to suddenly appear. Boss, the Dragonblood warriors, and the Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples cheered. Kill Long Chen with them. He can't change the tides just by himself, shouted the sea demon with a severed arm. A new arm quickly grew out, but it was clearly much weaker. Long Chen, since you want to die so badly, don't blame me. The six-horned sea serpent recovered from his shock and smiled. There was no turning back at this point. Kill. Just at this moment, the other group of Dragonblood warriors leading the Xuanhuan beasts entered the fray. The six-horned sea serpent man summoned his manifestation, and a sea appeared around him. He attacked with his bone trident. This attack seemed to possess some kind of law, and it froze the space around Long Chen. The six-horned sea serpent man had launched one of his sharpest killing blows right at the start, not wasting time on any probing blows. Beside him, the snake-eyed man and the armored man also attacked from two different angles. It's not me who wants to die but you, Long Chen sneered. Evil Moon slashed toward the bone trident, but just as they were about to clash, Long Chen flipped his blade, receiving it with the back of his saber. He then let go of Evil Moon. Sparks flew along with an ear-shaking explosion. Evil Moon was sent flying straight toward the snake-eyed man. The snake-eyed man had been attacking at the same time with a sword, and upon seeing Evil Moon spinning toward him, he slashed his sword at it. Upon seeing that, the six-horned sea serpent's expression changed. Get out of the way. He suddenly found that Long Chen had managed to condense his power within his blade, while also drawing in the power of his bone trident when he struck it. That explosive power could be considered a combination attack containing both his and Long Chen's power. However, his warning was too late. Evil Moon had already spun into the snake-eyed man's sword. The sword and the wielder exploded in an instant. He was killed without any suspense. This attack contained both Long Chen's power and the six-horned sea serpent's power. Even Long Chen himself wasn't able to receive it just like that. Long Chen could let go of Evil Moon because Evil Moon could control itself. At the same time, Long Chen faced his third opponent, the armored man. As soon as the armored man saw Long Chen's gaze turn toward him, he had a bad feeling. Seeing that his comrade was instantly killed, he decided to retreat instead of following through with his punch. You really are stupid, sneered Long Chen. Watch out, the six-horned sea serpent gave another warning. At some point, a giant hole had appeared behind the armored man. This sudden warning made the bad feeling inside of the armored man intensify. Without thinking, he summoned his true form. However, as he summoned his giant body, the hole grew larger as well, devouring him. The hole then sealed itself. The demon moon furnace had materialized outside. The demon moon furnace rumbled as the armored man fought to get out. Bastard, release my heavenly crab general, roared the six-horned sea serpent. The snake-eyed man and the armored man were his left and right hands, second only to him within the junior generation of the sea demons. The two of them were the cornerstones of what he was going to use to crush the Martial Heaven continent, and the two geniuses he had the highest hopes for. In the blink of an eye, his left hand was dead without a corpse, while his right hand was sealed within a furnace. He felt like he was going crazy. The two of them were extremely powerful, but they had yet to be able to show any of their true power before Long Chen conned one to death and trapped the other. Boom! The six-horned sea serpent's trident smashed into the demon moon furnace, sending it flying. However, it wasn't damaged. There wasn't even the slightest mark left. At that moment, Evil Moon flew back into Long Chen's hand. The six-horned sea serpent continued to attack the demon moon furnace, each attack causing huge ripples to spread throughout the void. It could be seen how powerful his attacks were. Watching him attack, Long Chen smiled oddly. The six-horned sea serpent wanted to save his right arm, all the while not realizing that every one of his attacks was being transmitted directly into the armored man inside the furnace. Every time he attacked, the armored man would cough up a mouthful of blood. He was howling, not knowing what was going on outside, but he couldn't be heard anyway. Long Chen ignored it as the six-horned sea serpent attacked the demon moon furnace. Instead, he summoned Lei Long. Lei Long transformed into millions of lightning dragons that ran rampant across the battlefield, completely suppressing the sea demons. Those who could enter the star-field divine world were geniuses amongst geniuses. After splitting its power so much, Lei Long was unable to directly kill them. However, just paralyzing them for a moment was enough. Lei Long's lightning was their natural bane. Their resistance toward Thunder Force was far lower than that of the life forms of the continent. Both humans and Xuanhuan beasts had greater tolerance to Thunder Force than the sea demons. With their movements turning sluggish on the battlefield where a single blink could cause death, they began to be slaughtered. The Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples and the Xuanhuan beasts were only mildly affected by the lightning in the air. It was at an acceptable level. Hence, the sea demons were instantly hard-pressed, with any superiority they had due to their numbers advantage vanishing. Long Chen just stood there, not attacking the six-horned sea serpent or the other sea demons. He also didn't allow Linger to kill the armored sea demon that she had trapped. He wanted to see just how long the six-horned sea serpent would continue like this. In just a short moment, the six-horned sea serpent had attacked the demon moon furnace over 100 times. The tempo of his attacks and their power truly showed his power. However, the demon moon furnace was still completely unharmed. Now the six-horned sea serpent was starting to run out of breath. He finally gave up. He couldn't break the furnace, so he turned back to Long Chen. He realized that Long Chen was trying to exhaust him so that he wouldn't be able to escape. Long Chen, release my heavenly crab general, or the Martial Heaven continent will face a bloody retribution from the sea demon race. I will use our full power to get revenge. Don't doubt my determination, said the six-horned sea serpent furiously. His eyes had strands of blood in them, giving him a frightening appearance. With a wave of his hand, the sea demons on the battlefield retreated, running behind him. They looked at Long Chen in terror. The battle had lasted for less than an incense stick's worth of time, but a third of the sea demons had been obliterated. Lei Long had caused countless casualties amongst them. The Dragon Blood Legion also stopped. They swung the blood off their blades and walked over to Long Chen, staring coldly at the sea demons. Long Chen beckoned, and the demon moon furnace flew back to his side. Looking directly at the six-horned sea serpent, he said, "You want your crab general? How about I show you a magic trick instead?" "What are you talking about?" demanded the six-horned sea serpent. "I can turn him red. Do you believe me?" Long Chen opened the lid. An enormous figure came out, one that caused the six-horned sea serpent's eyes to turn scarlet. Chapter 24:49 The Power of the Third Step of Nether Passage. Translator Born to Be. A crab even bigger than a mountain came out of the demon moon furnace. It fell to the ground, its body fully cooked and bright red. Something yellow was coming out of its belly, giving off a strong scent. "Sorry, the fire was a bit strong," said Long Chen apologetically. A peak expert of the sea demon race had been cooked by Long Chen. This was a giant slap in the face to the entire sea demon race. The sea demons were gnashing their teeth furiously. "You really are too courteous. You know that it's been a long time since I've had meat, so you gave me such a nice crab. Speaking of which, did you bring any hot peppers for flavor?" asked Long Chen. "Long Chen, you will regret this." The six-horned sea serpent man's words came from the space between his clenched teeth. "Regret it? No, you will be the one regretting it. I let you off in front of the yin-yang world and then again in the Martial Heaven sea ring. I'm telling you, I'm not used to letting things go like that. This time, I'm not letting you go again. I'll show you who is going to regret it." A cold light appeared in Long Chen's eyes. The sea demon race was really stupid. It seemed that the Yi family had incited them as well. This time, Long Chen wasn't planning on having mercy on them. A race with such low intelligence would never forget about an enmity. They would only remember that others had done things wrong to them without ever considering their own actions. Long Chen had endured them twice before, but now he had cooked that peak expert to show his determination. "Long Chen, You've now created an undying enmity between the sea demon race and your martial heaven alliance, declared the six-horned sea serpent. All right, I feel like rather than just shouting, you should use that trident in your hand to speak, said Long Chen lazily. The six-horned sea serpent man furiously waved his hand, giving the signal to retreat. You guys should retreat as well. Ah, don't forget to bring the crab. Don't eat him yet. We'll save the feast for when I cook this little fish serpent as well, said Long Chen to the dragon blood warriors. Die, the six-horned sea serpent man suddenly attacked. The horns on his head lit up one after another. His aura multiplied in power. This could be considered his strongest divine ability. Every horn on his head was like a seal containing his power. Now that all six horns lit up, a wave of power spread in every direction. Both the sea demons and the martial heaven alliance's disciples retreated. Long Chen, I wasn't going to kill you because you aren't my target. My targets are those like Feng Fei. But since you're in such a rush to reincarnate, I'll show you the six-horned sea serpent race's forbidden power. The six-horned sea serpent man suddenly vanished. It was as if he had teleported. He appeared in front of Long Chen, his trident slashing down like lightning. The power of this attack had reached the pinnacle. Even the dragon blood warriors sensed a feeling of death coming from that attack. Just brute power, I've never been afraid of that. Long Chen snorted. This divine ability was just pure power. Hence Long Chen slashed his saber out. His astral spaces sent their power circulating through him. His Feng Fu, Alioth, Life Fate, Enlightenment Palace, Divine Gate, and even the slumbering Nethergate star that had yet to fully form began to shudder. 6 stars appeared in his eyes. Although he could only summon the 5-star battle armor, the 6th star was definitely there. His life and death energy erupted. Even as the six-horned sea serpent unleashed his full power, Long Chen used just one hand, meeting his bone trident with Evil Moon. A powerful explosion unleashed a tempest with the two of them at the center. Astral winds were flung out chaotically. The two of them were still locked at the center, neither of them budging. However, the surrounding space was being continuously wrecked. You've improved, but you want to challenge Feng Fei with just this level of power. You must be joking, sneered Long Chen. The six-horned sea serpent man was shocked. Even after experiencing his race's blood baptism, he was still unable to beat Long Chen in power. In truth, Long Chen's calm expression was just cover. He was shocked inside. He had previously thought that life and death energy was more of a law and not a power. But upon reaching the 3rd step of Nether Passage, he realized that when he used his world energy, his life and death energy was the key to controlling his world energy. This was something that he had not noticed or heard of before. Life and death energy could be considered a law for others. The life energy could be used to heal oneself or others, while the death energy could be added to weapons or magical arts to give them the power of a law. However, the 9-star Hegemon body art was different. Now that he had reached the 3rd step, his astral spaces had opened, giving him an unending source of explosive power. Without even realizing it himself, Long Chen had grown in power. No matter how the six-horned sea serpent attacked, Long Chen didn't budge. This infuriated him. Bastard, a giant manifestation appeared behind him, rapidly growing solid. It was a giant sea serpent. Water chi filled the air, turning it sticky and misty. It was even possible to smell seawater. His manifestation roared. The mist condensed into water droplets that turned this place into a giant sea. Within this sea, the six-horned sea serpent's power continued to rise. It could no longer be considered pure power, as it now contained the strongest laws of the sea. This was a domain. I didn't think that you'd force me to use my heavenly water domain. Long Chen, you can be proud even in death. This was what I was preparing to use against Feng Fei. Within the raging sea, the six-horned sea serpent sneered at Long Chen. His voice was full of anger, as well as unwillingness. This was a technique he had never exposed in front of outsiders. As long as he was given enough time, he could suck in the entire world's water chi to support himself. This was the divine ability that allowed the six-horned sea serpent race to stand amongst the top ranks of the sea demon race. Every technique had its own flaws, including this heavenly water domain. He needed to condense mist, then condense droplets, condense water, and then turn it into a sea. Furthermore, it needed to be completed over a large area to be effective, or the opponent would escape out of it. This technique took a great deal of time to set up. Now that it was exposed, his enemies would simply flee as soon as the mist appeared. Then he would never be able to use this trump card again. This was what he had been planning on using against Feng Fei, but now Long Chen had forced it out. This technique would now probably be useless against Feng Fei. What a useless technique. After one use it no longer has any effect. There's no need to use it against weak opponents while strong ones will be prepared. You really do underestimate Feng Fei. You think that this could trap her. How naive. Long Chen shook his head contemptuously, still not counterattacking. Big words, but you won't be able to escape alive now, sneered the six-horned sea serpent. His domain continued to grow larger and the pressure increased. If he allowed this domain to continue growing limitlessly, in theory, he could control this entire world. Of course, the precondition was that he could control it without it devouring him first. Even as the six-horned sea serpent's domain increased in power, he didn't unleash any fierce attacks. Long Chen slowly smiled. What? Are you stalling for time? Sorry, my time is limited. I'm going to attack. Boom! Long Chen suddenly slammed the back of Evil Moon's blade with his other hand. A fierce power created a typhoon within the sea. Azure Dragon Battle Armor. Chapter 24, 50 Crushing Through Power. Translator Born to Be. Long Chen had previously been using the power of the 5-star battle armor to get accustomed to the new power of his astral spaces. Having gotten used to the power of the third step of Nether Passage, he summoned the Azure Dragon Battle Armor. His body became covered in dragon scales. His 108,000 scales matched his 108,000 astral spaces, their power mixing together. A volcanic power erupted out of Evil Moon, sending the six-horned sea serpent shooting back. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, flying straight out of his heavenly water domain. Long Chen's power stunned him. Bubbles began to rage within his domain. It was like it was boiling. The very laws of his domain were being destroyed by Long Chen's aura. Physical strength which surpasses that of a law, the six-horned sea serpent was appalled. However, he then roared furiously and slammed his hands onto his domain. Heavenly water twining sea serpent. 2 giant sea serpents appeared within his domain, twisting around Long Chen. The water roared as the void began to spin along with them. Blood lines appeared on the six-horned sea serpent's face. Blood began to ooze out of his body and merge into his domain. The 2 sea serpents inside grew even stronger with that blood. Long Chen, die! The six-horned sea serpent roared, pouring all his power into the 2 sea serpents. It was impossible to see Long Chen within the twisting space. Break! A roar rang out from within the broken space. The 2 giant sea serpents exploded along with the very water domain. Within the rain, Long Chen appeared. However, his scales were no longer pure white. They were now half white and half black. Evil Moon was in his hand. The current Long Chen was much more frightening. It was as if he wished to devour all life within this world. It went without saying that the six-horned sea serpent was powerful. This water domain of his was something that might truly possess the power to kill Long Chen if he hadn't reached the 3rd step. The ability to control an entire domain and concentrate all power into destroying the laws of space in one area was truly shocking. Long Chen had only managed to break it with the combined power of the Azure Dragon and the Evil Dragon. He also knew that if they were on the Martial Heaven continent, then with the support of the Martial Heaven Sea Ring, this technique's power would be even greater. Kill them all, shouted Long Chen. He charged toward the six-horned sea serpent. Kill! Roars rang out from every direction. What? The six-horned sea serpent was shocked. At some point, 4 more groups of the Martial Heaven Alliance's experts had arrived under the direction of the Dragon Blood Warriors. They collapsed upon the sea demons. Just at that moment, Long Chen's saber hacked down upon him, not giving him a chance to give any orders. Despite blocking, he smashed into the ground, hacking up blood. Long Chen was one with his saber as he continued attacking. The six-horned sea serpent coughed up more blood, his arms breaking. Before he could heal, Long Chen stabbed his saber at him. The six-horned sea serpent hastily took out a tortoise shell that transformed into a giant shield. This tortoise shell's aura was extremely ancient. It was a divine item of the sea demon race. Boom! Long Chen's arms quivered. He managed to stab a hole into the tortoise shell, but he was unable to pierce through it. Despite that, his power was enough to cause the ground to sink once more, and a wave of earth rose. My black tortoise heavenly shield. The six-horned sea serpent let out a pained shout. That was a divine item of the heavenly black spirit tortoise race, a relic left behind by one of their ascenders. Not only was its defensive power amazing, but the secret arts of its race were recorded on top of it. The heavenly black spirit tortoise race had vanished from the Martial Heaven continent. This was the only divine item left behind by them. This treasure recorded the Ascender's will, so its value was impossible to estimate. It was something that the six-horned sea serpent used to gain comprehension into the heavenly Taos, not for battle. Compared to its value in terms of comprehension, its amazing defensive power was second. No one would be willing to risk it. However, in that critical juncture, he hadn't had time to hesitate. He had taken out this treasure, which was now damaged by Long Chen. Its runes began to dim. The runes specific to the will of the Ascender also faded, causing the six-horned sea serpent's heart to almost rip apart. Even if he was a young king of the six-horned sea serpent race, this shell belonged to the entire sea demon race. He was not qualified to use it for battle. Now he had no idea how he would be able to explain himself once he returned. "I'll tear you to pieces." Suddenly, the earth exploded beneath Long Chen, knocking him back. The six-horned sea serpent stabbed 2 fingers into his own forehead. Blood dripped into his hand. After that, the giant sea serpent within his manifestation multiplied into 6. His manifestation grew larger and suddenly began to give off an ancient aura. Ancestral power descend. The six-horned sea serpent's horns lit up once more, forming a halo behind his head. Blood continued to pour out of the hole in his head. It was a frightening appearance, but the 6 giant sea serpents were now sending a mysterious energy into him that made him seem like a completely different person. "Even if you brought out every ancestor from your race, I wouldn't be afraid." Long Chen slashed Evil Moon. The 2 of them began to exchange blows equally. After 16 attacks where neither side was able to force the other back a single step, the webbing between Long Chen's thumb and forefinger split open. The six-horned sea serpent was using a self-destructive technique to boost his own power. By sacrificing his essence blood, he summoned the power of his ancestors to support him. Although Long Chen had suffered a minor injury just now, the six-horned sea serpent was being injured with each attack inside. His aura was starting to dramatically drop. The six-horned sea serpent risked a glance at the battlefield. The sea demons were broken up and being slaughtered. Without his left and right arms, they were divided. "Retreat!" The six-horned sea serpent let out an unwilling shout. Even in this state, he was unable to beat Long Chen. They had to retreat before they were wiped out. The sea demons instantly fled. With their huge bodies, other than a few unlucky fellows at the front, the rest managed to blast through by using their fallen comrades' corpses as shields. "Long Chen, just wait. I will make you regret this," roared the six-horned sea serpent, falling back. However, just at that moment, he sensed something wrong. The tortoise shell came out once more. Boom! A pill furnace smashed into the tortoise shell. It had just been a bit away from sucking him inside. The six-horned sea serpent shivered. The demon moon furnace was far too demonic. It appeared silently with no warning at all. If he hadn't reacted fast enough, he would have been doomed. Dragonblood Void Extinguisher. Suddenly, the Dragonblood warriors charged at him. All 6 groups of 500 people attacked at once. This was a weakened version of Xuanhuan's Dragonblood Cross-Slash. Even 500 people were able to unleash it, but its power was still immense. Under normal circumstances, perhaps the six-horned sea serpent would look down on such an attack. However, it was coming from 6 different directions, and he was also in an injured state. 5 Ancestor Protection. 5 sea serpents vanished from his manifestation, and then a 5-color shield appeared around him. He had transformed his ancestral power into a shield. 6 rays of sword chi shattered at the same time. They were unable to even rattle this shield. Split the heavens 8. A saber image suddenly slashed down, instantly blowing apart the shield. Half of the six-horned sea serpent's body exploded. Not giving him a chance to breathe, Long Chen attacked again, this time aiming for his head. Chapter 2451, Death Substitute Talisman. Translator Born to Be. Long Chen had been waiting precisely for this moment. His goal wasn't to defeat the six-horned sea serpent, but to kill him. Although they might sound similar, there was an immense difference between them. Beating him required being just 1 level stronger, but killing him was much more difficult because no one who was beaten would silently sit there waiting to die instead of fleeing. In order to kill an expert on this level, Long Chen had to first exhaust all their trump cards and energy before an opportunity would present itself. Now that chance had come. Using the celestial lightning body blink, Long Chen appeared in front of him and unleashed a full-power slash. The six-horned sea serpent took out his tortoise shell once more. However, in its damaged state, it was no longer able to block Long Chen. It shattered. Nonetheless, it still managed to win him a chance to breathe. He hastily retreated, trying to get between two squads of the Dragon Blood warriors. However, the Dragon Blood warriors were prepared. They once more combined forces and attacked, their goal not being to kill him but merely to block him. Suddenly, the six-horned sea serpent's body transformed. He returned to his original form, that of a giant sea serpent. Two rays of sword chi landed on his body, tearing through his defenses and leaving two giant wounds. However, in his true form, those giant cuts were still acceptable. He charged through, unleashing a wave of power as he passed to knock the Dragon Blood warriors back. With him putting everything on the line and using his full power, the Dragon Blood warriors were unable to prevent him from getting past. But they did delay him. In that instant, Long Chen caught up to him from behind, a giant saber image condensing in the air. "Long Chen, you'll regret it if you kill me," shouted the six-horned sea serpent as he fled. Even in his true form, he wasn't faster than Long Chen. Seeing Long Chen's saber about to fall on him, he cried out, panicked. Long Chen ignored him. Talking with such a brainless person was a waste of time. He continued to accumulate power, wanting to kill him with this final blow. The six-horned sea serpent had exhausted enough of his power for Long Chen to kill him. There was no way the former could maintain his peak form in this state. Split the heavens 8. Long Chen's response to his threat was to slash down the attack that he had been condensing. "Long Chen, you bastard!" The six-horned sea serpent cried out furiously, his voice hoarse. It almost sounded like he was wailing. The six-horned sea serpent suddenly took out a strange bone. It was like a mountain and sparkled like jade, but it was also filled with a violent and bloodthirsty aura. "Long Chen, you've made me use up my six-horned sea serpent race's divine bone. Just wait, I swear that I will avenge this enmity," roared the six-horned sea serpent. Long Chen's attack landed on the strange bone. He had expected it to be an incredibly tough shield, but he was confident in his attack. Unexpectedly, though, the bone instantly exploded. Evil Moon slashed through the six-horned sea serpent's body with almost no resistance at all. Cheers started to ring out, but that cheering fell silent a moment later. No blood splashed. The six-horned sea serpent's aura also didn't vanish. "What? A death substitution talisman. I didn't expect the sea demon race to possess such an object." Long Chen narrowed his eyes. This kind of death substitution talisman wasn't a divine talisman. It was more like witchcraft. This kind of witchcraft had long since vanished from the martial heaven continent. No one knew how to use these techniques. It was said it had been part of the human race's techniques, and this talisman allowed them to control a puppet to take their place at a critical moment. Such witchcraft was extremely mysterious. When the puppet died, the master would enter a temporary state of being in the void. In that state, they could not be attacked. It was as if in that moment they were no longer part of the world or even time and space. It was inexplicable. The instant that Long Chen's attack shattered the bone, the six-horned sea serpent had vanished from his lock. Despite seeing him right there, he was no longer present. For a certain amount of time, Long Chen couldn't touch him. Long Chen rested Evil Moon on his shoulder, looking at him without any sign of discouragement. Instead, he had a faint smile. Based on your painful expression, it seems that this death substitution talisman is your final life-preserving trump card. How regretful. Such a divine object is probably one of a kind. Another one will not be born in this world. Such a treasure could probably protect the user's life even against an emperor. Wow, you actually wasted such a thing on me. Shut up. The six-horned sea serpent went crazy upon seeing Long Chen's pitying expression. If he hadn't taken out this bone, he would have died just now. However, Long Chen's guess was correct. This was the only death substitution talisman amongst the sea demon race, and it had been passed down for an unknown number of generations. The sea demon race had only allowed him to take it because he was entering the star-field divine world. This was a priceless treasure that could protect his life, no matter what kind of terrifying opponent he ran into. This treasure was something that would allow him to enter some dangerous areas in search of treasure. Even if things took a bad turn, he would still be able to protect his life. But now, that plan was ruined. He had actually used this one-of-a-kind treasure not on some supreme expert, but on someone within the same generation as him. Long Chen, you destroyed my tortoise shell and wasted my precious substitute bone. I'll make you pay for this. I can't kill you, but I can kill all the ants beneath you. Just wait. The six-horned sea serpent began to fade away until he vanished without a trace. Long Chen shook his head and sighed. In the end, he had failed to kill him. Geniuses like the six-horned sea serpent had the karmic luck of an entire race concentrated on them. They also had priceless treasures that made killing them extremely difficult. Despite knowing all this already, Long Chen couldn't help being disappointed. "It's fine. I'll use your snake skin to make some boots for myself. I refuse to believe you have another treasure like that." Long Chen put away Evil Moon and calmed his emotions. Looking back at the battlefield, he saw that all the sea demons had fled. "Boss, the sea demons had 300,000 experts here. We killed 170,000. The rest fled. On our side, over 10,000 people died," reported a Dragonblood warrior. Long Chen nodded. To only lose 10,000 while killing 170,000 was an amazing combat achievement. A portion of that was thanks to Lei Long. Lei Long was their bane and had greatly weakened them, not to mention lowering their morale. There were now 6 squads gathered, 5 from the Martial Heaven continent and 1 from the Xuanhuan beasts. That was a powerful force. "Boss, that fellow escaped. The other groups are now probably in danger," said one Dragonblood warrior. "If one squad were to encounter him alone, they would probably be wiped out. This place isn't the Martial Heaven sea ring, so it probably will take a while for him to recover. As long as we use this time to gather the squads so that each group has a captain-level combatant, we'll still be able to fight upon encountering someone like him. Let's link our compasses and transmit the news. In the future, if you encounter any sea demons, don't waste any words. If the situation is suitable, just directly kill them," said Long Chen. They linked up 6 compasses, allowing them to reach even further. Boss Xuanhuan has reached back to us, asking if we want to meet up with him. He's about half a day's travel from us and has 2 squads," reported a squad leader. "That's a good idea. If we're so close, we can even pass a bit of the map to him. He can link up everyone and transmit the map bit by bit," said Long Chen. Xuanhuan was with Xia Chen. The main goal right now was to pass the map to everyone. Long Chen gave the orders, and everyone got to work. Transmitting all this information didn't just require multiple compasses, but it also required the power of their dragon blood. Some of the Dragonblood warriors took charge of that, while the others cleaned up the battlefield. "Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, what do you want to do with these corpses?" The needens within the sea demons were valuable, but the actual corpses weren't so useful. But just tossing them aside would be wasteful. "I'll take the corpses." Long Chen sent them into the primal chaos space. This meat was probably too low level for Wilda, and if he didn't want them, he could use them as fertilizer. An incense stick's worth of time later, the work was done. They had also received word back from Xuanhuan that they had received the map. "Boss, let's go. We found a potential treasure house. The sea demons came over here precisely for it," said one of the Dragonblood warriors. Chapter 2452 Black Marsh. Translator Born to Be. An incense stick's time of travel away from the battlefield was a black marsh. Within the depths of the marsh was a strange, flickering divine light. Sometimes mist would surge out of that area, and the surrounding vegetation would distinctly light up. That was a bizarre phenomenon. One of the squads of the Dragonblood warriors had noticed it first. After some observation, they had concluded that it definitely was not an ordinary place. There was very likely a treasure within. However, this marsh seemed to be its own world, and it was impossible to fly inside. Once they fell into the marsh, they would be sucked inside. They had captured a 12th rank beast to try crossing the marsh, only for that beast to die without any struggle. It was then swallowed by the marsh as if being devoured. Water element and earth element cultivators had tried to control the marsh, only to get zero reaction from the water and earth. They had tried countless things but were unable to figure out how to cross. Anything they tried to send through the marsh sank. It was as if the water did not allow anything to float on top of it. Feeling that this place was too sinister, they had been wondering whether or not to send out a request for reinforcements, when suddenly the mist reappeared, and this time it was far greater than any other eruption. Within it, it was possible to see an immortal abode. They could see figures moving within the immortal abode, but it wasn't possible to see who they were. The mist began to spread, even reaching them outside of the marsh. When the mist approached them, they felt their pores fully open. Some of them cried out in amazement. This was immortal mist capable of extending a person's lifespan. There were many things capable of providing a person with life energy, but things that could extend a person's longevity were heaven-defying existences. A person's lifespan was related to their cultivation base, but all people, regardless of cultivation base, had a limit to their lifespan. Once they reached that limit, if they failed to break through to the next realm, the only thing left to them was death. Most people were unable to sense their own remaining lifespan. They would only sense their limit once they were already deteriorating. However, amongst them were some people with special cultivation arts who were capable of confirming that the mist could increase a person's longevity, so everyone began to absorb it. The immortal mist continued to spread, unleashing radiant light that ended up attracting a new group of people. Those people were the sea demons. The dragon blood warriors had hastily hidden themselves. They only had 50,000 people, while the other side outnumbered them. The sea demons also had that young king of the six-horned sea serpent race, so the dragon blood warriors could only temporarily retreat. Now that they had confirmed that there was a priceless treasure present, they sent out the request for reinforcements, hoping for enough people to come to fight off the sea demons. However, later, when the mist started to fade, the sea demons that were searching for a way to enter the marsh noticed signs that others had been there recently. Their large-scale search resulted in them finding the dragon blood warriors. At first, the six-horned sea serpent had only been planning on making them scram, but with the urging of his left and right arms, he had given the order to kill them. That was when Chen had arrived. It could be said that the reason the sea demons had taken such immense losses was due to fighting over this marsh. When they arrived at the marsh, Chen reached out and touched the water. "Boss, be careful, it's toxic." Chen's fingertip touched the black water. His finger instantly turned black, and it rapidly spread up his arm. Everyone's hearts clenched. They had tested the water, but of course when they tested it, they didn't use themselves to do it. They had used a magical beast to touch the water, only for its claw to instantly corrode. They had cut off its claw before it could spread, but despite that, the rest of the magical beast also turned black. It then transformed into a glop of black water that dissolved into the marsh. The corrosion of the black water rapidly spread, but it came to a stop before it could extend further than Chen's hand. It then began to be forced back until his finger returned to its normal color. This black water has a law to it. It's not poison but a power similar to aging. It invades a person's physical body and also their soul. Cutting off the flesh is useless because the soul will quickly age and die, said Chen. The star-field divine world was filled with extremely bizarre phenomena. It was difficult to explain them using the knowledge of the martial heaven continent, so Chen had personally tested it. Then doesn't that mean that we can't get through it? Everyone was disappointed. Chen took out a divine item and stuck it into the marsh. The runes on the divine item quickly faded until they vanished. After that, the divine item became covered in cracks and exploded. Everyone was stunned. Not even a divine item could block this law, let alone the physical body. "Big brother Chen, let me try it. I'm not afraid of this law," said Linger. Chen shook his head. "Perhaps you can resist it, but the conflicting natures of water and fire will result in you burning up too much energy. You might not be able to last until the center of the marsh, but even if you can, we might encounter something bad there, only for you to be out of energy to retreat." Chen could sense something powerful at the center of the marsh. However, he had no idea whether it was friendly or not. Chen took out a bronze bar. He carefully placed it on the water and was delighted to see it remain unaffected by the water. This treasure he had taken from the gates of hell was immune to the black water. He made it larger and let it float on the water. He then jumped on and found it to be very steady. Everyone was delighted. "Guard this place. I'll go in to take a look," ordered Chen. He slowly started floating over to the center of the marsh. There was sludge and silt everywhere emitting a corrosive aura. Just smelling it could make a person dizzy. It seemed that countless corpses had been rotting inside this marsh for numerous years. Even if you didn't breathe, even if you closed off all your pores, this corrosive aura would still try to invade your body. "It's actually exhausting my spiritual yuan quite quickly." Sending the bronze bar floating through the marsh should have been a simple task, but it was surprisingly taxing. He estimated that he wouldn't be able to last for an hour. Within this mysterious marsh, his speed was very slow. He began to take breaks, making sure to keep his spiritual yuan above 70%. Eventually, he reached the center of the marsh. Looking back, he was unable to see the other side. Chen grew ever more wary and continued going deeper. He eventually reached the mist area and found that it really did possess some strange ability. With just a breath, he felt invigorated. With his vision and divine sense limited within the mist, he did his best to continue going straight. However, it was all too easy to end up going in the wrong direction. All of a sudden, he came to a stop. He squatted down, sensing some almost imperceptible fluctuations coming from the bottom of the marsh. When he went silent and suppressed all of his aura, those fluctuations faded. Only then did Long Chen continue onward carefully. Even after another 2 hours, he didn't sense that strange phenomenon again. But as he went deeper, the mist grew denser. Suddenly the bronze bar shook. Long Chen almost jumped off, but then he laughed. He had reached an island within the marsh. Long Chen jumped onto the land. The mist on the island began to clear up, revealing a world of greenery and flowers. There was an ancient forest on the island. Giant vines were hanging from the trees, and the leaves covered the sky. Despite that, the forest didn't seem all that sinister because there was a strange kind of grass that emitted its own light and illuminated the forest. Some small beasts were running around within the forest. They didn't seem to be afraid of Long Chen upon seeing him, looking at him curiously. This evil marsh is hiding such a wonderland. How surprising! Long Chen couldn't help smiling. With just a glance, he had seen several precious medicinal ingredients. Those were ingredients that had reached the level of priceless treasures on the Martial Heaven continent. He wondered what treasures could be found even deeper into the forest. Suddenly, a gust of wind made Long Chen raise his hand. A splinter appeared in his finger. The splinter was 3 inches long and black other than some white lines on it. There was some dew on it as well. Long Chen raised his head, only to see a figure vanish within the forest. "There are people here," startled, Long Chen followed. Just at that moment the peaceful air became sinister and dark. The giant vines hanging on the trees suddenly shot toward him. At the same time, tiny needles rained down from the leaves. Startled, Long Chen retreated. However, he found that the scenery behind him had been replaced by wooden stakes that were shooting out from the darkness. "So it's tree demons," Long Chen snorted. Evil Moon appeared in his hand, and with a single slash, wooden fragments filled the air. The earth exploded, and giant tentacles soared into the air, preparing to attack him. "Stop!" Suddenly, those tentacles froze in midair.